Chapter 701. Thank you, Miss Yu. Zhou Xuanji looked at Yu Zhongxiu and said slowly, "It was Miss Yu who bought us from the black market. It's hard to predict fate, but if you have any difficulties in the future, you can come and find me." Although he had been bought by Yu Zhongxiu, he had never suffered any hardship. His treatment was vastly different from that of the slaves in the Longbo Divine Range. Yu Zhongxiu's emotions surged as she listened to his words, and all the words she wanted to say turned into a heavy nod. She quickly left to gather Xian Xianghua and the others for Zhou Xuanji. Ji Huanglin looked at Zhou Xuanji and said, "You are a void boundary war god, right? There's a mission after this. Let's do it together. This is a great opportunity. I'll do my best to protect you." "What serendipity?" Zhou Xuanji asked. In his eyes, apart from the great Tao tempering pool, there was nothing else that could be considered a fortuitous opportunity. It's a divine fruit that only bears fruit once every billion years. We need to snatch it. I'll tell you the specifics when the time comes. The rewards for this mission are also very great. One of them is the time spent in the great Tao tempering pool. Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji's interest was immediately piqued. He wasn't worried that Ji Huanglin would harm him. If that was the case, there was no need for Ji Huanglin to personally come to the Longbo Divine Range. Moreover, this mission wouldn't start immediately. The two began chatting in the courtyard. Ji Huanglin was very curious about Zhou Xuanji's experience, while Zhou Xuanji was curious about the Evil Sky Divine Range. The two told each other everything they knew and chatted happily. On that day, Xian Xianghua, the old beggar, Qiu Hu, and the others all returned. Sheng Tiandao said excitedly, 18-star aptitude. Evil Sky Divine Range. I really admire you to the point of prostrating myself before you. He rejoiced that he could cozy up to Zhou Xuanji before he left the heavenly law universe. It was the same for the others. Especially the old beggar. After knowing that Zhou Xuanji had 18-star talent, he became very worried. All along, he felt that he was the one who discovered Zhou Xuanji. But after hearing this news, he felt a great headache. He rode on Zhou Xuanji's coattails. No wonder that guy was so desperate for this kid. The old beggar sighed in his heart, while Gu Tianxia and Su Qing admired Zhou Xuanji. They had all tested their talents, but compared to Zhou Xuanji, they were not even worth mentioning. When a person surpassed their own attitude, they couldn't even feel envious. The gap between them was just too big. Xian Xianghua didn't say anything, but her eyes were filled with admiration. Once, she protected Zhou Xuanji. Now, she looked up at Zhou Xuanji. The change in status and the widening of the gap didn't disappoint her. Instead, she enjoyed it. Which woman doesn't want to have a man she can rely on? No matter how determined a man was, he would occasionally want to have a warm family. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "Everyone, pack up and prepare to depart." Everyone nodded and returned to their rooms. On that day, Zhou Xuanji and the others left under the warm send-off of the Longbo Divine Range. Old ancestor Longbo also shamelessly came to see them off. Tears streamed down his face as if he had lost his beloved. Half-truths and half-lies. His heart really ached. He was really embarrassed. After leaving the Longbo Divine Range, Ji Huanglin took out a small golden boat. It quickly expanded into a giant ship for them to land on. Rumble, the golden wool suddenly tore through the universe and disappeared into the distance. It passed through the divine ranges as though it had teleported. On the massive ship, Zhou Xuanji and the others did not feel any discomfort. The old beggar exclaimed, "This divine ship requires at least 100 million merit points, and it can withstand the attack of a Tao ancestor." The others were speechless. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. "Should I buy such a divine ship too? If I offend a Tao ancestor in the future, I can still run away." He had 7 billion merit points. He could totally squander it. Ji Huanglin turned around and said with a smile, "With Zhou Xuanji's talent, he can choose any divine ship like this in the Evil Sky Divine Range. Not only that, but there are also divine clothes and countless treasures. There are only things that you can't imagine. 18-star aptitude was extremely rare even in the Kunlun origin court. After Beast Sovereign knew about it, he was overjoyed. His unhappiness with the longbow divine range disappeared instantly. He felt as though he had picked up a great bargain. He was extremely excited. He had already formulated a training plan for Zhou Xuanji. He wanted to train Zhou Xuanji personally. Even in the evil sky divine range, there was only one 18-star genius. That genius had lived for countless years and had become one of the leaders of the evil sky divine range. The golden ship was extremely fast. After about an hour, they arrived at the evil sky divine range. The evil sky divine range was hundreds of times bigger than the longbow divine range. They couldn't even see the top. After flying into the evil sky divine range, they saw a magnificent world. The golden divine ship rose up without slowing down at all. Soon, they came to the top and landed on a wasteland. Wait here. I will take him to the range master first, Ji Huanglin said before leaving with Zhou Xuanji. After saying this, Ji Huanglin left with Zhou Xuanji and turned into a ray of golden light, disappearing into the horizon. Zhou Xuanji couldn't see anything because of his Tao energy. After a while, the golden light dissipated, and Zhou Xuanji landed on the ground. This was a brightly lit palace. The ceiling seemed to be inlaid with a bright sun. The temperature was very high. Creatures below the Saint Realm might not be able to bear it. Beast Sovereign was sitting on a crystal throne. After seeing Zhou Xuanji, he revealed a sinister smile. Ji Huanglin, get down, Beast Sovereign said slowly. Beast Sovereign said slowly. Hearing this, Ji Huanglin immediately disappeared. Zhou Xuanji walked up to him and cupped his fists. Thank you for your kindness, Beast Sovereign. Since he had come to the evil sky divine range, Zhou Xuanji had to correct his attitude. He couldn't turn into Long Outyen and tell Beast Sovereign what to do. If that happened, even if he had a 28-star aptitude, he would still die. This sovereign appreciates you very much. In the future, your ID card will be stamped with this sovereign's mark. If you encounter danger, take out your ID card. In addition, this sovereign will send someone to take you to choose your resources, Beast Sovereign said with a smile, staring at Zhou Xuanji. The more he looked at Zhou Xuanji, the more satisfied he was. The more he looked at Zhou Xuanji, the more satisfied he was. This kid was devilishly talented. His behavior was also very good. He was neither servile nor overbearing. He understood etiquette. Such a genius could go further. Before Beast Sovereign's rise, he was also like this. Only when he was strong enough could he do whatever he wanted. Thank you, Zhou Xuanji thanked him again. At the same time, he was looking forward to what kind of resources he would get. Beast Sovereign continued, your exterminating divine eyes have a very powerful origin. This sovereign can find one of the 5 ultimate gods to teach you. Zhou Xuanji suddenly thought of barbaric ultimate god and asked, can you save barbaric ultimate god? I am indebted to him for teaching me. With Beast Sovereign's ability, this shouldn't be difficult. Barbaric ultimate god? It's a piece of cake. He will be your subordinate in the future. With your aptitude, he doesn't deserve to be your senior. Beast Sovereign shook his head with a smile. Beast Sovereign shook his head and smiled. He did not put barbaric ultimate god in his eyes at all. He paused for a moment before continuing, cultivate well. The evil sky divine range will do its best to nurture you. But you have to repay the evil sky divine range. Your first goal is to surpass and defeat Ingzhuge. Chapter 702. Ingzhuge. Zhou Xuanji was stunned. He couldn't help but ask, is the evil sky divine range related to his divine range? In the superstar competition, Ingzhuge left the deepest impression on him. How long would it take for him to catch up with such a powerful genius? The most important thing was that while he was cultivating, Ingzhuge was also cultivating. Ingzhuge was a 17-star genius and a super divine range. His cultivation speed was absolutely terrifying. Yes, the evil Sky Divine Range and the Emperor Divine Range are mortal enemies. Every time there is a great elimination, the two sides will fight to the death. Now that you have joined the evil Sky Divine Range, they will also target you in the future. So, this sovereign needs you to suppress Zhuge and rub the Emperor Divine Range's spirit. Beast Sovereign nodded. Beast Sovereign nodded. When he mentioned the Emperor Divine Veins, his expression turned a little cold. Zhou Xuanji could only say, I will try my best. Since he had joined the evil Sky Divine Range, he should serve the evil Sky Divine Range. Beast Sovereign flipped his right palm as a fist-sized red flower with green petals flew out and quickly arrived before Zhou Xuanji. This is an 80-million-year-old Bodhi flower. After taking it, it can strengthen your physique. Your cultivation has been growing very fast recently, making your body a little weak, Beast Sovereign explained. After Zhou Xuanji took the Bodhi flower, Beast Sovereign waved his right hand and sent him out before he could even thank him. Ji Huanglin was waiting outside the door. Seeing Zhou Xuanji fly out, he said, Let's go, I will take you to register your identity and collect the treasures and the blessed place. Zhou Xuanji nodded and put the Bodhi flower into the supreme storage. He swept his gaze around. This place looked very desolate. Thunderclouds were billowing. There were no weeds growing on the ground. The soil was a little moist. It was like a place where ghosts gathered. Under Ji Huanglin's lead, they came to a stone gate. Ji Huanglin swiped his ID card, and the stone gate immediately burst out with a colorful glow. They stepped through the stone gate and came to a bustling city in the blink of an eye. They were standing on a high platform that was 3,000 zhang above the ground. Buildings and pagodas stood in great numbers like mountains. Countless creatures were flying here and there. There were also many strange mounts and flying magical treasures. Heaven-shaking noises came from all directions. Zhou Xuanji could feel that the spiritual qi here was extremely majestic. It could even be compared to the space where the superstar sacred steel was located. As for the Longbo Divine Range, it couldn't be compared to this city. As far as the eye could see, the appearance of the giant city was incomparably magnificent and shocking. Ji Huanglin flew in a certain direction, and Zhou Xuanji followed closely behind. Along the way, the creatures that passed by first bowed to Ji Huanglin before looking at Zhou Xuanji. All of the creatures' first reaction was to be stunned. SSS, Zhou Xuanji. He's Zhou Xuanji. A man suddenly cried out in alarm. His voice was extremely loud, and it sounded like he had obtained an opportunity. Shua, countless gazes locked onto Zhou Xuanji from all directions. After the superstar competition, who could forget Zhou Xuanji's face? It's really him. Di Zun is mighty. He really managed to rope in this 18-star prodigy. Damn it, he made me penniless, but I still can't hate him. With Ji Huanglin leading the way personally, it seems that Sovereign Emperor wants to focus on nurturing Zhou Xuanji. Nonsense, 18-star aptitude, if it were you, wouldn't you nurture him? All sorts of discussions entered Zhou Xuanji's ears, but he was very calm and his expression did not change. He had experienced such scenes many times. Although it was not as impressive as this, he was already used to it. However, the evil Sky Divine Range was indeed more enthusiastic than he had imagined. Half an hour later, Ji Huanglin brought Zhou Xuanji to a silver-white palace levitating in the air. There were many creatures walking along the corridors of the palace, and all of them were existences that Zhou Xuanji could not see through. They first came to a side hall. There were many wooden cabinets in the hall, and each of them was a flying artifact. They looked like models, and even the biggest one was not as tall as Zhou Xuanji. You can pick any artifact here. All of them are flying artifacts that can be controlled with spirit stones. You don't have to use your Tao energy to control them, Ji Huanglin introduced. Ji Huanglin introduced, and Zhou Xuanji nodded. He immediately wandered around the hall. Since he was going to choose, he would choose the highest and most expensive one. Each artifact had a wooden plate in front of it, with a price tag. The lowest one needed 50 million merit points, which made him sigh in amazement in his heart. The gap between divine ranges was really huge. Soon, he came to a phoenix carriage. The carriage looked like it was made of gold. It was resplendent and noble. It was pulled by 3 fire phoenixes, and 2 fire cheilants were beside it. They were flapping their wings and galloping on the spot like living spirits. The price was 1.3 billion merit points. This was much more expensive than Ji Huanglin's golden wheel. This is the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage. These 5 gods all have the cultivation of 9 vast heavens. As your cultivation grows, they will continue to grow stronger. This is the only one in the entire Evil Sky Divine range, and it has just been built. You came at the right time. If it were someone else, no matter how many merit points they had, they would not be able to buy it. Ji Huanglin walked up to Zhou Xuanji and introduced it to him. There was a trace of envy in his tone. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow and said, "Then, I want it." Ji Huanglin nodded before waving at a middle-aged man not far away. As expected, everyone here knew Zhou Xuanji. Beast Sovereign had already ordered that no matter what Zhou Xuanji chose, they would give it to him directly. Of course, he could only choose one treasure of any type. And so, Zhou Xuanji obtained the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage and sealed it in a scroll. Ji Huanglin told him that it would be best to let the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage recognize him as its owner after breaking through to Dao Ancestor. Zhou Xuanji couldn't help but feel a little disappointed after hearing this. Such an eye-catching treasure had to be hidden for a while longer. However, once the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage recognized him as its owner, it would be equivalent to having 5 pets with the cultivation of 9 vast heavens. Just thinking about it made him excited. Next was the selection of the grotto heavens and blessed lands. They were also selected in a palace. Each grotto heavens and blessed lands were marked with their grades and prices. There was also a general introduction. With a sweep of his divine sense, he could look down at the grotto heavens and blessed lands. In the end, Zhou Xuanji chose a grotto heavens and blessed land called Pure Sword Heaven. It was an extremely vast and independent world. The spiritual qi there was also top-notch in the Evil Sky Divine range. Ji Huanglin, who was leading the way, suddenly felt tormented. This kid's appetite is really big. He didn't keep a low profile at all. He chose the best. After that, Zhou Xuanji chose a divine robe worth 1 billion merit points. It was called the Purple Sky Stardust Robe. It could automatically adjust to the size of one's body. It contained restrictions that could resist fatal attacks, avoid the damage of space-time electric currents, and even transcend tribulations. It had many functions. After Zhou Xuanji put it on, his entire temperament suddenly changed. Coupled with his purple eyes, he looked like a divine lord. He was majestic, handsome, domineering, and confident. When he stood next to Ji Huanglin, people could feel that his aura wasn't weak at all. It was even slightly stronger. Ji Huanglin didn't have such an expensive divine robe. Even if he had so many merit points, he was reluctant to squander them. Clothes make the man. As soon as Zhou Xuanji came to the Evil Sky Divine range, he became rich instantly. He was in a great mood. Chapter 703. After getting the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage, Pure Sword Heaven, and the Purple Sky Stardust Robe, Zhou Xuanji was very satisfied. However, the surprise was not over yet. Ji Huanglin took him to continue picking boots, crowns, servants, and so on. Beast Sovereign was completely considerate of him in all aspects. He had never imagined such treatment before. He was only protected in the Longbow Divine range and received a few merit points. Looking at the Evil Sky Divine range, they were very generous, showing the bearing of a super divine range. Zhou Xuanji's identity medallion was also transformed into the identity medallion of the Evil Sky Divine range. The identity medallions of different divine ranges were different to indicate their identity. If they were the same, there would definitely be a fight. After half a day, Zhou Xuanji returned to the golden ship with a rich harvest. Next, they were going to Pure Sword Heaven. "Master, how was it? What did they give you?" Xiao Hu asked curiously with a face full of expectation. The more generous Zhou Xuanji's treatment was, the more comfortable they would be. The old beggar nodded and said, "You can see how much the evil sky divine range values you now." Before Zhou Xuanji could speak, Ji Huanglin shook his head and said, "Don't ask, you will know soon." His tone was filled with helplessness. These guys didn't seem to know what 18-star aptitude meant. Any divine range would vigorously cultivate them and even have the opportunity to sit on the position of range master. Beast Sovereign used to have 18-star aptitude. He was recruited by the Evil Sky Divine Range and took over the Evil Sky Divine Range after becoming powerful. He was now looking for an inheritor. Divine ranges were like this. The position of range master wasn't the best. After a long time, one would get bored and want to rest. How many things did a divine range need to consult the range master? No matter how great one's ambition was, it would be worn down by time. Especially for super divine ranges like them, they had a solid foundation. There wouldn't be too much trouble, and it would be difficult to shake other super divine ranges. Next, the golden ship set sail for pure sword heaven. Everyone was very curious about their next destination. Xian Xianghua couldn't help but ask Zhou Xuanji telepathically. Zhou Xuanji didn't hide anything from her. He told her everything he had obtained, which made her eyes widen. Putting aside pure sword heaven, the treasures Zhou Xuanji obtained added up to more than 5 billion merit points. After all, she had been in the longbow divine range before. She knew how huge this number was. It seemed that the evil sky divine range really regarded Zhou Xuanji as a treasure. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. They came to a vast ocean, and Ji Huanglin asked Zhou Xuanji to take out the pure sword heaven token. Pour your Dao power into it and shoot it forward to create an entrance to the barrier. Having heard this, Zhou Xuanji did as he was told. Soon, a hole that was dozens of feet wide appeared in front of him, looking like a whirlpool. The golden divine ship sailed into it, and they arrived at a vast and majestic world. The blue sky and blue sea stretched as far as the eye could see, and the spiritual energy was extremely abundant. There were many creatures here, but none of them had developed intelligence. They were like animals in the mortal world. The golden divine ship continued forward, bringing them around pure sword heaven. This world will belong to Zhou Xuanji from now on. This is definitely the most top-notch grotto heaven in the evil sky divine range. You can only enter with Zhou Xuanji's permission. Otherwise, you will be killed without mercy. You guys, who follow him, are really blessed. Ji Huanglin introduced with a smile. Even his blessed lands were not as high-grade as Zhou Xuanji's. Although he was envious, he was not jealous. He had always had the dream of becoming the lord of the evil sky divine range. Zhou Xuanji was of the same generation as him. Zhou Xuanji might become his right-hand man in the future. He did not want Zhou Xuanji to grow too slowly. Qiu Hu, Sheng Tiandao, the old beggar, Si Mengyan, Su Qin, barbarian god Huang Luo, and the others were all dumbfounded. Such dense spiritual qi and such a huge world all belonged to Zhou Xuanji alone? Those who were brought by Xian Xianghua from the demon realm were trembling with excitement. Their realm lord's man was so favored. Their status would surely rise as well. After wandering around for a while, Ji Huanglin moved them out and said to Zhou Xuanji, "Those servants will come in a few days. At the same time, they will assign you a maidservant in charge. You can look for her if you need anything. You can trust her completely. This maidservant has been cursed. If she dares to disobey the master or the evil sky divine range, she will be destroyed by the heavens." After that, Ji Huanglin left quickly on the golden divine ship. Xian Xianghua looked at Zhou Xuanji and said meaningfully, "Lang Jun, it seems like you are blessed to have a maidservant to serve you." Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes at her and didn't bother to reply. Next, they began to choose a place to stay. Zhou Xuanji naturally wanted the most precious place. And so, everyone dispersed. Zhou Xuanji and Xian Xianghua came to the highest peak. The spiritual qi here was the densest. The entire mountain was planted with all kinds of treasures. Are you going to move Emperor Sword Court next? Xian Xianghua asked. Although pure sword heaven was huge, it would be consumed sooner or later if a force was allowed to take root. It was also easy for disputes to arise. The evil sky divine range gave him pure sword heaven because they hoped that he could cultivate in peace and not waste time on other things. Zhou Xuanji said, they can't withstand such spiritual qi. They need to have at least connecting heaven level 10 cultivation to be qualified to come here. Moreover, developing here is not a good thing. If Beast Sovereign hears about it, what will he think? There were countless forces under the divine range. But most of them were scattered at the bottom of the divine range, at the edge, or in the Kunlun universe. In terms of the number of living creatures, the divine range was strictly controlled to prevent enemies from sneaking in or to make the divine range lose balance. Xian Xianghua nodded. Zhou Xuanji immediately sat down and began cultivating. Xian Xianghua, on the other hand, built a building nearby. The old beggar, Qiu Hu, and the others also found their own places to settle down. They were far away from each other, not wanting to disturb each other. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. A group of creatures exuding powerful auras flew over from the horizon and arrived above the mountain where Zhou Xuanji and Xian Xianghua lived. The leader was a woman in red. She had a beautiful face and a graceful figure. Her temperament seemed a little cold. She was dressed very nobly. The creatures behind her were divided into 2 groups of men and women. There were 3,000 of them each, and all of them looked expectant. They were naturally curious about Zhou Xuanji, who had been in the limelight recently. This slave, Chang Xian, has brought 6,000 slaves to greet the Lord, the woman in red said with cupped fists. The woman in red cupped her fists and said respectfully. Zhou Xuanji's voice came, "Come here." Upon hearing this, Chang Xian immediately came over to Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji, who was sitting on a boulder cultivating, looked at her and asked, "What's your cultivation?" Chang Xian, kneeling in the air, replied, 3 vast heavens cultivation. Those slaves are in the saint realm. They are responsible for taking care of pure sword heaven. 3 vast heavens. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. Such an expert is his maid? 9 vast heavens was just a general term for a realm. It was divided into first vast heavens, second vast heavens, 3 vast heavens, and so on. The strongest was 9 vast heavens. Chapter 704. While Zhou Xuanji was observing Chang Xian was also secretly observing Zhou Xuanji. She had also watched the superstar competition. Zhou Xuanji had left a deep impression on her. When she knew that she was going to be Zhou Xuanji's maidservant in charge of matters, she was pleasantly surprised. A woman like her would eventually be attached to a prodigy of the evil sky divine range. None of the maidservants had ever left the divine range. They had never even been to the origin city. They had always been gathered together to cultivate and learn all kinds of knowledge. At the same time, they had to maintain their purity so that their future master wouldn't dislike them. It was Chang Xian's first time going out, so she was very nervous. She could only pretend to be calm and indifferent. Xian Xianghua appeared not far away and looked at Chang Xian. Chang Xian understood that she was Zhou Xuanji's woman, so she respectfully saluted. "In the future, I'll leave the trivial matters of pure sword heaven to you. My subordinates are also in pure sword heaven. You can go and get to know them to avoid future misunderstandings. Take the servants to make arrangements. Don't disturb me unless I have instructions." Zhou Xuanji nodded. He was very satisfied with Chang Xian. At least this woman was pleasing to the eye. Understood. Chang Xian immediately left and arranged for 6,000 slaves to settle down. Zhou Xuanji did not think too much and closed his eyes to cultivate. After everything settled down, he prepared to go into seclusion to cultivate. Xian Xianghua shook her head and smiled. She also found a place to cultivate. The news that Zhou Xuanji had entered the evil sky divine range spread like wildfire in the divine range. The resources that he had obtained were even hotly discussed by countless creatures. Dizun really put in a lot of effort. As the range master, it was impossible for Sovereign to use all the resources of the entire divine range. After all, there were many old immortals behind the scenes. Each of them had their own power and resources. Zhou Xuanji's divine range access was so rich. Naturally, it was Sovereign who paid for it. No matter what, Zhou Xuanji was the most famous person in the Evil Sky divine range. Everyone knew about him. The news spread further and further, and it even spread to the other divine ranges and origin cities, becoming the topic of conversation for countless living beings. In the blink of an eye. Half a year passed quickly. Ji Huanglin came to visit again. He was carrying a cage with barbaric ultimate god inside. It was curled up like a docile black cat, looking very cute. Seeing barbaric ultimate god, Zhou Xuanji wanted to laugh. He said, "Don't pretend to be asleep. Isn't it better to escape with your life?" Having heard this, barbaric ultimate god opened his eyes awkwardly, but he still did not dare to look into Zhou Xuanji's eyes. Although it placed its hopes on Zhou Xuanji to escape, it did not want to become his subordinate. When it heard this news, it was as if it had been struck by lightning. First, it was ecstatic, then it collapsed. It couldn't believe that Zhou Xuanji had so much power to make Beast Sovereign speak in person. Later, it learned from the powerful cultivator who escorted it that Zhou Xuanji had won the first place in the superstar competition 3 times and was tested to have 18-star aptitude. 18-star. It almost wanted to curse the heavens. On what basis did this kid attain 18-star aptitude? It had been a torturous journey for it. It was too painful. "Humph, hurry up and call me master." Ji Huanglin snorted coldly, which made Zhou Xuanji want to laugh. Barbaric ultimate god seemed to have suffered a lot. He said weakly, "Master." Zhou Xuanji nodded and said to Ji Huanglin, "Many thanks." In just half a year, the barbaric ultimate god had been sent to him. Beast Sovereign was really powerful. After all, the barbaric ultimate god had a special identity and was suppressed in the Great Elimination. How many connections did he have to go through? It's a piece of cake. Let's start the master recognition and seal it, lest this guy offends his superior. Ji Huanglin took out a white talisman with red characters and handed it to Zhou Xuanji. Barbaric ultimate god heaved a heavy sigh. It was extremely uncomfortable. It felt even more uncomfortable when it remembered that it had dug out Zhou Xuanji's heart. In the future, it would definitely have a dark time under Zhou Xuanji's control. Under Ji Huanglin's guidance, Zhou Xuanji integrated the white talisman into his body and established some kind of connection with the barbaric ultimate god. He felt that he could make the barbaric ultimate god suffer a fate worse than death with just a thought. He could even kill it directly. This feeling was too good. He couldn't help but smile when he recalled how arrogant the barbaric ultimate god was. Seeing his smile, barbaric ultimate god felt ashamed. After that, Zhou Xuanji and Ji Huanglin exchanged some pleasantries before Ji Huanglin left. Zhou Xuanji introduced the barbaric ultimate god to Xian Xianghua and Chang Xian. He also told the barbaric ultimate god not to hurt any creature here. The barbaric ultimate god had been cursed. How could it dare to court death? If it hadn't dug out its heart, it would have dared to be mischievous. But now, it could only admit defeat. Chang Xian was very surprised after learning the identity of the barbaric ultimate god. After all, she was born and raised in the Kunlun origin court. Naturally, she had heard of the myths and legends of the 5 ultimate gods. She didn't expect that such a person was still alive and had become Zhou Xuanji's slave. She was excited about this. Beast Sovereign was really going to support Zhou Xuanji. She would be Zhou Xuanji's woman for the rest of her life. The stronger Zhou Xuanji was, the better she could live. At this point, the barbaric ultimate god joined the pure sword heaven. Zhou Xuanji would ask it for the greatly divine suppressor technique when he wasn't cultivating. In order to please Zhou Xuanji, barbaric ultimate god also did its best. 20 years passed. During this time, Zhou Xuanji broke through to the 3rd level of the greatly divine suppressor technique. The number of greatly avatars had reached 2,370. This was all thanks to the barbaric ultimate god's dedicated cultivation. The barbaric ultimate god was also very surprised. The current Zhou Xuanji was like a completely different person. His cultivation talent was really terrifying. Not only him, but Zhou Xuanji also noticed it. When he was cultivating in the past, his cultivation speed was not this fast. At first, he thought it was because of the pure sword heaven, but later he realized that it was not the case. His aptitude had indeed increased. He suspected that it had something to do with the great Tao tempering pool. Otherwise, why would he have such a sudden change? Other than that, he couldn't think of any other possibilities. He was very close to becoming a late-stage Tao-treading saint. No wonder the cultivation of those geniuses was so terrifying. The spiritual qi and Tao power of the super-divine range were really abnormal. Ever since he came to pure sword heaven, he felt that he was close to becoming a Tao ancestor. Xian Xianghua, Qiu Hu, and the others were also cultivating diligently. They did not leave pure sword heaven. On this day, Zhou Xuanji was awakened by the mark on the ID medallion. He opened his eyes and took out the medallion. Brother Zhou, our Xian Mao's next mission is about to begin, are you free? Yi Jun's voice came from the identity token. Although he was laughing, his laughter was a little uneasy and not as carefree as it used to be. The current Zhou Xuanji was enough to make him revere him. Zhou Xuanji replied, anytime. Give me a time. After cultivating for so long, he needed to test his strength. It was not a good thing to keep cultivating blindly. Very well, then I will confirm it in a month. Go early and come back early. Don't worry, the rewards of this mission will not disappoint you, Yi Jun said excitedly. Yi Jun said excitedly. Zhou Xuanji nodded in response, and the conversation ended. Zhou Xuanji took back his ID medallion with a look of anticipation. After cultivating for 20 years, it was time to show off. I have countless legendary swords. I have countless legendary swords. Chapter 705. 1 month later. Zhou Xuanji left pure sword heaven and headed for the origin city near the evil sky divine range alone. No one stopped him, but he could feel several divine senses scanning him. Although the Kunlun origin court was safe, Beast Sovereign was still worried that something would happen to him. Even if he was worried, Beast Sovereign would not stop him. Even the strongest prodigy had to go through the baptism of battle. After coming to an unfamiliar origin city, Zhou Xuanji asked around and found out where the Vocation Palace was. His appearance caused a commotion in Feng Yuan City. All the living beings in this origin city came from the nearby Great Divine Ranges. They were powerful, but they were still very excited and curious to see Zhou Xuanji. This year's superstar competition had made Zhou Xuanji successful. Later, it was revealed that he had 18-star aptitude, which meant that he had more potential than Ingzhuge. Zhou Xuanji evaded along the way and finally came to the Vocation Palace. He found the side hall of the Void Boundary War God and teleported to the Void Boundary Hall. He wasn't on the first floor, but on the 98th floor. He went straight up. Different origin cities had different teleportation locations. Generally speaking, the stronger the origin city, the higher the teleportation array in the Void Boundary Palace. Soon, he arrived in front of the tower where Empyrean Zhenyan was. Nangong Jiayin, Yi Jun, Su Huang, and the others had been waiting for a long time. Seeing him walk over, Xian Mao's Tao lords came up to congratulate Zhou Xuanji. Now, Zhou Xuanji was already above them. When they heard that Zhou Xuanji had obtained a massive amount of resources from the evil sky divine range, although they were envious, they didn't dare to have any ill intentions. If they dared to plot against Zhou Xuanji, the evil sky divine range would surely kill them at all costs. This was also the reason why the evil sky divine range spread the news of Zhou Xuanji's treatment. They wanted to tell the Kunlun origin court how much they cared about Zhou Xuanji. Alright, enough with the pleasantries. You'll have plenty of opportunities later. Come here, I'll explain the details of this mission. This mission involves a divine range, so I can't let you go rashly. Empyrean Zhenyan said, drawing everyone to him. This task is to capture a Dao-treading venerable. Although his strength is not strong, he used to be from the Emperor Divine range. The Emperor Divine range has never put him on the wanted list. The Void Boundary Palace suspects that the Emperor Divine range wants to protect that guy. After all, that guy has the soul of an ancient giant demon in his body. Heavenly Sage Xin Yan talked endlessly, making Zhou Xuanji raise his brow. The Emperor's divine veins? He suddenly felt that there was something fishy about this matter. Could it be that this was arranged by Beast Sovereign? Otherwise, it wouldn't be so coincidental that he didn't encounter any questioning from the Evil Sky Divine range along the way. It seemed like they wanted to test how he would react when facing the Emperor's divine range. After all, the Evil Sky Divine range and the Emperor Divine range were mortal enemies. The target's name was Xie Huili. He had a special bloodline and a 17-star aptitude. However, he could easily lose control. After Heavenly Venerable Xin Yan handed over the task, Xian Mao left through the space-time tunnel. Brother Zhou, this divine robe of yours is not simple, right? Yi Jun said in amazement as he looked at Zhou Xuanji's purple sky stardust robe. His tone was filled with envy. It was the same for the others. Zhou Xuanji shook his head with a smile and said, "It's a gift from the divine range. I can't afford the clothes you are wearing." A Dao ancestor asked about the price of the purple sky stardust robe out of curiosity. After hearing Zhou Xuanji's answer, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. It seemed like the rumors were true. Zhou Xuanji received resources worth more than 5 billion merit points on the first day he joined the Evil Sky Divine range. Nangong Jiayin said with a smile, "Brother Zhou, you've soared to the sky this time. Don't turn against us in the future." The others teased him as well. Unknowingly, their attitudes were lower than before. "I only treat people based on feelings, not identity," Zhou Xuanji said, shaking his head. He had a good impression of Xian Mao. At least, they had never had any conflicts. They were united during missions and were highly efficient. The group chatted as they headed toward the universe where Xie Huili was. That universe was a high-level universe, but the previous overlord was destroyed by a divine range. Now, the universe was in chaos. Xie Huili thought that he could hide there to avoid the disaster, but it was a pity that he underestimated the Void Boundary Palace's intelligence capabilities. Even without spies, the Void Boundary Palace could divine it. It was extremely horrifying. There was no danger along the way. 3 days later, they came to the target universe. "Su Huang, bring the 6 of them to gather intelligence." "We will wait here," Yi Jun instructed. Having heard him, Su Huang and the other 6 Dao ancestors nodded, and they left quickly. This mission involved the Emperor Divine range, so they had to be careful. Zhou Xuanji immediately sat down in the void and began cultivating. Seeing how diligent he was, the others looked at each other in dismay. All sorts of feelings welled up in their hearts. The more talented a prodigy was, the more they would risk their lives to cultivate. Nangong Jiayin asked Yi Jun, "There is news that Ingzhuge may come. If we meet him, we must escape, especially Zhou Xuanji. We must save him even if we risk being imprisoned." Yi Jun nodded. The other Dao fathers had no objections either. If they were captured, they still had a chance to live. But if Zhou Xuanji was captured, the Evil Sky Divine range would surely not let them off. Super Divine ranges were all very domineering. Zhou Xuanji heard their conversation but did not open his eyes. This was the reality. Even if he pretended to refuse, it was useless. Xian Mao wasn't giving him face. He was just afraid of the Evil Sky Divine range. In the blink of an eye. 7 days later. Su Huang and the others came back one after another. 2 of them were still injured. There were many native powerhouses in this universe, and the strongest among them could reach the 9 vast heavens realm. There are indeed traces of the Emperor's divine pulse. Xie Huili's information has been blocked, so we can't get any information. However, there is good news. Aside from us, there are other teams of Void Boundary War Gods who came here for a mission. Maybe we can join forces with them. Su Huang said with a solemn expression, which made Yi Jun frown. The mission target was only one person. If they joined forces with other teams, they would have to fight in the end. But fighting with void boundary war gods was better than offending the Emperor's divine range. Yi Jun looked at Zhou Xuanji thoughtfully. Maybe he could use Zhou Xuanji to intimidate the other void boundary war gods. Sure. After we complete the mission, if there are other teams competing with us, we will use Zhou Xuanji to repel them, Yi Jun said. After that, he looked at Zhou Xuanji and asked, Brother Zhou, do you mind? Zhou Xuanji replied without opening his eyes, I don't mind. With such a powerful backer, how could he not make use of it? Moreover, the more powerful he was, the more prestigious the evil sky divine range would be. This was not Wanshan Great Thousand. The evil sky divine range's status was much higher than the divine cliffs. Even the top-ranked super divine ranges would find it difficult to destroy the evil sky divine range. The group heard him and became excited. They began to discuss the plan. A while later, Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes suddenly. His purple pupils looked extremely evil. Someone is coming, he said with a deep voice. His exterminating divine eyes were extremely perceptive, so he discovered the situation before Yi Jun and the others. Having heard him, the group immediately took out their enchanted artifacts and prepared for battle. A stream of rainbow light came from the depths of the universe. Its aura was so powerful that it shook the space. Chapter 706. The newcomer was a muscular man wearing a black cloak with dragon scales. He had a dragon head and a human body. Sharp claws grew out of his sleeves like razor-sharp daggers. He looked at Xian Mao and the others and stopped less than 100 meters away from them. Zhou Xuanji, I didn't expect you to come too. Aren't you afraid that the Emperor Divine Range will attack you? The dragon-headed man asked with a cold smile as he locked his eyes on Zhou Xuanji. Yi Jun asked with a deep voice, Who are you? Tell me your name. You can call me Dao Guardian Dragon. I'm here to ask for your help to expel the Emperor Divine Range. The dragon-headed man replied as he looked at everyone. He frowned slightly but soon relaxed. Dao Guardian Dragon. Yi Jun and the others' expressions changed. Su Huang asked with squinted eyes, Dao Guardian Dragons are distributed in every high-level universe? Zhou Xuanji was curious. What was the origin of the Dao Guardian Dragon? That's right. We are determined to protect the peace of the universe. The Emperor Divine Range is shameless to act in the dark. That's why we asked the Evil Sky Divine Range for help. Because of this, you received this mission. I'm here to receive you, the Dao Guardian Dragon said. Most of the time, he was looking at Zhou Xuanji. Apparently, the Evil Sky Divine Range had instructed him. Zhou Xuanji could sense the kindness in his eyes. The Evil Sky Divine Range's arrangement? No wonder we can receive such high-level missions. Yi Jun frowned and mumbled to himself. The other Dao ancestors' expressions changed too. They immediately understood that they were being used. They looked at Zhou Xuanji instinctively. Zhou Xuanji could only shake his head and shrug. He really did not know. It was the Evil Sky Divine Range's arrangement indeed. What a schemer. Not only did they give him the opportunity to train, but they also had all sorts of methods to ensure his survival. All right, come with me. The Dao Guardian Dragon waved his hand and flew in another direction. Xian Mao and the others could only follow. Along the way, the Dao Guardian Dragon introduced the Emperor Divine Range's situation in this universe. Until now, the Emperor Divine Range had become more and more rampant. They had begun to travel the universe openly in search of Xiaohuili. It was not a big deal for a divine range to conquer a universe in the Kunlun origin court. But there were always some divine ranges that advocated peace. They worked together to protect the universe, and the Dao Guardian Dragon was one of them. No matter where it was, justice would always have the upper hand in public opinion. This was especially so for high-class cosmoses. The god ranges wouldn't dare to attack them easily. Strange. Since Xiahuli is from the Emperor's divine range, why is he hiding? A Dao ancestor asked curiously, afraid that there was a trap. The Dao guardian dragon answered, it should have something to do with personal hatred. It seems like Xiahuli's family was killed by the geniuses of the Emperor divine range. That is why he awakened. Such things were not uncommon in the divine ranges. Only geniuses like Zhou Xuanji, who were heavily nurtured by the divine range and no one dared to offend them, could they cultivate without any worries. The Dao guardian dragon received information about Xiahuli and was saved by a race. If he wanted to capture Xiahuli, he had to first gain the trust of that race. This was suspected of deception. But there was no other way. Only by handing over Xiahuli would the universe be at peace, and the Emperor's divine range would leave. Zhou Xuanji did not feel much about this. He did not speak and followed the group silently. 2 days later, they descended upon a great world and saw a group of strange creatures with deer heads and human bodies. They all looked rather old. The Dao guardian dragon was in charge of communication. Zhou Xuanji could not understand what they were saying, so he waited in boredom. After some negotiation, the Dao guardian dragon and Yi Jun left with them. Zhou Xuanji and the others stayed behind to wait for their return. Everyone, stay alert. A battle might break out at any time. Su Huang reminded them as he looked around vigilantly. The scenery of this great world was beautiful and picturesque. But at this moment, their eyes were filled with murderous intent. The Dao guardian dragon said that the people of the Emperor divine range might be hiding in every corner. Half a day later, Yi Jun and the Dao guardian dragon flew over with a pale-faced young man in ragged clothes. It was Xiahuli. He looked mentally exhausted as though he had been tortured. The mission is so easy? Nangong Jiayin asked with a raised brow. She felt that something was not right. The previous mission seemed easy, but Dao Hu Qiuzun appeared, which almost scared them to death. Yi Jun shook his head and said, the next part is the most difficult. Once this brat leaves this great world, the Emperor divine range will come after him. Zhou Xuanji sized up Xiahuli. This brat's eyes were lifeless, as though his heart had already died. He was curious what kind of soul this brat was hiding, for 2 super divine ranges to fight over. Let's leave as soon as possible. The Dao guardian dragon muttered and looked toward Zhou Xuanji again. Although he was worried about Zhou Xuanji's safety, he was not frustrated. Instead, he looked forward to it. He had seen Zhou Xuanji's performance in the superstar competition and felt that this brat had many tricks up his sleeves. He might bring them unusual hope. Su Huang took out a jade disc and said, everyone, come up. Shortly after, he stored everyone into the jade disc and merged with it. They turned into a stream of green light and disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. In the jade disc, the Dao guardian dragon continued to tell them about the powerful cultivators of the Emperor divine range. The group listened attentively. Zhou Xuanji was most concerned about Ingzhuge. Ingzhuge was probably sent here to deal with him. Zhou Xuanji was no match for Ingzhuge now. But if they were to fight, he would not back down. Boom! The jade disc suddenly shook violently, startling everyone. TSK, where are you going? A mocking laughter came from the outside. Su Huang immediately cast a spell to stabilize the jade disc. Yi Jun and the others took out their enchanted artifacts and cast their divine abilities. Their Dao energy penetrated the jade disc and swept outward. Xiahuli mumbled, fate. We can't escape from the past after all. No one paid any attention to him. Everyone was tense. Zhou Xuanji was also prepared for battle. Once he activated the sword fusion technique and the 9-soul fusion technique, his power would increase tremendously. Together with the Great Li avatar, he had a high chance of escaping. Boom! 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 The jade disc shook violently as though it would crack at any moment. The Dao guardian dragon gritted his teeth and said, this is bad. I sense the aura of the 4th vast heaven. It might be Ingzhuge. His cultivation was only at the 1st vast heaven, so he was no match for Ingzhuge. Yi Jun and the others became even more anxious. They were only Dao ancestors, so it was impossible for them to defeat Ing Zhuge. Even if they worked together, they would not be able to defeat Ing Zhuge with just one hand. You, escape with him. Yi Jun suddenly looked at Zhou Xuanji and cried out with a deep voice. Next, he took out a rosewood door. After he opened the door, it was pitch black inside. Zhou Xuanji did not hesitate and entered the door with Xie Huli. The Dao guardian dragon heaved a sigh of relief and gave a strange smile. Nangong Jian dashed into the rosewood door suddenly, which shocked Yi Jun. Chapter 707. Carrying Xie Huli, Zhou Xuanji, and Nangong Jian shuttled through the dark void. Looks like this is a conspiracy. Nangong Jian sighed, her expression quite unsightly. Zhou Xuanji looked at her and asked, "Why do you say that?" Nangong Jian sighed and said, "The Dao Guardian Dragon meant that the evil Sky Divine Range sent you here to gain experience. But now, Yi Jun directly told you to run away, and the Dao Guardian Dragon didn't even stop you. What do you think?" Having heard this, Zhou Xuanji felt that it was reasonable. Had the Dao Guardian Dragon been bribed? No, the look in his eyes earlier shouldn't be able to fool anyone. Or had Yi Jun been bribed? That wasn't right either. Yi Jun had no reason to harm him. Even if he was bribed by other super divine ranges, he wouldn't dare to do so. The evil Sky Divine Range was so powerful that Yi Jun dared to provoke it? Zhou Xuanji frowned. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. It's not the Emperor's divine range. It's old demon Soul Mover. He's already controlling the people of the Emperor's divine range. Even your companions are being subconsciously controlled, Xie Huli spoke suddenly. With this, Zhou Xuanji shuddered. The terror of old demon Soul Mover was still fresh in his mind. In the superstar competition, if it weren't for Origin Court War God, these geniuses would have died. Old demon Soul Mover's aura was too terrifying. Nangong Jian was also frightened. She knew more about the terrifying legends of old demon Soul Mover. She shuddered at the thought of old demon Soul Mover. For some reason, they felt as if a pair of eyes were spying on them. This feeling was extremely uncomfortable. No. If it really is old demon Soul Mover, we won't be able to escape through the space-time tunnel. Nangong Jian gritted her teeth, her eyes full of fear. Zhou Xuanji frowned and thought about how to escape. At this moment, a giant hand flew over from the darkness in front of them and grabbed the three of them. Zhou Xuanji's vision darkened. He felt that his body was being squeezed, as though he would be crushed at any moment. Old demon Soul Mover. Zhou Xuanji gritted his teeth and immediately used the 9 soul fusion technique and sword fusion technique. He wanted to resist, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not break free. It's over. There was a loud bang. He felt the explosion of the giant hand, which almost killed him. Then, he fell to the ground. When he opened his eyes, he found that he had landed on a barren land with Nangong Jian and Xie Huli lying next to him. The two of them did not die, but they were injured to varying degrees. They crawled up one after another. This is, Nangong Jian's beautiful eyes widened and her body began to tremble. Zhou Xuanji's expression changed as well. This was because they had landed on a huge palm. At the end of the horizon, there were 4 fingers that seemed to reach the sky. He subconsciously looked to the side, and there was indeed a thumb. Zhou Xuanji immediately turned around and saw old demon Soul Mover's horrifying face. That pair of eyes were numb and cold, enough to scare everyone to death. Nangong Jian and Xie Huli hurriedly retreated in fear. They didn't dare to make a sound. Old demon Soul Mover didn't say anything either. He just looked at them quietly. This was a dark void, which made the environment even more eerie. Zhou Xuanji could sense old demon Soul Mover staring at him. It was like a child looking at an ant under his feet, curious but not complicated. However, for ants, this kind of gaze was extremely terrifying. Even if they were to be trampled to death, it would only be because of the other party's naivety and pure curiosity. After a long while, Old demon soul mover didn't say a word and just looked at Zhou Xuanji coldly. Zhou Xuanji couldn't stand it anymore. What do you want? Just say it. Zhou Xuanji said with a deep voice. It was not that he was courting death, but it was too torturous. Live or die, just give me a straightforward answer. Xia Huli looked at him with a strange expression. Is this brat tired of living? Oh, no. The geniuses of the super divine ranges were all like this. Arrogant and stupid. Nangong Jiayin was extremely nervous. She didn't dare to move or even breathe loudly. She kept sending telepathic messages to Zhou Xuanji, asking him to shut up. Zhou Xuanji ignored her and looked at Old Demon Soul Mover fearlessly. Old Demon Soul Mover said suddenly, there's something in your body. It's very mysterious. I can't see through it, and at the same time, it makes me feel very dangerous. Zhou Xuanji heard him and frowned. What is it? He couldn't help but think of the supreme legendary sword system. Other than the serendipity of the world's beginning, what else could make Old Demon Soul Mover so fearful? The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. Brat, how about you be my pet? Or else, I will eat them. Old Demon Soul Mover looked down at Zhou Xuanji and said word by word. The word eat made Nangong Jiayin and Xia Huli shudder. What's the end of being your pet? Zhou Xuanji asked. He was waiting. As long as Beast Sovereign sensed that something was wrong with him, he would surely come to save him. Although Old Demon Soul Mover was powerful, Beast Sovereign might not be afraid of him. It depends on your performance. I need you to be my pet to fight against the pets of other old demons. As long as you can win, I will let you live. Otherwise, I will extract your soul and make you wish you were dead, Old Demon Soul Mover said in a cold voice. Old Demon Soul Mover said coldly. His expression didn't change at all when he said this. It was because his expression didn't change that he looked extremely terrifying. Zhou Xuanji fell into silence. He didn't know what to say. Suddenly, a giant mountain rose behind Old Demon Soul Mover. Countless creatures and souls were still buried there, struggling silently. Okay. Zhou Xuanji said calmly. He had no other choice. He could feel Old Demon Soul Mover's murderous aura. It was like a stormy sea, soul-stirring. Old Demon Soul Mover grinned and flew forward. Zhou Xuanji looked back at Nangong Jiayin and asked, Are you okay? As for Xia Huli, he didn't care. What should we do? Didn't the evil sky divine range leave you a way to contact him? Nangong Jiayin asked telepathically. She didn't want Zhou Xuanji to die here. Becoming Old Demon Soul Mover's pet was absolutely miserable. Zhou Xuanji shook his head. If there was a way, he wouldn't have ended up like this. Xia Huli sighed and said, This is fate. I'm destined to be unlucky. You want to capture me, so you deserve to be stained with karma. Nangong Jiayin walked up to Zhou Xuanji and looked at Old Demon Soul Mover. She gritted her teeth and said, Senior, what do you want to let us go? If you want that brat, we can give him to you. Old Demon Soul Mover ignored her, which made her even more anxious. She didn't believe Old Demon Soul Mover's nonsense. Zhou Xuanji would definitely die in his hands, followed by her. Zhou Xuanji said, Forget it. If we anger him, we will die now. Nangong Jiayin's face was filled with despair. Humph. You old demon, you think you can touch the genius of the evil sky divine range? A cold snort came. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. Just when he was about to speak, a mysterious force teleported the three of them away. In the next second, Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and saw Beast Sovereign standing in front of him with his back facing him. Nangong Jiayin was stunned. She instinctively wanted to pull Zhou Xuanji back. Thank you, Beast Sovereign, for helping us. Zhou Xuanji cupped his fist and bowed. He heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Fortunately, he had a powerful backer. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Chapter 708. Who is he? Nangong Jiayin asked softly. Beast Sovereign's spirit was really strong, which made her feel more confident. Zhou Xuanji must have thanked him because of the Evil Sky Divine Range. The master of the Evil Sky Divine Range, Beast Sovereign. Zhou Xuanji replied. Upon hearing this, Nangong Jiayin felt as if she had been struck by lightning. How could this be? Such a big shot came in person. She instinctively looked at Zhou Xuanji. How terrifyingly talented was this brat? The Evil Sky Divine Range's Range Lord treated him so well that the Range Lord had to follow and protect him secretly even when he was out on a mission. She had never heard of such a thing before and only felt that it was absurd. Of course, she was even more surprised. With Beast Sovereign's help, they were saved. Beast Sovereign, who is this kid to you? Old Demon Soulmover stared at Beast Sovereign and asked in a deep voice. His hoarse voice made people shudder. Beast Sovereign smiled evilly and said, "What do you think?" As soon as he finished speaking, 2 golden spears appeared beside him. They were hundreds of meters long, and gusts of strong wind surrounded them, shaking the space. You want to capture this sovereign's person as a battle pet? Old Demon Soulmover, if you don't lose a layer of skin today, don't even think of leaving. Beast Sovereign said in a domineering manner. 2 golden light spears suddenly shot out, creating a deafening sonic boom. In an instant, golden light shone ahead, illuminating the entire dark void. The light engulfed Old Demon Soulmover's incomparably huge body. Roar! Old Demon Soulmover's roar resounded, shaking Zhou Xuanji and the others so much that they felt dizzy. Soon after, they were enveloped by a warm energy, and all the discomfort instantly disappeared. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and found himself surrounded by a golden radiance. Nangong Jiayin and Xia Huli stood beside him. It seemed that this place should be inside the Tao energy of Beast Sovereign. Zhou Xuanji let out a sigh of relief and took out the Holy Light Redemption Sword. He stabbed it into his abdomen and started to heal himself. Nangong Jiayin and Xia Huli looked at him strangely. Are you possessed? Nangong Jiayin asked with a frown. Beast Sovereign has already been sold. Can Old Demon Soulmover still bewitch Zhou Xuanji's mind? Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes and said, I'm healing myself. Was there such a healing method? Nangong Jiayin was curious but didn't ask any more questions. Xia Huli looked at Zhou Xuanji with a complicated expression. Why does Zhou Xuanji have the protection of a super expert like Beast Sovereign? About an hour later, the golden light around them suddenly disappeared, and the 3 of them appeared in a starry sky. Zhou Xuanji, your mission is still ongoing. This sovereign will only help you get rid of enemies that you cannot defeat. You will still need to compete with those in the same generation as you. Beast Sovereign's voice echoed in the universe. Only his voice could be heard, but he was nowhere to be seen. Nangong Jiayin sighed. Let's go. Beast Sovereign saved him this time, but what about next time? She understood that in the eyes of Beast Sovereign, there was only Zhou Xuanji. For her, this mission was still a perilous one. As the 3 of them continued forward, Xia Huli once again returned to his half-dead state. His eyes were lifeless. Zhou Xuanji and Nangong Jiayin moved forward at full speed, vigilant of their surroundings. Between Beast Sovereign and Old Demon Soulmover, who do you think is stronger? What happened to Old Demon Soulmover? Nangong Jiayin couldn't help but ask. The fear brought to her by Old Demon Soulmover was too great, but the moment Beast Sovereign appeared, he immediately resolved the crisis, making her sigh at her own insignificance. For many creatures, Tao ancestors were high and mighty, but for some existences, they were really insignificant. Zhou Xuanji replied, Beast Sovereign must be stronger, but not by much. Otherwise, it wouldn't have taken so long, and he wouldn't have left in such a hurry. He is probably injured. In the distance, the corner of Beast Sovereign's mouth twitched as he traveled through the space-time tunnel. Can't this kid leave me some face? As Zhou Xuanji had guessed, he was indeed injured. However, Old Demon Soulmover's situation was even worse. Beast Sovereign shook his head with a smile and quickly flew toward the Kunlun Origin Court. On the other side, Zhou Xuanji's trio was also flying toward the Kunlun origin court. However, their strength was limited. Very soon, they were lost in the layers of universes, unable to find the way forward. Although the Kunlun origin court was above all universes, one couldn't reach the Kunlun origin court just by flying up. The rules of the universe were different. Some universes were in different directions, and some were even rotating. After 12 hours, Yi Jun suddenly contacted Nangong Jiayin and asked where they were. Nangong Jiayin also didn't know where she was, but she told him about their situation. Yi Jun sighed. "We're in big trouble. We probably won't be able to escape. If you guys can't complete the mission, then forget it. Staying alive is more important." When Nangong Jiayin heard this, her heart sank to the bottom. Could it be that the other members of Xianmao were trapped? "That's all I have to say. We will try our best to escape. This mission is cancelled. Life and death are up to fate. Do your best to escape." Yi Jun's voice was filled with desolation. With that, he cut off the connection between the identity tokens. Zhou Xuanji and Nangong Jiayin fell into silence. So far, they hadn't seen anyone from the Emperor Divine range. How could they remain calm when the mission was suspended? Is the Emperor Divine range with Old Demon Soul Mover? Zhou Xuanji asked Xia Huili. After all, it was impossible for Old Demon Soul Mover to pass by this place. It was too much of a coincidence. There must be another reason. Xia Huili shook his head and sighed. The Emperor Divine range isn't any weaker than your Evil Sky Divine range. How much do you know about the Evil Sky Divine range? The waters of the Super God ranges are too deep. The Super God ranges might have mortal enemies, but there might also be people secretly colluding with each other. Zhou Xuanji frowned. Could there be people from the Emperor Divine range in the Evil Sky Divine range? That's right. They are mortal enemies after all. For safety, they must have sent spies to lurk among the enemy forces. Zhou Xuanji didn't speak but continued to think. He suspected that Beast Sovereign was using him as a chess piece. It wasn't just for him to gain experience. As a super genius of the Evil Sky Divine range, once he went out, he would surely attract the attention of the Emperor Divine range. Zhou Xuanji felt that this might be the reason. The three continued to move forward at full speed. After Yi Jun's communication, Nangong Jiayin became even more nervous. She kept her mouth shut. Although she was looking ahead, Zhou Xuanji could sense that her divine sense was sweeping around. They didn't stop after passing through space-time tunnels. Xia Huili had actually fallen asleep while being carried. It looked like he was already used to hiding and being chased. In the blink of an eye, 4 days passed. They came to a barren universe. Broken soil, stones, and some dried corpses were floating everywhere. Apparently, there was a massacre here before. It wasn't the first time Zhou Xuanji saw such a scene, so he didn't feel any discomfort. However, ever since he entered this universe, he felt that something bad was going to happen. Nangong Jiayin had the same feeling. Even her flying speed slowed down. Finally, "You are here, Zhou Xuanji." A familiar voice came from the front. Zhou Xuanji and Nangong Jiayin immediately stopped. They looked over and saw Ing Zhuge standing on a slanted floating mountain in the distance, calmly looking at them. Chapter 709. Zhou Xuanji looked at Ing Zhuge from afar. He wasn't moved at all. After all, before coming here, he had learned that Ing Zhuge was also participating in this mission. There was no need to guess that Ing Zhuge's mission was to suppress him. "What do you want?" Nangong Jiayin asked in a deep voice. She knew Ing Zhuge, who had the strongest performance in this superstar competition. She and Zhou Xuanji's strength couldn't be compared to Ing Zhuge at all. The difference was too great. Without the help of others, they were no match for Ing Zhuge. "You can leave. I only want to find him," said Ing Zhuge calmly. From the beginning to the end, his eyes were locked on Zhou Xuanji. At the end of the superstar competition, he even told Zhou Xuanji that he was looking forward to this kid's growth. Zhou Xuanji flew toward him without any fear. "Take him and hide to the side first," Zhou Xuanji said without looking back. Nangong Jian wanted to dissuade him, but the words fell on the tip of her tongue. Ingzhuge had already blocked them, so there was no way for them to escape. Zhou Xuanji directly used the sword fusion technique and 9-soul fusion technique, and he took out the almighty divine snake sword with his right hand. This sword required the cultivation of a mid-stage Dao-treading venerable, which was just right. The almighty divine snake sword of controlling Daos was huge, and it seemed to have been transformed from a python. Its entire body was pitch black, and it had a metallic feel to it. The tip of the sword was forked, and it looked like a snake's mouth. Ingzhuge glanced at his sword and quickly retracted his gaze. It was Zhou Xuanji's first time using a profound Dao-grade legendary sword. Ancient gazing, disaster releasing, universe essence, overturning heaven, connecting heaven, 9 extremities, primordial chaos, profound Dao, venerated marquee, vast sky, myriad life fusion, court overturning. The almighty divine snake sword of controlling Dao could devour the great Dao, but he didn't know if it could devour the Dao energy of the 9 vast heavens. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji's aura had already surpassed that of a Dao-treading saint. Nangong Jian's beautiful eyes widened in shock. This kid, a Dao-treading venerable, could have such an aura? Nangong Jian felt that Zhou Xuanji was not much weaker than her. No wonder you were tested to have 18-star aptitude. Fight me, I will fight you with the same level of cultivation, Ingzhuge said as he stared at Zhou Xuanji. He then immediately stepped into the air towards Zhou Xuanji. Boom! His aura erupted as well, and it was extremely powerful. Zhou Xuanji took the lead and clashed with Ingzhuge. A layer of blue light appeared like an armor, blocking the almighty Dao-controlling divine snake sword. In an instant, the myriad sky divine snake sword began to absorb Ingzhuge's Dao power. Ingzhuge raised his brow. He didn't panic. The silver armor suddenly exploded, blasting Zhou Xuanji away. Zhou Xuanji used the primordial chaos sword shadow. Billions of sword shadows flew toward Ingzhuge from different directions, leaving him nowhere to escape. The universe space fluctuated, stirring up waves of cold space-time winds. 81 sword souls condensed behind him. With him as the center, the tips of the swords pointed outwards, like the sword sex immortal ghost weep. This was the sword light shield art, and he used it as a sword soul. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and his purple eyes flickered with a cold light. The aura of a sword emperor was fully displayed. Ingzhuge stepped forward. The great desolation sword shadows couldn't touch him at all. They were all offset by his Dao force as if they were nothing. Very good. Zhou Xuanji, you did not disappoint me indeed. Ingzhuge smiled proudly. Even when facing Chu Machin, he had never said such words. He was very excited. Although there was still an insurmountable gap between him and Zhou Xuanji, he had already recognized Zhou Xuanji's aptitude. If this kid was in the same realm as him, what kind of strength would he show? Zhou Xuanji didn't answer. He rushed up to Ingzhuge as the thunderclap sword appeared in his left hand. The two swords were like the wind as he launched a violent attack on Ingzhuge. However, Ingzhuge didn't even raise his hand. He easily blocked all of his attacks. Zhou Xuanji could block his two swords with just his Dao force. Although this guy didn't use the mighty power of 9 vast heavens, the strength of his Dao force and the quality of his physical body were there. It wasn't easy for him to hurt Ingzhuge. Even so, he had to do his best. If he lost, Ingzhuge would probably take him back to the Emperor Divine range. After that, he wouldn't be greeted with friendly treatment. Zhou Xuanji used all kinds of sword Dao divine abilities. They were ever-changing. Ingzhuge waved his palm. This palm contained infinite fortune. Facing this palm, Zhou Xuanji only felt that colorful illusions of heaven and earth flashed before his eyes. Immediately after, he was blasted away, vomiting blood. He gritted his teeth. He felt that his body was about to explode. Damn it, Zhou Xuanji was furious. His face turned cold. The angrier he was, the calmer he became. He tried to calm his mind. In such a state, his aura faintly grew stronger. His divine abilities were boundless and boundless, blasting the universe to the point of collapsing and creating spatial cracks. Ingzhuge began to exert his strength. He waved his hand as if he was painting with an invisible pen. He pointed at the mountains and rivers, squandering his Tao energy. Layers of illusions of heaven and earth appeared behind him. It was the 9 vast heavens law idol. He stared at Zhou Xuanji with blazing eyes as if he was looking at his prey. Seeing that the distance between the two was getting closer and closer, Zhou Xuanji's aura was gradually suppressed. Even if the almighty divine snake sword of controlling Daos kept devouring Ingzhuge's Tao energy, it didn't help. The gap between the two's Tao energy was too big. When could an ant drink the ocean? Nangong Jiayin was anxious, but she didn't know what to do. Xia Huili furrowed his brow. He didn't expect Zhou Xuanji to be so powerful. His cultivation had long reached the Tao ancestor realm. But later, he offended the Emperor Divine Range, which caused his cultivation to be sealed. Even if he didn't have Tao energy, his vision was still there. As expected of an 18-star talent. Xia Huili sighed with a desolate expression. He could have enjoyed the same treatment as Zhou Xuanji, but his talent awakened too late. It was only after he caused such a disaster that the Emperor Divine Range would not allow him to grow. They would only use him as a weapon. The more he thought about it, the sadder he felt. Fate was really unfair to him. Boom! Zhou Xuanji was once again sent flying. Just as he stabilized his body, Ingzhuge suddenly raised his hand and said, "Enough, let's stop here." Zhou Xuanji was stunned. He asked with a frown, "If you want to fight with your full strength, then do it." He thought that Ingzhuge was tired of playing. "I don't want to kill you, nor do I want to capture you. I just want to see your strength. Also, I'll give you a piece of advice. Don't go any further." The corner of Ingzhuge's mouth rose as he said calmly. With that, he turned around. Zhou Xuanji did not loosen his brows and continued to frown. "By the way, when you take on a mission in the future, take it personally. Don't trust the Void Boundary Palace too much, and don't trust the Evil Sky Divine Range too much. Beast Sovereign is indeed powerful, but he hasn't reached the point where he can make decisions with a single word." Ingzhuge left these words and quickly disappeared. The universe was still on the verge of collapse. Nangong Jiayin, carrying Xia Huili, flew to his side and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Zhou Xuanji shook his head and replied, "I'm fine. He told us not to go any further. Could it be that there is already an ambush at the border of the Kunlun Origin Court? I have countless legendary swords. I have countless legendary swords." Chapter 710. "I'm not sure, but we'll be in danger no matter where we go." Nangong Jiayin sighed, looking at Zhou Xuanji with resentment in her eyes. Ever since they had met this brat, there had been a total of 2 missions, both of which were extremely difficult, and they had been hunted down twice. Her enemies were all existences that she could not defeat, which made her feel helpless and sad. Zhou Xuanji understood the look in her eyes and was speechless. He was also wondering if he was possessed by the star of misfortune, or did fate do something to him back then? No matter what, the most important thing now was to think of a way to escape. If he was dead, there was no point in pursuing this matter. He discussed it with Nangong Jiayin and decided to go in another direction. They couldn't hide here. They had to move quickly. Leave him behind. Zhou Xuanji looked at Xia Huili and muttered, "Consider it as giving him a way out." Nangong Jiayin nodded. She had long wanted to abandon Xia Huili, but since Zhou Xuanji didn't say anything, she was too embarrassed to do so. Xia Huili's eyes widened as he said, "This place is barren. Can you throw it somewhere else?" Zhou Xuanji and Nangong Jiayin directly tore space and disappeared into the turbulence of time and space, leaving Xia Huili in a state of confusion. These 2 bastards, Xia Huili clenched his fists tightly. His expression was extremely gloomy. Zhou Xuanji and Nangong Jiayin shuttled through the darkness. The light was getting weaker and weaker. Even their perception was weakening. What happened? Zhou Xuanji asked with a frown. He felt that they were flying in the wrong direction. Nangong Jian moved closer to him, and their arms were touching. He subconsciously shrank back, only to hear her say, "There may be an absolutely dark area ahead. Our senses and divine thoughts will be shielded, and it's easy to get lost. We'd better stay close to each other. Don't worry, you're too young. I don't fancy you." Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. He was provoked. But now was not the time to bicker. They could not separate, or else it would be dangerous. Zhou Xuanji needed Nangong Jian's strength and experience. If he were to rely on himself, he would probably get lost in the endless universe. The two of them continued forward. After a while, Zhou Xuanji put his arm around her shoulder. Even so, he felt that his hand was gradually losing consciousness. How could this be? "You've been here before?" Zhou Xuanji asked softly. It was his first time coming to such a place, and he felt lost and uneasy. He did not know where the future lay, nor did he know what was hidden around him. The feeling of his senses being blocked was incomparably terrifying. In absolute darkness, nothing could be seen. Even the people around him were disappearing. "I'm not sure. Looks like we're in trouble." Nangong Jian sighed, her tone much softer than usual. In this desperate situation, her willpower also began to fade. Zhou Xuanji wanted to reply, but he suddenly found that his throat seemed to be blocked, and he could not speak. At this moment, endless sleepiness surged into his mind, causing his eyelids to become extremely heavy. In the end, he sighed silently in his heart. His consciousness completely fell into chaos. After an unknown period of time, Zhou Xuanji felt the warm wind blowing against him. He slowly opened his eyes and saw 10 suns hanging high in the crimson sky. Wisps of flames floated past his eyes. He sat up with difficulty and shook his head. He suddenly caught a glimpse of Nangong Jian lying next to him. Her clothes were disheveled and she was covered in scars. She looked very miserable. He looked down at his own body and found that he was also injured. He took out 2 holy light redemption swords and pierced one into his thigh and the other into Nangong Jian's abdomen. While healing himself, he observed his surroundings. They were lying in a desert with undulating sand dunes. There were only a few dead trees and no signs of living beings. "Where is this?" Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow as he stared at the 10 suns above. He always felt that this scene was familiar. A sweet snort came from the side. Nangong Jian had woken up. She didn't panic. She was very calm. She noticed that her clothes were not covering her body. She couldn't help but glare at Zhou Xuanji before taking out a robe and wrapping it around her body. "I'm not interested in your old body," Zhou Xuanji said in a hoarse voice. Zhou Xuanji said with a hoarse voice. He still remembered that Nangong Jian had dissed him before he passed out. Nangong Jian immediately became angry when she heard this. Her throat was also very dry. She replied in a hoarse voice, "Humph, if I am willing to condescend to marry you, won't you be moved?" Zhou Xuanji stared at her with a strange look in his eyes and asked, "You don't know my current identity?" The look in his eyes seemed to be saying, "Are you worthy?" After going through life and death together in the absolute darkness region, the relationship between the two had obviously improved. In the past, they would not bicker like this. Nangong Jian looked at him bitterly, and then looked at the holy light redemption sword that had pierced her abdomen. "How many swords have you copied with my golden treasure basket?" She snorted coldly and asked. Thinking of this, she became angry. Zhou Xuanji had consumed a lot of her fate all of a sudden. She even suspected that it was because of this that she became so unlucky. Hearing her mention this, Zhou Xuanji felt that he was in the wrong and could only shut up. The two of them began to focus on recuperating from their injuries. At the same time, they were on guard against any sneak attacks. An hour later, Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and asked, "Do you know what this place is?" His throat had returned to normal, and his complexion was much better. I'm not sure. Let's look around. Zhou Xuanji nodded in agreement. The two immediately sheathed their swords and stood up. They didn't split up and walked forward. They didn't encounter any other living beings along the way. After walking for 7 days, they still hadn't reached the end. Something's wrong. Is this a sealed world? Nangong Jiayin frowned and muttered to herself. She looked a little nervous. Zhou Xuanji asked, "What do you mean?" She replied, "It means that we may be trapped here forever and can't escape. Only you and I will be left. We can't even cultivate. Didn't you notice that there is no spiritual qi or great Tao rules here?" Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow. He didn't want to stay here. His family was in the Kunlun origin court. He had to go back. Thinking of this, he took out the almighty divine snake sword of controlling Daos and threw it into the sky. The legendary sword soared into the sky, trying to pierce through the sky. However, the almighty divine snake sword of controlling Daos stopped after flying to a certain height and fell weightlessly. Zhou Xuanji's brow furrowed even tighter. He didn't believe it and followed suit. When he flew to a height of 90,000 feet, the Tao energy in his body disappeared into thin air. His body fell uncontrollably. What's going on? Zhou Xuanji's eyes widened. He couldn't understand this scene. He suddenly stared at the 10 suns. He finally remembered why he felt that this scene was familiar. It was the same for the suns of the solar system. There were 3-legged golden crows inside. However, there were no 3-legged golden crows in these 10 suns. Instead, there were 10 giant babies curled up, white and chubby. Chapter 7:11. Zhou Xuanji fell from the clouds. Nangong Jiayin quickly caught him. The two landed on the ground. A moment later, Zhou Xuanji's condition returned to normal. He pointed at the 10 suns and said, "Look at them." Nangong Jiayin looked up and asked, "What's wrong? Aren't they just 10 suns? What's so special about them?" "I guess it's an innate restriction." Zhou Xuanji frowned, looking at her and asked, "You can't see what's in the suns?" Nangong Jiayin's cultivation was higher than his. It was impossible that she couldn't see it. "What's there? Is there something wrong with your eyes?" Nangong Jiayin said angrily. She was in a bad mood. The thought of staying here until she died made her very annoyed. Eyes. Zhou Xuanji couldn't help but reach out to touch his eyes. Could it be that only the exterminating divine eyes can see what's in the 10 suns? The more he thought about it, the more possible it seemed. So he told Nangong Jiayin what he saw. Nangong Jiayin frowned and said, "How is it possible? You can see it, why can't I?" Zhou Xuanji was helpless. He could only tell her about the exterminating divine eyes. One of the 5 ultimate divine eyes, the exterminating divine eyes. Nangong Jiayin's eyes widened. She suddenly thought of something. Her hair stood on end, and she shuddered. Her body trembled as she murmured, "Could it be? Impossible, that's just a legend." Zhou Xuanji frowned again. Could it be that this woman thought of something? It was the first time he had seen Nangong Jiayin so scared. She was even more desperate than when she met old demon Soulmover. Nangong Jiayin sat paralyzed on the hill as if she had lost her soul. "Hey, what the hell is going on?" Zhou Xuanji couldn't stand it anymore and asked angrily. Nangong Jiayin was in a daze. She didn't say anything. Seeing this, Zhou Xuanji had no choice but to look at the 10 suns again. The 10 giant infants looked very peaceful. Their eyes were closed, and their bodies were slightly moving up and down with their breathing. Obviously, they were all alive. Zhou Xuanji felt very uneasy looking at them. He always felt that these 10 giant infants were extremely dangerous, especially with Nangong Jiayin's reaction. After a long while, Nangong Jiayin turned around and looked at Zhou Xuanji. She sighed and said, "Don't think about it. We are dead. They should be sovereign divine fetuses. We will be eaten by them sooner or later." Sovereign divine fetus. What was that? Zhou Xuanji looked confused. When the word sovereign was mentioned, he thought of the Kunlun origin court's sovereign. Could there be some kind of connection between the two? That's right, it's a child raised by a supreme being. The supreme being divine fetus is hidden in an independent plane and is not restricted by space and time. Legend has it that every supreme being will raise a supreme being divine fetus. If one accidentally falls into it, one will definitely become food for the supreme being divine fetus. Nangong Jiayin said worriedly. Zhou Xuanji asked, then who started this legend? Nangong Jiayin glared at him and said, now is not the time to talk glibly. Supreme magical powers are invisible to the naked eye. Only the 5 ultimate divine eyes can distinguish them. That's why the 5 ultimate gods died one after another. Zhou Xuanji sat down and did not reply. What are you thinking about? Nangong Jiayin asked. This time, she had changed a lot, just like a woman. Zhou Xuanji replied, since I can't escape, then I'll just wait for death. He didn't really want to give up, he just wanted to calm down. Along the way, the things they encountered were getting more and more ridiculous. Anyway, there was no way to escape. It was better to rest. Seeing him so calm, Nangong Jiayin's heart calmed down. Even this kid isn't afraid. What's there to be afraid of? He is so calm. He must be very confident. However, 10 days later, Zhou Xuanji still didn't move. Nangong Jiayin bumped his shoulder and asked, what are you thinking about? Why isn't this kid panicking? Waiting for death, Zhou Xuanji replied. Zhou Xuanji replied. He was indeed in despair. He couldn't even cultivate in this world. He couldn't feel Tao energy or spiritual qi at all. It was too lonely. If this continued, he would go crazy sooner or later. He would rather die in battle than die in such a useless way. Nangong Jiayin rolled her eyes and asked, what's the state of the sovereign divine fetus now? She couldn't see the sovereign divine fetus, so she was even more afraid. But she kept pretending to be calm. Under such circumstances, the calmer Zhou Xuanji was, the more secure she felt. Still sleeping. I guess he will never wake up, Zhou Xuanji replied casually. Zhou Xuanji replied casually with a perfunctory tone. He was really at his wit's end. Nangong Jiayin bit her lip as she looked at Zhou Xuanji faintly. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes, glanced at her, and asked, what's wrong? Don't worry, if we die together, Nangong Jiayin sighed. I don't want to die, I really don't want to die, Nangong Jiayin sighed and said in a very low voice. Who would want to die unless they were completely disheartened? Zhou Xuanji didn't want to either, but there was no other way. If I'm strong enough, Nangong Jiayin grew sadder and sadder. Her eyes even turned red. Zhou Xuanji's eyes widened as he suddenly thought of something. Boom! He soared into the sky and flew toward the 10 suns again. Nangong Jiayin was startled. She got up and wanted to pull Zhou Xuanji back, but it was too late. Zhou Xuanji quickly rose like a sharp arrow soaring into the sky. He was unstoppable. He didn't use Tao energy but just his physical strength. An invisible force poured into his body as if to press him down. He rushed toward a sun with all his might, but his speed was getting slower and slower. In the end, he plunged into a sun. As if he had broken through a thin film, a dense and scorching Tao energy flooded him from all directions. There was Tao energy in the sun. He finally understood why there was no Tao energy in this world. It turned out that it was absorbed by the 10 giant infants. All the Tao energy gathered around them, forming 10 giant suns. At the same time, they could also affect the Tao energy. After Zhou Xuanji figured this out, he felt that it might be possible to break through with his physical strength. He didn't expect to succeed. He floated in the Tao energy and looked at the giant infant. In front of the giant infant, he looked so small. With a thought, Zhou Xuanji began to use the soul division technique. He wanted to refine this giant infant into a clone. Apart from this, he couldn't think of any other way to escape. He could only rely on the giant infant to rush out. But just as he began to divide his soul, the giant infant in front of him suddenly opened its eyes. Its eyes were pure but its brows were furrowed, looking angry. Zhou Xuanji was frightened. His body stiffened, not daring to move. Being stared at by the giant infant, he felt as if he was being stared at by old demon Soul Mover. It was too horrifying. Is it really the sovereign divine fetus? Zhou Xuanji thought in shock. If he dared to move, the giant infant would definitely make a move. Because he had already seen the giant infant's eager hands. The scene froze. He was motionless, and so was the giant infant. They didn't even bat an eyelid. After a few dozen breaths, Zhou Xuanji slowly retreated. The giant infant leaned forward toward him, scaring him into stopping immediately. If the giant infant leaned down a little more, it could swallow him in one gulp. Chapter 7:12. Zhou Xuanji was covered in cold sweat and did not know what to do. Why did this guy suddenly wake up? What was he trying to do? Zhou Xuanji could not see through the giant infant's gaze, but he could sense fatal danger. If he wasn't careful, he could be swallowed by the giant nascent soul. Nangong Jiayin looked up at the sky from the sand dune. She saw Zhou Xuanji rushing into the sun and then remaining motionless. She felt strange and inexplicably got goosebumps. She couldn't see the giant baby. The unknown was the scariest. Seeing that Zhou Xuanji did not dare to move, she became even more afraid. She wanted to call out to Zhou Xuanji but was afraid of disturbing the sovereign divine fetus. At this moment, suddenly, she saw Zhou Xuanji's legs kicking. He was holding something with his hands, as though something invisible was attacking him. Could it be that the supreme divine fetus wanted to eat him? She immediately rushed up, wanting to help Zhou Xuanji. However, when she flew to 90,000 feet, the Tao energy in her body disappeared, and she lost her balance and fell. By now, Zhou Xuanji was already in the massive infant's mouth. The massive infant chewed on him, and he was barely able to avoid being touched by its teeth. However, the massive infant was simply too powerful, and if this went on, he would be eaten sooner or later. Damn it! Who gave birth to this fellow? What a freaking freak! Zhou Xuanji gritted his teeth as he cursed. He immediately took out legendary swords and stabbed them into the giant infant's upper and lower body cavities, causing the giant infant to cry out in pain. No matter how much the giant baby cried, Nangong Jiayin couldn't hear it. Invisible and soundless. With the divine sword stuck in its mouth, the giant infant felt extremely uncomfortable. It struggled madly, and the rays of the sun became even brighter. Finally, the giant infant spat Zhou Xuanji out. His expression became savage, and he bared his fangs and claws at Zhou Xuanji. Evidently, he was completely enraged. Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and suddenly withdrew his sword. He then cast the 9 soul fusion technique and sword fusion technique, breaking through the sun and rushing towards Nangong Jiayin below. The giant baby rushed out. The sun behind him was attached to his body, and he instantly turned into a flaming man. The other 9 suns erupted as well. Raging flames blazed, turning into 9 fire gods high up in the sky. Nangong Jiayin could finally see the outline of the supreme divine fetus, but she still didn't know its true appearance. Why did you provoke them? Nangong Jiayin asked, gritting her teeth as she supported Zhou Xuanji. She could not understand what Zhou Xuanji was thinking. If he had a countermeasure, he should have discussed it with her. I want to borrow their strength to escape, Zhou Xuanji said calmly. The scene just then made him feel a lingering fear, but he could not show it, or else it would be too embarrassing. The 10 supreme being divine fetuses were furious, floating high up in the sky. The raging flames on their bodies surged higher and higher, as if they were going to burn the sky apart. What should we do now? Nangong Jiayin asked. She took out a golden staff with a string of jade beads in its mouth in her right hand and smashed the bottom of the staff into the sand. The entire desert was filled with sand waves, forming a sandstorm tornado that surrounded them. Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and said, "What else can we do? Of course it's a fight." He took out the almighty divine snake sword of controlling Daos. Under the effects of the sword fusion technique and the 9-soul fusion technique, his aura was still at its peak. He soared into the sky and quickly swung his sword towards the sky. Countless sword chis raged out. Ultimate Chaos Dao. This was the sword Dao theurgy he learned in the superstar competition. The violent sword energy sealed the 10 supreme divine embryos from all directions, slicing them into countless pieces. However, when the sword chi dissipated, the 10 sovereign divine fetuses gathered together once again. The strange thing was that these supreme divine fetuses didn't come down. They just looked down at them from above, as if they were very afraid. Wait, is there something underground? Nangong Jiayan's face changed as she spoke in a trembling voice. The mysterious power that could make Dao energy disappear did not touch the ground. Could it be that there was something terrifying hidden underground? Zhou Xuanji also felt that something was amiss and scanned down with his divine will. Nothing. The bottom of the desert seemed to be bottomless, and his divine sense could not reach the end. For a time, the scene fell into a stalemate. The sovereign divine fetuses floated above, unwilling to leave. Zhou Xuanji and Nangong Jiayin couldn't escape and could only stay where they were. It was as if the great Tao of space didn't exist here, and they couldn't escape through space. What should we do now? Have you noticed that the temperature is rising? I'm afraid the origin of this sand is not simple. Nangong Jiayin said in a low voice as she glanced around. Looking closely, there was a lot of sand floating on the surface of the desert. The sand was trembling slightly, and the tremor was getting stronger and stronger. Zhou Xuanji's face darkened. If this continued, something bad would definitely happen. Will they burn to death? Or will they be buried by the sand? The two fell into deep thought, trying to think of countermeasures. Inside a palace, Beast Sovereign was sitting on a high seat, cultivating. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. He furrowed his brow and murmured, "Sovereign divine fetuses. 10. Who the hell did this? Is it the current sovereign? No, he hasn't reached the point of creating sovereign divine fetuses yet." He felt that something was wrong. He couldn't sit down anymore. So he got up and disappeared from the palace. In the blink of an eye, he came to the space-time channel and quickly shuttled back and forth. A figure stopped him in front of him. Surprisingly, it was Origin Court War God, still shrouded in golden light. Beast Sovereign stopped and asked in a deep voice, "War God, what's the matter?" Origin Court War God replied, "Sovereign, go back. You are not allowed to leave the Kunlun Origin Court during this time." His tone was very tough, not giving Beast Sovereign any face. Beast Sovereign narrowed his eyes and asked, "Why?" He wasn't afraid of Origin Court War God. While speaking, he flew toward Origin Court War God. Sovereign has ordered that in the next 1,000 years, no range master is allowed to leave the Kunlun Origin Court. If anyone dares to violate this, I will take action directly, Origin Court War God replied. Spears of light appeared behind him, sparkling with golden light. They looked very dazzling. Beast Sovereign couldn't help but frown when he heard this. Sovereign's order. Could it be because of the sovereign divine fetuses? These two things were too coincidental. He couldn't help but think so. Can you tell me the specific reason? Asked Beast Sovereign. He had spent so much effort on Zhou Xuanji. He didn't want anything to happen to Zhou Xuanji. Origin Court War God was silent for a moment before replying, that existence is about to return. The Kunlun Origin Court needs your strength and also to protect you. That existence. Beast Sovereign's brow furrowed even tighter. He fell into deep thought. Soon, his expression changed. He anxiously said, "Let me save someone. It won't take long. I will rush back in the shortest time possible." Origin Court War God shook his head. He raised his right hand, motioning Beast Sovereign to go back. Beast Sovereign gritted his teeth and directly made a move. Countless demons flew out of his long sleeves, flooding toward Origin Court War God. While Origin Court War God was on guard, he directly tore the space with his hand and quickly slipped away. Origin Court War God chased after him even before the space crack closed. The two super-powerful cultivators passed through layers of space, chasing each other. Beast Sovereign, I advise you not to mess around. Otherwise, don't blame me for not considering our past relationship. Origin Court War God said in a deep voice. His tone was filled with anger. Chapter 713. Beast Sovereign ignored the threat of the Origin Court War God and continued to move forward at full speed. The Origin Court War God was furious. He immediately sped up and chased after him, the golden light on his body shining even brighter. He raised his hand and sent out a palm strike. Countless golden beams tore through space-time and electric currents as they shot towards Beast Sovereign. Beast Sovereign suddenly turned his head, his eyes sharp. He swept his right leg, and a strong wind swept across the group of golden beams. Then, his back smashed through the space-time wall, and his figure disappeared. The Origin Court War God pursued him relentlessly. In the mysterious desert, Zhou Xuanji and Nangong Jiayin were still looking up at the 10 sovereign divine fetuses. They didn't dare to lower their heads, fearing that the supreme divine fetuses would suddenly descend. The supreme divine fetuses were descending bit by bit. It was only a matter of time before they reached the ground. The most frightening thing was that more and more sand was floating in the air, and the whole world was filled with a dry and hot aura. Zhou Xuanji did not speak and continued to think of a solution. There was a breakthrough in any situation, it was just that he hadn't discovered it yet. For example, the Paragon Divine Fetus was afraid of the desert. There must be something in the desert. He grabbed a handful of sand in his hand and realized that the sand here was very heavy. Each grain of sand weighed 5,000 kilograms. It was truly strange. Nangong Jiayin was also thinking about this issue. Another 6 days passed. The 10 Paragon Divine embryos were less than 10,000 feet away from the ground. This distance was extremely dangerous for them. Zhou Xuanji felt that he could not endure it anymore. He immediately activated the Greatly Divine Suppressor technique and created 2,000 Greatly avatars, each of whom held a sword and soared into the sky. It was as if more than 2,000 stars were rushing towards 10 suns. The scene was extremely spectacular. What kind of divine ability is this? Nangong Jiayin asked curiously. She felt that the strength of these clones wasn't much different from Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji replied calmly, "Have you heard of the Greatly Divine Suppressor technique?" Nangong Jiayin shook her head. There were so many powerful cultivation techniques in the Kunlun Origin Court. How could she have heard of them all? The Dali clones surrounded the 10 supreme divine fetuses, and a chaotic battle ensued. The sovereign divine fetuses were no longer as sluggish, and they began to dodge and counterattack. Explosions rang out one after another, and flames and silver light flashed incessantly. In the end, all the Dali clones were annihilated, and the supreme divine fetuses were not injured. 2 of them even burped, looking like they were full. Zhou Xuanji frowned. He was really helpless. But he didn't want to wait for death. At this moment, the sovereign divine fetuses started to descend. Zhou Xuanji immediately pulled Nangong Jiayin and fled. The 2 of them dove into the desert and dove deeper. They wrapped their bodies with their Tao energy to prevent themselves from being squeezed by the sand. But as they dived deeper and deeper, a sense of heaviness began to appear. At the same time, they could sense that the sovereign divine fetus had also sunk into the desert and was chasing after them. Why did they suddenly riot? Nangong Jiayin asked, gritting her teeth. If they were caught by the Supreme Being Divine Core, they would be eaten. That type of death was truly horrifying and tragic. Zhou Xuanji said calmly, if we keep going down, they will stop eventually. If we die here, then so be it. We have already tried our best. The Supreme Divine Fetus was unfathomably powerful, so they could only run. He dived all the way down, not knowing how deep he had dived. Zhou Xuanji and Zhou Xuanji began to slow down. Their faces were flushed red, and the veins on their necks were bulging. They looked like they couldn't take it anymore. The supreme divine fetuses suddenly stopped chasing. Zhou Xuanji heaved a sigh of relief and stopped as well. At this time, a violent suction force came from below, directly pulling Zhou Xuanji and Nangong Jiayin down. Zhou Xuanji felt the world spinning, and his consciousness became dizzy. Soon, he felt himself falling into a small river and instantly sobered up. He quickly got up as the water on his body evaporated. He looked around and found himself in a forest. There was a waterfall on the mountain in front of him, flowing with blue water. Nangong Jiayin also stood up from the river. The river water soaked her clothes. She wiped her face and raised her eyes to look around. Her and Zhou Xuanji's eyes locked on a tombstone by the river. The two glanced at each other and immediately walked over. When they came to the tombstone, they saw a line of words, "I am not willing to be buried here. I imprisoned the sovereign's son and controlled the fate of the origin court." Zhou Xuanji and Nangong Jiayin frowned at the same time. The sovereign divine fetuses were imprisoned here? Who is this person? What does it mean to control the fate of the origin court? Zhou Xuanji took a step forward, took out the thunderclap sword, and gently touched the tombstone. Immediately afterward, the mound behind the tombstone instantly turned into flying ash and dissipated into the air. A big hole appeared, revealing a sarcophagus inside. Its surface was covered with green moss. "Don't act rashly," Nangong Jiayin warned. She was afraid that Zhou Xuanji would directly open the sarcophagus. What if there was an even more terrifying existence hidden inside? Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "Go around and see if there is a way to escape. I will study it. Remember, safety is the most important. If you encounter a place you can't see through, don't go deep. Just sweep it with your divine will." Nangong Jiayin nodded and immediately set off. Zhou Xuanji, on the other hand, wandered around the sarcophagus, trying to see if there were any mysteries hidden inside. After the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, Nangong Jiayin came back with a worried look on her face. She said, "This is also a closed small world. It's less than 1,000,000 miles away. We can't get out at all. Apart from this sarcophagus, there is no other special place. There aren't even any restrictions." Zhou Xuanji nodded. In that case, it was this sarcophagus that sucked them here. He took out the inverted book sword. This sword could reverse karma and sever the fate between living beings. He slashed at the sarcophagus, wanting to test its effect. If he could sever the karma between the sarcophagus and a certain existence, there might be hope. Hua! The blade cut through the air, causing the space to fluctuate. A faint howling sound could be heard. The lid of the sarcophagus suddenly opened as a mummy appeared in front of them. It was wearing a rich and gorgeous golden robe. Its hands were clutching its abdomen. It had a peaceful face and a snake crown on its head. Nangong Jiayin asked nervously, "What are you doing?" Zhou Xuanji calmly replied, "Nothing. If we want to leave this place, we should rely on him. According to the words on the tombstone, he suppressed the sovereign divine fetus here. He should have a way to let us leave." While speaking, he created a greatly avatar and went to check the mummy. Nangong Jiayin was extremely nervous. She was afraid that this thing would come back to life. No matter how the greatly avatar searched, the mummy didn't move. This made Nangong Jiayin breathe a sigh of relief. Soon, the greatly avatar found a wooden sign and brought it to Zhou Xuanji. This wooden sign was only the size of a palm. It was engraved with the word "You." Zhou Xuanji poured his Tao energy into it, but the wooden sign still didn't react. He couldn't help but furrow his brow. "This thing is just a decoration." Nangong Jiayin suddenly said in a trembling voice, startling Zhou Xuanji. He looked up and saw that the mummy actually stood up. Its eyes opened, revealing a pair of pale, pupilless eyes. Chapter 714. Zhou Xuanji and Nangong Jiayin didn't make a sound. The two stared at the mummy cautiously, ready to take action at any time. However, the mummy did not move at all, and it silently looked at Zhou Xuanji. Its pale eyes could cause anyone to feel a chill. With a thought, Zhou Xuanji's greatly avatar appeared behind the mummy and hugged its body. The mummy did not struggle and remained standing in the sarcophagus. That scared me to death. It doesn't have any Dao energy in its body. It should be dead. Nangong Jian wiped the cold sweat from her forehead and sighed. Ever since she took on this mission, she had been trembling with fear. She regretted taking on this mission. He blamed himself for being too greedy. As for Xian Mao and the others, they didn't even know that they had been tricked. The more she thought about it, the more depressed she became. She pouted and looked like a little girl. Zhou Xuanji did not pay attention to her. He walked to the stone coffin and found that there was a dark hole where the mummy had been lying. There was a wooden sword inside, which was 20 centimeters wide. There was a small groove on the blade near the hilt. He immediately took out the wooden plate that the Dali clone had found and embedded it into the wooden sword. The wooden sword trembled violently, and a burst of flame burst out. In an instant, the mummy suddenly turned into green smoke and drilled into the wooden sword. A soul rose from the flames. It was a kind-looking old man. He was a little chubby, and his eyes were squinted into slits. He looked at Zhou Xuanji with a smile. "Who are you?" Zhou Xuanji asked. He looked calm and did not panic at all. The other party was just a soul, so there was no need to be afraid. "How did you get here?" the old man asked with a smile. He did not answer Zhou Xuanji's question directly. Zhou Xuanji told them about what had happened. Now that the old man was their only hope of survival, he could only tell them. After he finished speaking, the old man smiled and said, "So that's how it is. Then you're dead for sure." Zhou Xuanji frowned and dug the wooden token out from the wooden sword. "Ah! What are you doing?" the old man exclaimed. Before he could finish his sentence, his soul disappeared. After that, Zhou Xuanji placed the wooden medallion back in, and the old man's soul appeared. He shouted in exasperation, "Boy! I am Heavenly Venerable Daoda, how dare you be so rude? Heavenly Lord Abominable? What kind of stupid name is that?" Zhou Xuanji's expression was strange. There was something that he did not know if he should say. "Do you want to escape this place?" Heavenly Lord Daoud asked solemnly, his eyes flickering. Zhou Xuanji nodded and waited for him to continue. He hoped that it wouldn't be someone like the barbaric ultimate god, who needed him to tell jokes again. "As long as you eat the supreme divine fetus, you will be able to escape." Zhou Xuanji and Nangong Jian felt nauseous after hearing this. Although they hated the sovereign divine fetus, they didn't want to eat these guys. Just thinking about it gave me goosebumps. "Is there any other way?" Zhou Xuanji asked. He felt that Heavenly Lord Daoda was teasing them. Emperor Dawood smiled and said, "Of course there is, but the other method requires at least 16-star aptitude. Are you worthy?" His expression was arrogant and his eyes were filled with disdain. Nangong Jian said, "He has 18-star aptitude." Heavenly Venerable Dawood was stunned and said, "You're that amazing?" He looked at Zhou Xuanji closely and realized in sorrow that he did not have a physical body, and his soul was becoming weaker day by day. He could not see through Zhou Xuanji's talent at all. "I have this talent, and then what?" Zhou Xuanji calmly asked. He was neither arrogant nor rash. His calm demeanor made Heavenly Venerable Dawood look at him in a different light. Heavenly Venerable Dawood said with a smile, "Take me as your teacher, and I will teach you a supreme divine ability. I will let you integrate this independent plane, and you will be able to leave." Zhou Xuanji immediately became excited when he heard this. He asked, "What divine ability?" If he could become stronger, he naturally wouldn't refuse. "Don't worry, become my disciple, and you will help me overthrow the Origin Court in the future and return my soul," Heavenly Venerable Dawood said with blazing eyes. His tone was a little excited. He had been suppressed here for countless years. And the seeds of hatred had always been planted in his heart. Overthrow the Origin Court, Nangong Jian was scared. She felt that this guy was crazy. How powerful was the Origin Court? It was absolutely invincible. How could it be overthrown? All the universes were created by the Kunlun Origin Court. Who could defy the Kunlun Origin Court? The previous sovereign and I were brothers. In the end, that guy betrayed me in order to become the sovereign. Originally, I was the one with the most hope to become the sovereign. Heavenly Venerable Dawood said, gnashing his teeth. His eyes were filled with anger. In order to atone for his sins, that guy didn't kill me. In the end, he even handed the sovereign divine fetus to me and asked me to take care of it. He bullied me because I was only a soul. How could I tolerate it? I suppressed the sovereign divine fetus, but that guy never came back. He sacrificed himself for the Kunlun Origin Court. I heard this from other creatures. Zhou Xuanji and Nangong Jiayin could come here. Naturally, there were precedents. In that case, why did you destroy the Origin Court? Just because you couldn't find your enemy? Zhou Xuanji asked. He always felt that there was a secret hidden in this. The sovereign position could be fought for. What exactly could one fight for to become the sovereign? Heavenly Venerable Dawood replied, yes, in the final analysis, it's the position of the sovereign. He and I grew up together. We had no parents. We experienced life and death together. In the end, the more he spoke, the angrier he became. His eyes widened. Zhou Xuanji said, okay, I promise you. Let's escape first. Destroying the Origin Court? Bullsh *T. Heavenly Venerable Dawood looked at him deeply and said, don't think you can deceive me. If you learn this divine ability, you will definitely become the enemy of the sovereign. Nangong Jiayin furrowed her brow. She threw Zhou Xuanji a glance, hoping that he wouldn't be impulsive. Now it seemed that Heavenly Venerable Dawood wasn't simple. He was extremely crazy. He actually wanted to destroy the Kunlun Origin Court. Without the Kunlun Origin Court, all the universes would be destroyed. Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought. He was thinking about how to escape unscathed. He hated this feeling of being threatened the most. Even if it was an opportunity, he still felt very uncomfortable. He had encountered many such threats in the first half of his life. No need. He won't become your disciple. An indifferent voice came. Beast Sovereign tore the space apart. His whole body was wrapped in black chi as he stepped out. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Nangong Jiayin was pleasantly surprised to see him appear. I'm saved. Zhou Xuanji didn't expect Beast Sovereign to suddenly come. Beast Sovereign stared at Heavenly Venerable Dawood and said in a cold voice, he is someone this sovereign has taken a fancy to. Who dares to threaten him? He raised his right hand and patted the air, directly scattering Heavenly Venerable Dawood's soul. The wooden token on the wooden sword flew out and landed in Zhou Xuanji's left hand. Beast Sovereign looked at Zhou Xuanji and said, go back with this sovereign. This mission has made things difficult for you. Beast Sovereign breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Zhou Xuanji was unscathed. At this time, Origin Court War God tore the space apart and broke in. He glared at Beast Sovereign and cursed, Beast Sovereign, when are you going to stop messing around? Wonderful Book House. Chapter 7:15. I'm not messing around. I will go back immediately, Beast Sovereign calmly replied. When facing Origin Court War God, he didn't call himself this sovereign anymore. It could be seen that the relationship between the two wasn't ordinary. Origin Court War God breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at Zhou Xuanji, raised his brow, and said, so it's you. No wonder this guy lost his composure. You are his treasure now. He was afraid that you would break. Break. Zhou Xuanji was speechless. But when he saw Beast Sovereign and Origin Court War God standing together, he couldn't help but think deeper. Nangong Jiayin walked up to Zhou Xuanji and bowed to the two seniors. Beast Sovereign sized her up and nodded slightly. Origin Court War God did the same. Obviously, they regarded Nangong Jiayin as Zhou Xuanji's woman. Otherwise, given their status, they wouldn't have paid any attention to Nangong Jiayin. The sovereign divine fetus is suppressed here. After we leave, we must seal the space here. Beast Sovereign glanced around and said in a deep voice. Origin Court War God frowned and said, Sovereign divine fetus? Does it really exist? Beast Sovereign squinted at him and said with a smile, yes, and it's very nutritious. Do you want to eat it? Zhou Xuanji and Nangong Jian's mouths twitched at the same time. It turns out that the sovereign divine fetus can really be eaten. That thing is too terrifying. Can it be swallowed? Get lost. Origin Court War God snapped. Hearing this, Beast Sovereign burst into laughter. It was the first time Zhou Xuanji had seen Beast Sovereign laugh like this. Of course, he had only seen Beast Sovereign a few times. Afterward, Beast Sovereign waved his hand and took Zhou Xuanji and Nangong Jian away with his Tao energy. Origin Court War God followed closely behind. As soon as he escaped, he immediately stabilized the space with his Tao energy. Zhou Xuanji and the other two continued moving forward. They were surrounded by darkness. It was the absolute darkness zone. After going back, don't come out. The Kunlun Origin Court is not safe during this time. Daohu Chiozuan is preparing to invade the Kunlun Origin Court. You should cultivate well, Beast Sovereign stood in front and said. His tone was filled with killing intent. Obviously, he had a grudge with Daohu Chiozuan. Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow and asked, is Daohu Chiozuan so strong? Nangong Jian was also shocked. They had encountered Daohu Chiozuan on their first mission. It's indeed very strong. Its leader is an existence that has refined the 5 ultimate divine eyes to the extreme. He can destroy a part of the universe with a single glance, and his eyes can see through 10,000 worlds. He then changed the topic and said, you must keep an eye on your subordinate, barbaric ultimate god. Don't let him leave pure sword heaven. Zhou Xuanji curiously asked, Daohu Chiozuan did this to save him? Beast Sovereign smiled disdainfully and said, barbaric ultimate god doesn't have this ability. Among the 5 ultimate gods, only Daohu escaped. That was Daohu's scheme. He deliberately murdered the other 4 ultimate gods and seized the other 5 ultimate god eyes. He did it. Now, his eyes have merged with all the eyes of the 5 ultimate gods. Zhou Xuanji thought about it. The battles in the Kunlun Origin Court were really complicated. Did everyone like to kill each other? Heavenly Lord Dawood was like this, and so were the 5 ultimate gods. After a while, Origin Court War God caught up. He flew to Beast Sovereign's side and cursed, if Daohu Chiozuan attacks the Kunlun Origin Court while I'm away, you will be guilty. Beast Sovereign waved his hand and said, don't worry, you are not the only powerful person in the Kunlun Origin Court. If those old guys make a move, Daohu Chiozuan and his brats will suffer. The two were talking and laughing. They weren't too afraid of Daohu Chiozuan. Zhou Xuanji and Nangong Jian didn't interrupt. The two began communicating via voice transmission. Naturally, they were talking about Xian Mao. They didn't know if Yi Jun and the others were still alive. They had a feeling that they were already dead. Under the leadership of the 2 powerhouses, they quickly moved forward. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, they returned to the Kunlun Origin Court. This speed shocked Zhou Xuanji and Nangong Jian. How strong are Beast Sovereign and Origin Court War God? After returning to the Kunlun Origin Court, Beast Sovereign directly sent Zhou Xuanji and Nangong Jian back to pure sword heaven. The two looked at each other, speechless. Nangong Jian asked with a playful smile, how is it, do you want to marry me? Zhou Xuanji, expressionless, said, go back. Nangong Jian said helplessly, how can I go out? It's the evil sky divine range outside. Why don't you let me cultivate here for a while? Take me with you the next time you go out, Zhou Xuanji thought for a moment before nodding. Anyway, pure sword heaven was very big. It didn't matter if she lived in one place. Next, he took Nangong Jian to Chang Xian and asked her to make arrangements for her. Seeing Chang Xian's appearance and temperament, as well as her unfathomable aura, Nangong Jiayin was secretly shocked. No wonder Zhou Xuanji was very well behaved with her. This kid seems to have a lot of beauties around him, and all of them are very powerful. The two women communicated as they flew. Nangong Jiayin was even more shocked after learning that Chang Shiyan was Zhou Xuanji's maid in charge. Isn't Beast Sovereign thinking too much of Zhou Xuanji? She even suspected that Zhou Xuanji was Beast Sovereign's son. After returning to his residence, Zhou Xuanji went to find Xian Xianghua. Jiang Shui and Zhou Shaoxian were also there. Xian Xianghua was afraid that they would leave her behind in terms of cultivation, so she released Jiang Shui and her daughter and used an array to help them slowly get used to the spiritual qi here. She told them about their experiences during this period of time, which made them tremble with fear. It's so dangerous. Jiang Shui held Zhou Xuanji's hand, a look of distress and fear on her face. If Zhou Xuanji really can't come back, what should I do? Xian Xianghua also frowned but didn't say anything. Zhou Shaoxian raised her brow and asked, "Father, do you like that Nangong Jiayin? This damned girl is stirring up trouble." Zhou Xuanji coldly snorted and said, "I like that you will never get married." Zhou Shaoxian immediately curled her lips upon hearing this. Her current state was to chase after Zhou Xuanji. In Emperor Sword Court, no one dared to pursue her. She also looked down on those disciples. So until now, she had never fallen in love. Fortunately, she had Xian Xianghua as an example. She could endure loneliness. Her goal had always been to become an existence like Xian Xianghua. Jiang Shui glared at Zhou Shaoxian before asking Zhou Xuanji, "You won't go out again?" Zhou Xuanji grabbed her lily-white hand and said with a smile, "Yeah, I will accompany you and teach you cultivation from now on." It was time for him to stop and have a good rest. On the other side, Beast Sovereign was sitting on a high throne in his palace. A man was half kneeling on the ground. He had goat horns and was wearing purple brocade clothes. "How's the situation?" Beast Sovereign asked with his eyes slightly closed. The man replied, "The people of the Emperor Divine Range have already returned. The news about old demon Soul Mover has already reached the Origin Court. Now, the Emperor Divine Range is under investigation." Beast Sovereign said, "I'm not asking you about this." When the Emperor Divine Range was mentioned, his tone was calm as if the evil Sky Divine Range and the Emperor Divine Range weren't mortal enemies. The man quickly replied, "Ingzhuge has already questioned the Emperor Divine Range. It won't be long before he takes the bait, which will bring him one step closer to becoming Zhou Xuanji's subordinate." Chapter 716. Increase the intensity and try to get him to jump over as soon as possible. Zhou Xuanji needs his sparring partner, especially for the next test, understand? Beast Sovereign nodded. Ingzhuge was just a chess piece in his mouth. The purple-clothed man cupped his fists and said, "Yes." With that, he disappeared on the spot. Beast Sovereign fell into deep thought, his eyes flickering with a strange light. After a while, he snorted coldly and said, "Who do you think you are? You want to defeat me? You are not worthy at all." After returning to pure sword heaven, Zhou Xuanji began teaching his wife and daughter cultivation. He no longer went out. He didn't even go to the evil Sky Divine Range. Nangong Jiayin was also cultivating in peace and didn't disturb him. Spring passed and came. Dozens of years passed. Analyzed that the sword owner has reached 650 years old. Gotcha started. Ding. Congratulations, the sword owner has obtained Armageddon, Sword of Dragging the Masses, Primordial Chaos, Sword of Right and Wrong, Supreme Lord, Divine Shadow Sword. The sword spirit's voice sounded out in Zhou Xuanji's mind, and he opened his eyes involuntarily. Noble Lord Divine Sword? He immediately brought up the information of the ultimate Divine Shadow Sword. Sword name, Supreme Divine Shadow Sword rank, Noble Lord description. This is the power of a Supreme Venerable. When the sword is swung, hundreds of millions of divine shadows will attack at the same time. Its lethality is extremely terrifying. Using this sword requires at least a perfected Dao-treading Venerable's cultivation base. Ultimate Venerable? Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. These years, he had often read books and knew many legends about the Kunlun origin court. Zhu Zun was one of them. It was said that the Ultimate Venerable was once the god of war of the origin court and was extremely powerful, but he later fell in the process of opening up the universe. Could it be that Zhu Zun was also absorbed by the supreme legendary sword system? Zhou Xuanji was in deep thought. No matter what, he had to seize the time to cultivate. He still had the mission of reaching the Tao ancestor realm within 1,000 years. After that, Zhou Xuanji continued to cultivate. He was getting closer and closer to the late stage of the Tao-treading saint realm. Jianghu and her daughter had already begun to break through to the saint realm. During this time, Zhou Xuanji also brought Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Congjian, and other trusted subordinates out to help them adapt to the spiritual qi of pure sword heaven. Now, they could already cultivate on their own and lived on the mountainside. "Father, let's spar with our sword skills." Zhou Shaoxian walked over with her sword and giggled. Zhou Xuanji said without opening his eyes, "Go and find Barbaric Ultimate God." Barbaric Ultimate God, who was taking a nap under a tree not far away, heard this and immediately ran away. Zhou Shaoxian pouted. "He's too boring." Zhou Xuanji was helpless. He got up and took out the thunderclap sword and said, "I will teach you a sword technique. How much you can comprehend will depend on your own luck." With that, he began to swing his sword. Zhou Shaoxian was eager to learn and learn quickly. She had a photographic memory and a high level of comprehension. Sometimes, Zhou Xuanji even suspected that she had the supreme legendary sword system as well. Because of this, Zhou Shaoxian would pester him every few years, acting all spoiled and unreasonable, wanting to learn the sword Tao divine art. After he finished practicing the sword technique, he sat down and meditated. Zhou Shaoxian pondered for a moment, then turned around and left. Dragons gave birth to dragons, and phoenixes gave birth to phoenixes. This girl's talent made Zhou Xuanji especially proud. Teaching one's own daughter was the easiest. 3 months later, Chang Shiyan appeared in front of Zhou Xuanji. She bowed and respectfully said, "Master, someone from the outside world has come to see you. It's Lord Ji Huanglin." "Let him come here," Zhou Xuanji said. It had been a long time since he last saw Ji Huanglin. Could it be because of the mission mentioned last time? "I'm afraid that Beast Sovereign will not allow him to participate in the mission again, lest he dies prematurely." After 5 breaths, Ji Huanglin appeared in front of Zhou Xuanji and asked with a smile, "Brother Zhou, how's your cultivation recently?" "Not bad, what about you?" Zhou Xuanji replied in unison, smiling. The two had no grudges against each other. In the Evil Sky Divine Range, Ji Huanglin was his only good friend. Ji Huanglin said, "Not bad either. I came to you today to tell you about Ingzhuge." "Ingzhuge?" Zhou Xuanji asked doubtfully, "What happened to him?" After the last mission, Yi Jun and the others disappeared. Zhou Xuanji hadn't contacted them until now. They were most likely dead. This made him a little unhappy with the Emperor Divine Range. Of course, he still had a good impression of Ingzhuge. Ingzhuge rebelled and escaped from the Emperor Divine Range. Now the Emperor Divine Range is looking for him everywhere, causing chaos in the Kunlun origin court, Ji Huanglin said with a complicated expression. As soon as he said this, Zhou Xuanji's expression changed. Ingzhuge rebelled. Why? Isn't he the most favored genius of the Emperor Divine Range? Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow and looked at Ji Huanglin. Ji Huanglin shrugged his shoulders and sighed. "It's because of you that Ingzhuge was found to have deliberately let you go, which angered the Emperor Divine Range. Your appearance had already affected the Emperor Divine Range's attitude toward Ingzhuge. But now, Ingzhuge was punished by the soul-devouring lightning punishment. In the end, he was rescued by a mysterious expert of the Evil Sky Divine Range. He even broke through the Great Tao Wall of the Emperor Divine Range. At the end, he couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder. His tone was filled with pride. The powerful Evil Sky Divine Range feared no one. They even dared to break into the Emperor Divine range. Zhou Xuanji was a little stunned. He didn't expect Zhuge to end up like this because of him. What about now? How's Zhuge's situation? Zhou Xuanji asked. In all fairness, he still didn't want Zhuge to die. He hadn't defeated Zhuge in a fair and square manner. Ji Huanglin shook his head and said, I don't know. But the Emperor Divine Range will send an army to surround the evil Sky Divine Range. Don't go out. At the same time, be careful. Some experts can even sneak in silently. You are definitely more attractive to them than Zhuge. In the final analysis, this was all because of Zhou Xuanji. The Emperor Divine Range must want to kill him as soon as possible. Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought. Chang Xian, who was standing to the side, remained silent. But she was also very shocked in her heart. She didn't expect that Zhou Xuanji could cause two super divine ranges to start a war. It was the first time she had seen such a powerful genius. Okay, I will tell you about this. I should also go and join in the fun. Presumably, the edge of the evil Sky Divine Range has already been surrounded by the Emperor Divine Range. Ji Huanglin burst into laughter before turning around and leaving. Chang Xian hurriedly sent him off. Zhou Xuanji, on the other hand, was thinking. Beast Sovereign wanted him to defeat Zhuge, and now he is going to save Zhuge. Why? Super Divine Ranges are really messy. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and prepared to continue cultivating. No matter what, strength is the most important. Just as he was about to sit down, Beast Sovereign suddenly appeared in front of him, scaring him into standing up straight. Before he could speak, Beast Sovereign asked in a deep voice, Zhou Xuanji, what kind of person do you want to be? Huh? The question of increasing my value suddenly appeared. Zhou Xuanji replied, the pinnacle of the sword Dao. I only seek to be invincible. Beast Sovereign smiled. His smile made Zhou Xuanji's blood run cold. After this matter is over, Zhuge will belong to you. He will serve you forever, just like the barbaric ultimate god. Beast Sovereign's tone suddenly changed as he said with a meaningful smile. Zhou Xuanji was stunned. Zhuge will be my servant? Chapter 717. Why did you make him my slave? Zhou Xuanji asked with a frown. He felt that doing this was too humiliating for Zhuge. Would Zhuge go crazy? Beast Sovereign said calmly, because he is a chess piece, and he is still an abandoned chess piece. Being your slave is his final value. If this matter spreads, your reputation will be even greater. This sovereign will groom you and make you shine brightly. If possible, you can become the evil Sky Divine Range's master in the future, or even go further. Above Branch Master? Zhou Xuanji raised his brow and asked, which way? Beast Sovereign narrowed his eyes and said with a faint smile, what do you think? What position is higher than the position of the master of a super divine range? Origin Court. Supremacy. Zhou Xuanji's heart beat faster. No matter how calm his state of mind was, he would still be tempted by such a status. Becoming a supreme being was equivalent to becoming invincible. He controlled all the universes, and the life and death of all living beings were in his hands with a single thought. Don't think too much about it. Even I don't have the qualifications. That's why I'm helping you. If you don't live up to expectations, don't mention that position, you won't even be able to become the master of the divine range. Beast Sovereign said earnestly. His eyes were filled with anticipation. Zhou Xuanji fell silent. To be honest, he could not understand it at all. Even if he was talented, there was no need to nurture him like this, right? Beast Sovereign himself was also an 18-star genius, and it wasn't like there weren't any 18-star geniuses in the Kunlun Origin Court. I want to ask you, why do you think so highly of me? I need a reason. Zhou Xuanji looked straight into Beast Sovereign's eyes and asked seriously. At this moment, he was not afraid of Beast Sovereign's anger. Beast Sovereign's face turned cold as his aura leaked out, making Zhou Xuanji feel an overwhelming pressure. He was still as steady as Mount Tai as he stared at Beast Sovereign. If he was even afraid of Beast Sovereign, what qualifications did he have to compete for the position of Sovereign? Presumably, Beast Sovereign was also considering his courage. 3 breaths later. The pressure suddenly disappeared and Beast Sovereign asked, "You don't just have 18-star aptitude." After dropping this sentence, Beast Sovereign disappeared from where he stood. Zhou Xuanji was stunned. He's more than 18-star aptitude? He suddenly recalled what the Golden Mirror had said back then. Unable to test his aptitude, he was tentatively set at 18 stars. Could it be that his aptitude surpassed 18 stars? Over the years, he did feel that his cultivation speed was getting faster and faster, and his Tao realm was also getting stronger. But this level was far from 18-star aptitude, let alone surpassing 18-star aptitude. It seemed like the fortuitous opportunity of the primordial world was beyond his imagination. He was suddenly curious. Where did the fortuitous opportunity of the primordial world come from? How was it born? Unable to figure it out, he could only sit down and cultivate. In the following period of time, Pure Sword Heaven also felt that the atmosphere was not right. From time to time, a powerful divine sense would sweep over the Pure Sword Heaven, making the old beggar, Zhou Xiaoxian, and the others extremely nervous. Chang Xian visited them one by one and told them the reason. They were extremely nervous after learning that the Evil Sky Divine Range and the Emperor Divine Range were at odds with each other. He was afraid that something would happen to the Evil Sky Divine Range. They still remembered the Divine Cliff. Back then, the Divine Cliff was destroyed because it protected Zhou Xuanji. The Longbow Divine Range was fine. At least they let go in time. Half a year passed. Finally, the tense atmosphere dissipated. There were no more divine senses scanning the Pure Sword Heaven, which meant that the Emperor's divine range had left. Zhou Xuanji had been concentrating on cultivation and wasn't on guard. Beast Sovereign must have been protecting him in the dark. If he was still captured or killed by the Emperor's divine range under such circumstances, then Beast Sovereign wasn't worthy of being the range master of the Evil Sky Divine Range. On this day, Beast Sovereign appeared in front of Zhou Xuanji. With a wave of his right hand, a figure flew out of his sleeve and landed on the ground. It was Ingzhuge. At this moment, Ingzhuge's clothes were ragged, his hair was messy, and there was blood on the corner of his mouth. His eyes were lifeless. He slowly stood up and calmly looked at Zhou Xuanji. He wasn't surprised or surprised. Obviously, Beast Sovereign had already done some mental work on him before he came. Just as Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes, Beast Sovereign's palm pressed on his forehead. A strange force drilled into his mind. It was Ingzhuge's soul. It was controlled by some special divine ability. After Zhou Xuanji fused with him, Ingzhuge had to do whatever he said. Otherwise, his soul origin would be severely damaged and he would suffer unbearable pain. Zhou Xuanji could decide Ingzhuge's life and death with just a thought. But he wasn't surprised. On the contrary, he had an indescribable feeling. From now on, he is under your control. You can kill him if you want. Beast Sovereign dropped this sentence and quickly left, leaving Ingzhuge and Zhou Xuanji staring at each other. Their eyes met. Both of them had a complicated look in their eyes. During the superstar competition, Ingzhuge was high and mighty. Who would have thought that he would have such a day? Zhou Xuanji also didn't expect it. He had the confidence to surpass Ingzhuge, but he had never thought of enslaving Ingzhuge. Do you want to clean it up? Zhou Xuanji took the lead and asked. How could such a proud son of heaven bear such humiliation? He was worried that Ingzhuge would collapse. Ingzhuge shook his head and said, "You don't have to comfort me. In fact, I have already figured it out. I am just a chess piece in the eyes of the Emperor Divine Range. Beast Sovereign is right. Maybe I can get hope from you." Zhou Xuanji shook his head and scolded, "The Emperor Divine Range has been blinded by lard. How could they be willing to treat you like this?" He really appreciated Ingzhuge. Ingzhuge's aura of an expert left a deep impression on him. He didn't want this guy to fall into depravity. Actually, I'm not the most talented in the Emperor Divine range. There is a guy who has been in seclusion. If he comes out, the entire Kunlun origin court structure will be affected. I always thought that I was just his stepping stone. My reincarnation was for him, Ingzhuge calmly stated. He had experienced great storms and waves. He wasn't as fragile as Zhou Xuanji thought. In his previous life, he didn't have 17-star aptitude, but he was still above all living beings. The current predicament was nothing to him. The two sat down and began chatting with each other. Zhou Xuanji didn't hide his past, and so did Ingzhuge. From now on, Ingzhuge was Zhou Xuanji's subordinate, working for him. Xian Xianghua, Jiang Shui, and Zhou Shaoxian stood in the stone pavilion in front of the building, curiously chatting about Ingzhuge. They had already heard about the previous superstar competition from Xian Xianghua. So they knew the name Ingzhuge. At this moment, they couldn't help but sigh. Karma was really unpredictable. At this moment, Ingzhuge lived in the pure sword heaven. Chang Xian arranged a residence for him. After learning that Ingzhuge had become Zhou Xuanji's subordinate, her admiration for Zhou Xuanji deepened. Following a man like this really had a bright future. Zhou Xuanji began to discuss the Tao with Ingzhuge from time to time, learning from each other and making up for each other's shortcomings. With the help of Ingzhuge, his cultivation grew faster and faster. Every once in a while, the evil sky divine range would send someone to deliver cultivation resources. Zhou Xuanji felt that he was about to become a medicine jar. But under such circumstances, he was getting closer and closer to the Tao-treading saint realm. The Kunlun origin court shouldn't exist. A thunderous roar resounded, startling the pure sword heaven. To be precise, it startled the entire Kunlun origin court. Chapter 718. The Kunlun origin court shouldn't exist. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes in shock. He immediately thought of a name. Daohu Chiozuan. These guys are finally here. It was because of them that the Kunlun origin court was sealed. He still didn't know the outcome of the conflict between the evil sky divine range and the emperor divine range, and now Daohu Chiozuan was here. The Kunlun origin court was really full of troubles. He smiled and continued to cultivate. Even if the sky collapsed, there would be someone taller. No matter how strong Daohu Chiozuan was, he couldn't shake the origin court. After that roar, the Kunlun origin court fell into silence again. Although pure sword heaven had discussed it, it was quickly ignored. This was the Kunlun origin court. The pace was fast. All creatures were busy cultivating or undergoing the Great Elimination. Zhou Xuanji's second Great Elimination was 1,000 years after the first one. It was still too early for him. Hard cultivation was boring for him. So he began to look for Ingzhuge to exchange pointers. Facing Ingzhuge, Zhou Xuanji didn't hold back and fought with all his strength. Ingzhuge was a 9 vast heavens existence. Naturally, he could take it easily. The more unfathomable he was, the more excited Zhou Xuanji was. Cultivating and exchanging pointers at the same time made his strength improve by leaps and bounds. Time flew by. 20 years passed quickly. The number of Zhou Xuanji's swords had begun to reach 3,000. He was one step closer to his goal of 10,000 swords. On this day, Chang Xian came to Zhou Xuanji. Master, Sovereign invited you to attend the high-level banquet of the Evil Sky Divine Range. You only need to go alone. The envoy is waiting outside, Chang Xian said softly. Chang Xian said softly, her eyes as always full of admiration. High-level banquets weren't something many geniuses were qualified to attend. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and said, okay. He immediately left pure sword heaven and came outside the barrier. There was a Qilin black carriage on the barren land. An old man was standing beside the Qilin, waiting quietly. Seeing Zhou Xuanji, he quickly saluted and respectfully said, Young Master Zhou, Sovereign asked me to pick you up. He was much older than Zhou Xuanji. He had no choice but to salute. Zhou Xuanji nodded and entered the carriage. The Qilin black carriage began moving. Zhou Xuanji suddenly thought of his Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage. His cultivation wasn't high enough to use it for the time being. The Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage was awe-inspiring. Sooner or later, it would become a symbol of his identity. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. The Qilin carriage stopped, and Zhou Xuanji walked out of the carriage with the old man's instructions. Black clouds surged, and the land was desolate. In front of them was an enormous palace, and behind it was a red light. It looked like a ghost city. Spatial cracks appeared one after another on the ground and in the sky, and one figure after another flew out. All of them emitted powerful auras, and there were men and women among them. Zhou Xuanji walked over. His cultivation was quite eye-catching here, and many creatures looked at him curiously. Who is that kid? Zhou Xuanji, an 18-star genius, don't you know? That's right. His performance in the superstar competition made this old man lose hundreds of millions of merit points. Damn it. He is now the favorite of Dizun. Don't offend him. Tut-tut, it seems that venerable sovereign really needs to train him with all his strength. The creatures discussed among themselves, all feeling quite interested in Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji came to the palace gates, and there were 2 divine generals wearing black armor standing guard. He took out his identity medallion. You can go in directly. Dizun has instructed me to do so. The black-armored general on the left said with a smile. Facing Zhou Xuanji, his serious expression disappeared instantly. Zhou Xuanji nodded and followed through the gate. After passing through a bright area, an empty square appeared in front of him. Hundreds of jade tables were placed on the square, and half of them were already occupied. Many star-like balls of light were hovering above them, drifting slightly. Zhou Xuanji looked around, but he didn't see Ji Huanglin. He looked around and didn't recognize anyone. He found a deserted corner and sat down. There were many spirit fruits, spirit wine, and snacks on the table. He didn't care about his face. He picked up a sweet cake and began eating. Seeing that many creatures were eating, he naturally didn't hold back. He guessed that Beast Sovereign had asked him to come so that he could truly integrate into the Evil Sky Divine Range. After coming to the Evil Sky Divine Range for so long, he had seen very few people in power. More and more creatures arrived, and the hall became more and more lively. Zhou Xuanji was sized up by many eyes, but he remained calm and composed, neither servile nor overbearing. Soon, someone came to the jade table where he was and started chatting with him. Everyone was very interested in the upstart of the Evil Sky Divine Range. Of course, some people might have ulterior motives. No matter where it was, there would always be fights. Even the people that Beast Sovereign wanted to cultivate might not necessarily have a smooth journey in the Evil Sky Divine Range. After all the seats were filled, Beast Sovereign appeared behind the long table at the front, facing all the creatures. Zhou Xuanji, come here, Beast Sovereign said. Immediately, everyone's gaze turned to Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji was stunned for a moment before he immediately walked over. Along the way, he felt all kinds of gazes. He turned a blind eye to them and quickly came to the long table, bowing. Beast Sovereign nodded and said, sit next to me. Wah! The entire hall fell into an uproar. Some people even slammed the table and stood up. The seats on the left and right of Beast Sovereign were occupied by the ancestors of the Evil Sky Divine Range. If Zhou Xuanji sat down, wouldn't he be offending his superiors? Zhou Xuanji hesitated for a moment before he flashed to Beast Sovereign's side and sat down. He understood what Beast Sovereign meant. He wanted everyone in the Evil Sky Divine Range to get used to his position. It might cause a lot of trouble at first, but it wouldn't be a problem after a few times. When he competed for the position of Range Master in the future, this would also be one of his qualifications. Beast Sovereign smiled in satisfaction and sat down. Sovereign, I'm afraid this is against the rules, isn't it? Yeah, how old is he? He doesn't even have the cultivation of a Tao ancestor. You are harming him. Let him sit next to me. His status will still be high. Kid, Beast Sovereign asked you to sit, and you will sit. One after another, the powerful cultivators reprimanded Zhou Xuanji. Even the weakest among them had reached the 9 vast heavens' great realm. When their voices converged together, it was extremely oppressive. Zhou Xuanji remained expressionless. He didn't get up nor did he do anything else. Beast Sovereign said, "Ancestors, go and guard the Kunlun origin court. Let the evil sky divine range banquet begin." His voice was very soft, but it easily covered all the other voices. Those powerful cultivators were angry but didn't dare to speak. They all shut up. Next was the song and dance performance. A group of graceful women descended from the sky and danced in the air. Their races were obviously different. In addition to the human race, there were also demons, and so on. They were full of charm. "Today's banquet, you have to experience it well," Beast Sovereign said softly. Only Zhou Xuanji could hear this. Beast Sovereign said softly. "Experience it well? What is there to experience?" Zhou Xuanji found it strange. "Do I have to remember the faces of everyone present?" Beast Sovereign continued, 100 years later, there will be a ranking test for the super geniuses in the evil sky divine range. You will also have to participate. The requirements are not high. You must fight your way into the top 10,000. Chapter 719. Top 10,000? Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes and asked in a low voice, purely comparing power? In terms of aptitude, he was definitely number 1. Otherwise, Beast Sovereign would not think so highly of him. In terms of strength, the evil sky divine range was huge. It was too difficult to make it into the top 10,000. Beast Sovereign gently nodded and said, "You should be able to do it, right?" He had already spoken to this extent. If he couldn't even make it into the top 10,000, how would he have the face to fight for the position of branch master or even a higher position? "I will try my best," Zhou Xuanji replied. He still had 100 years, which was enough for him to become much more powerful. Beast Sovereign no longer spoke, his eyes locked on the singing and dancing performance in front of him. The banquet of a super divine range was even more spectacular than Zhou Xuanji had imagined. In addition to singing and dancing, there were also various performances of magical abilities and wonderful creations. In the middle of the performance, the various high-level officials began to talk about the interesting things they had encountered recently. Most of them were related to the structure of the Kunlun origin court. Zhou Xuanji listened quietly and learned a lot about the super divine ranges. For example, 2 divine ranges might seem to be enemies, but in reality, they were in the same boat. The 2 range masters were brothers. For example, a certain branch master had suffered from qi deviation. In reality, his wife and daughter had been taken away, and his Tao heart had collapsed. There were all kinds of things, and some of them were even absurd. This banquet allowed Zhou Xuanji to witness the evil sky divine range's intelligence capabilities. Almost all the divine ranges had their scouts. Under such circumstances, the evil sky divine range could be said to be in an invincible position. Some divine ranges wanted to join hands to resist the evil sky divine range, but their letters were intercepted by the evil sky divine range. What awaited them was a nightmare. The banquet lasted for a long time. At the end of the banquet, Beast Sovereign didn't ask Zhou Xuanji to stay. On the other hand, other people in power came to him one after another, chatting with him and forming good karma. Zhou Xuanji did not put on airs and treated them politely. He was neither servile nor overbearing, and he was calm and magnanimous, causing those in power to look at him in a new light. As long as there was no enmity between them, who would hate such a well-mannered prodigy? Just like that, Zhou Xuanji made friends with many people and officially joined the evil sky divine range. Seeing that Zhou Xuanji was so easy to get along with, these people all promised that if he encountered any trouble or needed anything, he could ask them for help. Zhou Xuanji smiled and agreed. After chatting for a while, they left one after another. After returning to pure sword heaven, Zhou Shaoxian immediately found him and asked him about the process of the banquet. Zhou Xuanji did not hide anything and told him everything that had happened. After hearing this, Zhou Shaoxian sighed and said, "Di Zun really treats you like a son." "Son?" Zhou Xuanji slapped her head and said unpleasantly, "You want to acknowledge me as your grandfather that much? Other than cultivating, why was this girl so stupid?" She even scolded herself. "Cultivate well." Zhou Xuanji glared at her before walking to the hillside where he was cultivating and began absorbing Tao energy. After the banquet, the news of Zhou Xuanji sitting next to Beast Sovereign spread, causing the entire Evil Sky Divine range to be in an uproar. Moreover, the news that Zhou Xuanji was going to participate in the ranking battle of geniuses also spread, which made the Evil Sky Divine range even more lively. All living beings were looking forward to Zhou Xuanji's performance, while those geniuses wanted to use Zhou Xuanji as a stepping stone. If they were more powerful than Zhou Xuanji, wouldn't they be able to replace him? Of course, the smarter geniuses were thinking about how to lose to Zhou Xuanji on purpose without being discovered, so that they could please Zhou Xuanji. Beating Zhou Xuanji was equivalent to slapping Beast Sovereign's face. Unfortunately, the majority of geniuses felt that Beast Sovereign was fair and just. Years passed by. 30 years later, Zhou Xuanji finally broke through to the late-stage Dao-treading Saint realm. The number of his legendary swords had also exceeded 3,000. As long as he broke through to the Dao Ancestor realm, he could obtain the wish-fulfilling sword and the golden treasure basket. After breaking through, he went to Ingzhuge again to spar with him. This time, Ingzhuge was extremely shocked. "It's just a minor realm. Why does this kid feel like he has advanced by leaps and bounds?" After the spar, Zhou Xuanji went to Barbaric Ultimate God again. Barbaric Ultimate God's strength had just recovered to the Dao Ancestor realm, but he was beaten by Zhou Xuanji to the point that he couldn't even fight back. "How can it be? Did you take the wrong medicine?" Barbaric Ultimate God cried out in shock. He looked flustered. If Zhou Xuanji surpasses him, wouldn't it be very difficult for him in the future? He could still occasionally fight with Zhou Xuanji. If he lost his value in the future, wouldn't he end up like those slaves? Unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't defeat Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji also understood that his strength had reached the Dao Ancestor realm. Nangong Jiayin had never left. After learning about Zhou Xuanji's rapid progress, she was also extremely shocked. An 18-star genius, isn't he too strong? Stimulated by Zhou Xuanji, everyone in pure sword heaven was working hard to cultivate. At the border of Kunlun Origin Court, a figure flew over. It was the reincarnation of destiny, Ren Niming. Looking at the purple sea of mist in front of him, he let out a long sigh and murmured, "Is it finally here?" A fiery look appeared in his eyes. He immediately sped up and rushed into the purple sea. Bang! A huge fist came flying in front of him, sending him flying. Ren Niming almost exploded to death. He gritted his teeth and looked over with a panicked look on his face. Who is it? This punch was really terrifying. It made his whole body numb. He was in severe pain. Void Boundary God slowly stepped out of the purple sea. He said expressionlessly, "Kunlun Origin Court, mortals are not allowed to enter." Ren Niming didn't panic. On the contrary, he was pleasantly surprised. He had finally found the Kunlun Origin Court. He immediately knelt in the void and said, "Senior, please let me in. I'm transformed from the destiny rules of a heavenly law universe. I'm not a mortal." As soon as he said this, Void Boundary God couldn't help but look at him carefully. Destiny incarnation, this identity was indeed qualified to enter the Kunlun Origin Court. To enter the Kunlun Origin Court, you must first worship a divine range. Is there a divine range that recommends you? Void Boundary God asked. He suddenly felt that this boy could be cultivated. The Void Boundary 13 emperors under him were too weak. He needed fresh blood. "No, Senior, can you accept me?" Ren Niming asked respectfully. He could see through Void Boundary God's thoughts at a glance. If Void Boundary God didn't like him, he would have just bombarded him. There was no need to talk nonsense. Void Boundary God said, "Okay, come with me to register your identity and test your aptitude first." Ren Niming was overjoyed and bowed again. Then, He followed Void Boundary God and flew into the Kunlun Origin Court. Along the way, Ren Niming asked curiously, "What is your identity? How should I address you?" "Call me Void Boundary God. The Void Boundary 13 Emperors are my subordinates." "You should have met them, right?" Void Boundary God replied indifferently. Ren Niming's expression changed drastically. The Void Boundary 13 Emperors are Void Boundary God subordinates? He suddenly felt that he had entered a den of thieves. He could come here because he had fought with the Void Boundary 13 Emperors. "It's over," Ren Niming gritted his teeth and recounted his previous experience. Chapter 720. After hearing Ren Niming's words, the Void Boundary God was still expressionless. "It's fine. It's not the first time they've let someone slip." Although there was no change in his tone, Ren Niming could hear his dissatisfaction. Ren Niming said, "In the future, I will definitely do my best for Senior. I am formed by destiny. If you can help me grasp the rules of destiny, I can quickly become stronger and become the strongest Void Realm Emperor under you." His voice was sonorous and forceful, as if he was taking an oath. The Void Boundary God nodded lightly and said no more. Ren Niming began to admire his life in the Kunlun Origin Court. He suddenly thought of Zhou Xuanji. How good would it be if that brat was here too? At least they could work together. He acknowledged Zhou Xuanji's talent and temperament. He shook his head. Unfortunately, that kid was already dead. After defeating Barbaric Ultimate God, Zhou Xuanji began a new round of cultivation. The Barbaric Ultimate God had become a bootlicker, and he had taken the initiative to teach him how to cultivate the greatly divine suppressor art and the exterminating divine eyes, which were his only value. Although Zhou Xuanji found it funny, he still studied seriously. On this day, Nangong Jiayin found him and asked to leave. Although it was good to stay in the pure sword heaven, she also had her own family and divine ranges, so how could she not go back for a long time? Zhou Xuanji nodded and called Chang Xian over. "Escort her out of the Evil Sky Divine Range." He slowed down the last few words to prevent Nangong Jiayin from getting lost in the Evil Sky Divine Range. "Yes." Chang Xian nodded and then looked at Nangong Jiayin. Nangong Jiayin asked with a smile, "Will I see you again in the future?" Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "Pure Sword Heaven welcomes you at any time. As I said, if you are willing to join me, I will wait for you." This was a Dao ancestor that reigned supreme over the entire Emperor Sword Court. He had to rope him in. He belonged to the Evil Sky Divine Range now, but that might not be the case in the future. Emperor Sword Court had accompanied him as he grew up and had always been the most important home in his heart. He had invited Nangong Jiayin to join Emperor Sword Court more than once. Nangong Jiayin had not refused and had been considering it. "All right, I'll come find you as soon as possible," Nangong Jiayin said with a smile. There was a hint of reluctance in the depths of her eyes. She turned and left with Chang Xian. Zhou Xuanji looked at her back and suddenly remembered Xian Mao. It seemed like Yi Jun, Su Huang, and the others had really died. There was still no news of them. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and returned to the cliff to continue cultivating. His goal was already set on the Prodigy ranking battle, and he didn't want to waste any more time. The Evil Sky Divine Range's Heaven's Pride ranking battle also had rewards. The most important thing was fame. The champion would be able to represent the Evil Sky Divine Range to visit other divine ranges, which was equivalent to accumulating experience for the position of Divine Range Master. In the blink of an eye, another 10 years had passed. On this day, Zhou Xuanji returned to the Milky Way to visit his parents in his previous life. After so many years, Earth had undergone earth-shattering changes. The Earthlings had walked into the universe and started the universe cultivation era. His parents had already become figures at the top of the human pyramid. Every time someone asked them what the secret to success was, they would answer with confidence. In his previous life, his father, Yang Dabang, smiled mysteriously. "Give birth to a good son." Seeing Zhou Xuanji again, the couple seemed very excited. Zhou Xuanji did not give them anything and only chatted casually. Most of the time, Zhou Shaoxian would come back to visit them, and because of this, they had always been close to Zhou Xuanji. After chatting for a day, Zhou Xuanji's mental state improved. Every time he experienced glory, he would come back to calm his heart. Ever since he entered the Kunlun origin court, his status and cultivation had been soaring. It was very difficult for him to stabilize his mental state. If it were someone else, they would have already become inflated. Sometimes, the mortal world wasn't weak but another kind of strength. Longevity, the pursuit of immortality. But who could truly be immortal? Even the sovereign of the Kunlun origin court was replaced one after another. No one knew who the previous sovereign was. After returning to pure sword heaven, Zhou Xuanji had just sat down when Chang Xian came to his side. Master, the soul source pawn's soul guardian that you want to know about has finally appeared. Only 2 people are recruited. Are you going? Chang Xian asked softly. She had been paying attention to this matter for decades. Finally, the opportunity had come. Zhou Xuanji immediately opened his eyes upon hearing this. He got up and said, "Take me there." Chang Xian was taken aback. This was the first time she had seen Zhou Xuanji lose his composure like this. Okay, Chang Xian nodded. Chang Xian nodded before leaving pure sword heaven with Zhou Xuanji. They quickly flew out of the evil sky divine range and came to the nearby origin city. In order to reduce trouble, Zhou Xuanji covered his face with Tao energy. He had learned this technique from Chang Xian. In the origin city near the super divine range, creatures often did this, especially those geniuses. They were afraid of being plotted against by the enemy. The 2 came to the vocation palace and stopped in front of a side hall in the deepest part. Written on the gate were 3 large characters, the soul source pool, written in a bold style. You go in first. I will wait for you outside, Chang Xian said respectfully. Zhou Xuanji nodded as he pushed the door open and entered. As soon as he entered, he saw an acquaintance. A 17-star genius, Chu Machen. Chu Machen looked back at him with a shocked expression. Although Zhou Xuanji had covered his face, Chu Machen remembered his aura. Why are you here? Chu Machen asked with a frown. He had a very bad impression of Zhou Xuanji. He had always regarded Ing Zhuge as his opponent. In the end, Ing Zhuge ended up in a miserable state because of Zhou Xuanji. Every time he thought of it, he would get angry. Zhou Xuanji dispelled the spell, revealing his true face, and asked, "Is there a position for the Soul Guardian?" The Soul Guardian only recruited 2 people. Chang Xian informed him immediately. He didn't expect Chu Machen to be even faster. He glanced around. There was no one else in the hall except for them. It seemed that he had a great chance of becoming a Soul Guardian. It hasn't started yet. The Soul Guardian is still in the future. The competition will definitely be big, Chu Machen said with a cold snort. The more he looked at Zhou Xuanji, the more upset he became. But he didn't speak ill of Zhou Xuanji. As a super genius, he was still very gentlemanly. His arrogance was only in the face of an opponent of the same level. Zhou Xuanji's aptitude was better than his, but his strength was still far from his. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. Just when he was about to speak, a skinny girl rushed in. The girl looked only 12 or 13 years old. She was wearing a blue robe and a blue striped white hat. Her skin was fair, and her face was delicate. She looked excited. She cried out in surprise when she saw Zhou Xuanji and Chu Machen. She quickly walked up to Zhou Xuanji and said excitedly, "Evil Sky Divine Range, Zhou Xuanji? Wow, you look even better than during the superstar competition." Chu Machen snorted again. "My name is Tiexin. Can I be your friend?" The blue-robed girl asked excitedly. She circled around Zhou Xuanji, sniffing him like a puppy. Zhou Xuanji asked, "Which divine range are you from?" He couldn't see through Tiexin's cultivation. It seems that this girl isn't simple. Tiexin replied with a giggle, "Phoenix Heaven Divine Range. Let the 2 of us be the Soul Guardians." She directly ignored Chu Machen, which made Chu Machen's eyes spew fire. Tixin, you are so old. You still want to compete with us young people? Chu Machen said, gnashing his teeth. Chapter 721. Hearing Chu Machen's words, Tai Xian raised her brows and said meaningfully, what kind of young man are you? You've cultivated for God knows how many years. Aren't you ashamed? What? You want to end up like Ingzhuge? Ingzhuge? Chu Machen was furious and said, what's wrong with Ingzhuge? At least he dares to take responsibility for his actions, and he only asks his heart. How can you humiliate him? Tai Xian ignored him and looked at Zhou Xuanji with a smile. Why do you want to be a soul guardian? Don't tell me you want to reincarnate a certain soul? Zhou Xuanji sweated in his heart. How did this girl guess it so easily? Could it be that the vast majority of soul guardians had this goal? Yes, me too. Otherwise, who would come to the soul source pool? It's so boring. These Heaven's Pride experts were reincarnated like this. Tai Xian giggled and cast a disdainful look at Chu Machen. Chu Machen's face was ashen. He was rendered speechless. This time, he was also here for the matter of reincarnation. Just as the three of them were chatting, a few more people walked into the hall. When most people saw them, they were so scared that they turned around and left. Zhou Xuanji, Tixin, and Chu Machen were all influential figures who represented the super divine ranges. They could not afford to offend them. The people who stayed were basically from super divine ranges. All the divine ranges ranked in the top 100 could be called super divine ranges. Most of the super divine ranges were about the same in strength. Only the top 10 were different. They could be called the sovereign divine range. A sovereign divine range was a divine range that had given birth to a sovereign. However, the miraculous thing was that there were only 10 sovereign divine ranges. If a supremacy not from a sovereign divine range appeared, a sovereign divine range would definitely fall. Naturally, those who perished were part of the great eliminations. No one knew the reason behind this. In the end, there were 7 people competing for the position of Soul Master. A white figure appeared out of thin air. It was like smoke, and it transformed into a human figure. He wore a white robe and a devil mask. The door was closed, and the Soul Guardian said, there is only one task for the Soul Guardian assessment this time, and that is to find the Soul Source Bead and the All Lives Pen within 1,000 years. Soul Source Orb, All Lives Brush. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. He had heard of these 2 treasures before. The Soul Source Orb was a supreme treasure that could control the soul. The All Lives Brush could record the lives and deaths of all living beings. It was a legendary treasure that was even higher than the jade gold treasure basket. How did these 2 treasures end up outside? Was this a test deliberately set up, or was there another reason? He suddenly recalled Daohu Qiuzuan's attack on the Kunlun Origin Court. Could it be that Daohu Qiuzuan had stolen it? The 7 of them frowned as their thoughts wavered. These supreme treasures must have been taken away by someone. How powerful must the person be to be able to take away 2 supreme treasures? Forget it then. Give up. You just want us to challenge Daohu Qiuzuan. Tai Xian shook her head and the others nodded. Even Chu Machen didn't object. It was indeed Daohu Qiuzuan. Zhou Xuanji's frown deepened. He had waited so long for this opportunity, and he did not want to miss it. If he could help the old immortal reincarnate as soon as possible, he would not feel guilty. Now, he only felt guilty towards the old immortal. If it wasn't for the old immortal, he wouldn't be here today. In any case, we only have 1,000 years. Whoever gets 2 precious treasures can become a soul guard. 2 precious treasures, 1 for each spot. The soul guardian dropped this sentence and disappeared. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. In the end, they all left without saying a word. Just as Zhou Xuanji walked out of the palace, Chang Xian came up to him. Yo, little woman, you are quite pretty. You are really blessed, Tai Xian teased. Tai Xian teased. Chang Xian felt awkward and quickly saluted. Zhou Xuanji glanced at Tai Xian and asked, Senior Tai, what's the matter? He was very resistant to Tai Xian's enthusiasm. One who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. Hee, I want to invite you to our divine range as a guest, Tai Xian giggled. Tai Xian giggled, and Zhou Xuanji heard her and left immediately. Chang Xian quickly followed him, but Tai Xian stayed in place. She showed a sinister and cold smile as she murmured, Zhou Xuanji, you can't escape. Only you are qualified to be my furnace. After leaving the vocation palace, Zhou Xuanji and Chang Xian went back directly. He didn't tell her about the Soul Guardian's mission. Chang Xian wouldn't be able to find out about it. Master, you have to be careful of that Tai Xian. It is said that countless men have died in her hands. Chang Xian walked up to Zhou Xuanji and whispered. Chang Xian walked up to Zhou Xuanji and said in a low voice. She glanced behind her vigilantly, fearing that Tai Xian was still following them. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, I don't like her either. Tai Xian's gaze at him was very aggressive. It was obvious that she was up to no good. The master and servant soon returned to the Evil Sky Divine Range. Zhou Xuanji thought about it and decided to go to Beast Sovereign. Chang Xian was personally chosen by Beast Sovereign for Zhou Xuanji. Naturally, she had a way to contact Beast Sovereign. Soon, Zhou Xuanji was sent to Beast Sovereign's cultivation palace. What's the matter? Beast Sovereign opened his eyes and asked. Zhou Xuanji told him about the old immortal and the previous Soul Guardian mission. This sovereign will not help you personally. You have to find these two supreme treasures by yourself. But you have 1,000 years. Wait a little longer. The Kunlun Origin Court will eliminate Daohu Qiuzuan later. When the time comes, I will take you there, Beast Sovereign said calmly. He looked at Zhou Xuanji and nodded with satisfaction. Although this kid's cultivation hadn't improved by leaps and bounds, his aura had been increasing. It was within the range of his approval. Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought when he heard that they were going to eliminate Daohu Qiuzuan. Beast Sovereign's words confirmed that the Soul Source Orb and the All Lives Pen were in Daohu Qiuzuan's hands. Since the Kunlun Origin Court was going to take action, why did they still assign missions? He felt that this matter wasn't that simple. There must be a lot of undercurrents in this battle. At that time, you can't use the exterminating divine eyes. This sovereign will find a way for you to gather all 5 ultimate divine eyes, continued Beast Sovereign. Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji raised his head and looked at him. 5 ultimate divine eyes. Such a big surprise. Daohu Qiuzuan was strong enough to challenge the Kunlun Origin Court by relying on the 5 ultimate divine eyes. He was naturally curious about the 5 ultimate divine eyes. Zhou Xuanji cupped his fists and said, Thank you, Sovereign. Beast Sovereign nodded and asked, Did you meet anyone from the Sovereign Divine Ranges after you went out? Zhou Xuanji shook his head. He didn't wander around the nearby origin cities. Recently, those Sovereign Divine Ranges will open their meridians one after another. Be careful. They are very interested in the 18 star geniuses. Even if you are in the Evil Sky Divine Range, they have a way to contact you, warned Beast Sovereign. Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow upon hearing this. He quickly replied, Thank you, Sovereign, for the reminder. Beast Sovereign waved his right hand and sent Zhou Xuanji back. Pure Sword Heaven, Zhou Xuanji had just returned when he heard a rumble. With a sweep of his divine will, he sensed Zhou Xiaoshuan's aura. He saw Zhou Xiaoxian flying over the vast land. 2 beams of purple light shot out from her eyes as she destroyed the earth unscrupulously. Jiang Shui, Xian Xianghua, Xiao Jinghong, and the others were scattered around. They wanted to stop her but they couldn't. The servants had also gathered here. I created all of this. Why should I die? Zhou Xiaoxian let out a cold and angry voice. Her pretty face looked hideous. Chapter 722. Looking at Zhou Xiaoshuan's frenzied state, Zhou Xuanji frowned. He immediately came up to her and quickly captured her. However, this girl was extraordinarily strong, and Zhou Xuanji was afraid of hurting her, so she broke free from his grasp. She turned her head to look at him, and the two beams of purple light in her eyes swept over him, as if she wanted to annihilate his soul. Exterminating divine eyes. Zhou Xuanji was shocked in his heart. He easily dodged the exterminating divine eyes' purple radiance. He felt strange. When he gave birth to Zhou Xiaoxian, he did not have the exterminating divine eyes yet. Where did this girl's exterminating divine eyes come from? Could the exterminating divine eyes be contagious? Zhou Xuanji immediately used his divine ability to hypnotize Zhou Xiaoxian, but the girl's willpower was extremely powerful. "Don't you dare harm me again!" Zhou Xiaoxian roared hoarsely. She shook her arms, and an extremely violent aura exploded, sending Zhou Xuanji flying backward forcefully. She turned around and charged toward Zhou Xuanji. "Little jade!" Jianghu shouted anxiously. She wanted to stop Zhou Xiaoxian, but Xian Xianghua stopped her. Xian Xianghua said solemnly, "Right now, only her father can suppress her." Her heart was filled with doubts. Why did Zhou Xiaoxian suddenly act like this? From what she said, could it be that she had been possessed by some powerful being? That shouldn't be the case. She was still alive and kicking this morning. Furthermore, this was the evil sky divine range. Whose soul could sneak in here? Xian Xianghua sank into deep thought, while the others were shocked by Zhou Xiaoxuan's strength. What's wrong with this girl? Chang Xian suddenly appeared beside Zhou Xuanji. She reached out and caught Zhou Xiaoxian, who was about to attack her. Chang Xian then poked Zhou Xiaoxuan's chest 3 times with 2 fingers of her right hand. Zhou Xiaoxian immediately turned into soft mud and fell into her arms. Chang Xian put Zhou Xiaoxian back into Zhou Xuanji's arms and asked softly, "Master, do you want to ask a soul doctor to take a look?" Soul doctors were doctors who specialized in treating souls. Those with excellent medical skills could even heal a remnant soul. Zhou Xuanji frowned and said, "Let me take a look first." Then, he brought Zhou Xiaoxian back to the house and laid her flat on the bed. He used his spiritual will to scan Zhou Xiaoxuan's body and soon found her soul. Her soul was very strange. It was wrapped in a mysterious purple aura as if it was tied up. Zhou Xuanji wanted to dispel the purple qi, but it was like maggots that clung to Zhou Xiaoxian and could not be dispelled. He tried all sorts of methods, but to no avail. In the end, he could only give up. When his consciousness returned to reality, Xian Xianghua, Jiang Shui, and Huang Lianxin were waiting by his side. Due to the gender difference, the others were waiting outside. Chang Xian came in and said, "Master, Ingzhuge is here. Do you want to let him have a look? After all, he has lived for countless years." Zhou Xuanji hesitated for a moment before nodding. Chang Xian immediately went out to meet Ingzhuge. Ingzhuge walked in and nodded to Zhou Xuanji and the others. He then walked to the bedside and looked down at Zhou Xiaoxian. He said, "Your daughter should have obtained some kind of inheritance. This kind of inheritance is very difficult to discover. It belongs to another kind of power that transcends time and space. Even the 9 vast heavens can't sense it." Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow and asked, "Then, do you know the origin of this inheritance?" Ingzhuge nodded and explained, "Even the Kongtong Divine Eye, one of the 5 ultimate gods, must have sensed your daughter's existence based on your exterminating divine eyes. Then, it crossed countless spaces and cast the inheritance into your daughter's body. Kongtong Divine Eye, one of the 5 ultimate divine eyes. Didn't the 5 ultimate gods fall? Apart from Daohu and barbaric ultimate god, are there other great gods still alive?" asked Zhou Xuanji, feeling very strange. Ingzhuge replied, "At their level, even if they fall, their great Tao is immortal and will never be extinguished." Zhou Xuanji asked again, "Is this good or bad?" Ingzhuge fell into silence. He didn't answer immediately. After a while, Ingzhuge furrowed his brow and said, "No, this Kongtong Divine Eye is different from the 5 ultimate gods you and I know. It should be more ancient. Its power is too pure. This matter is very difficult. You can only go to Beast Sovereign. In any case, he used to be a powerhouse of the Emperor Divine range. His cultivation was once far beyond the 9 vast heavens. Zhou Xuanji looked at Chang Xian. Chang Xian instantly understood and immediately went to contact Beast Sovereign. Jiang Shui was very worried, but she didn't collapse. She didn't say anything and just waited quietly. Xian Xianghua curiously asked, "In that case, can this also be an opportunity? The Kongtong Divine I was just an inheritance after all." "Yes, but this inheritance has the obsession of the previous master. It is very popular. If it is not controlled, it is likely that your daughter will become like the previous master," replied Ingzhuge. He was also very curious about why such an ancient Kongtong Divine I would be passed on to Zhou Shaoxian. Could it be a conspiracy against Zhou Xuanji? Zhou Xuanji's identity was special. He couldn't help but think so. Soon, Chang Xian came back and sent a voice transmission to Zhou Xuanji. "Beast Sovereign said that you don't have to worry. She is in a state of soul chaos. Every once in a while, she will be in such a state. There are still 500 years before the next time. If you want to break it, you need to find the Soul Source Orb." Soul Source Orb. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. How can the target be related to the Soul Source Orb? He habitually guessed the possible conspiracy behind it. But when he thought about it carefully, the Soul Source Orb was a supreme treasure. It could control any soul. It wouldn't be difficult to help Zhou Shaoxian cleanse her soul. After thinking about it, Zhou Xuanji nodded slightly to Chang Xian. Ingzhuge turned around and left. Although he didn't hear Chang Xian's words, he also understood that there was a solution to the problem. Zhou Xuanji stopped him and asked, "What do you think of Daohu Qiuzuan? If I want you to accompany me to find Daohu Qiuzuan, will you go?" Ingzhuge was stunned. He frowned at him, not understanding what he meant. Ingzhuge narrowed his eyes and nodded slowly. After Ingzhuge left, Jiang Shui came up and asked about the situation. Zhou Xuanji replied, "It's okay. Beast Sovereign has already told me the solution. Don't worry, I am here." Jiang Shui could only relax. That night, Zhou Shaoxian woke up. She had no memory of her previous madness. Zhou Xuanji and the others didn't tell her the truth. They just said that she fell asleep while cultivating. As for the damage she caused in pure sword heaven, the world would automatically restore it. Next, Zhou Xuanji continued to prepare for the ranking battle of geniuses. After the ranking battle, he was going to look for the Soul Source Orb. Recently, he had been developing the World Buddha art. World internalization could only absorb magic energy and saint energy. It couldn't absorb Dao energy. He planned to cultivate world internalization to the point where he could absorb Dao energy. This way, it would help him grow stronger quickly. His sword Dao was to absorb all rivers into the sea, and all rivers flow into the sea. Just like that. Decades passed. The ranking battle of geniuses in the Evil Sky Divine Range had begun. Every small world and plane in the Divine Range could watch the battle, just like in the Superstar competition. Zhou Xuanji was escorted to the top of the Divine Range by Chang Xian. Chapter 723. Master, in the Heaven's Chosen ranking battles, you absolutely must not hold back. You must fight with your full strength. There are some Heaven's Chosen who can lower their pride and beg for forgiveness. Then, when they are unprepared, they will strike a fatal blow. Only a Heaven's Chosen who survives can be considered a chosen. Chang Xian reminded him. She was dead set on Zhou Xuanji. She would naturally worry about him. Zhou Xuanji nodded. He naturally knew about this. He had not grown up in a greenhouse. Along the way, Chang Xian explained the rules of the ranking battle to Zhou Xuanji. The rules of the Heaven's Chosen ranking battle had never changed. It was split into 2 stages. The first stage was a solo challenge. There were all the registrant's Great Path doppelgangers in the stage, completely duplicating the registrant's figure and strength. Different strengths represented different points, and killing them would earn points. According to the ranking, only the top 100 could enter the second round. The second round was a duel. After hearing this, Zhou Xuanji said unpleasantly, "Then why did you warn me? With my current strength, can I enter the top 100? If he wasn't in the top 100, he wouldn't be able to meet other prodigies." Chang Xian stuck out her tongue and said with a smile, "What if? Who could have predicted your performance in the superstar competition?" This round of flattery was very accurate, and Zhou Xuanji enjoyed it a lot. About the time it took for an incense stick to burn had passed. They arrived at the top floor, where the Heaven's Pride ranking battles were taking place. This was a vast wasteland, and there were countless creatures gathered there, escorting the Heaven's Prides to the huge door of light. The Gate of Light was 1,000 miles wide, as if it connected the two ends of the world, leading to a whole new world. Walking into the sea of people, Chang Xian continued to tell them some details. For example, the first stage only had 10 hours. As long as they entered the second stage, the entire divine range would be able to see their battle. Zhou Xuanji was very calm. He did not care about the top 100. In terms of pure strength, how could he enter the top 100? In any case, the task given to him by Beast Sovereign was to enter the top 10,000. As Zhou Xuanji got closer and closer to the light gate, he met many familiar faces. Naturally, they were the people he had befriended at the banquet of the Evil Sky Divine Range's higher-ups. The cultivation of these people was very strong. They had already lived for a long time. They could guess what height Beast Sovereign wanted to cultivate Zhou Xuanji to. As they chatted along the way, Zhou Xuanji took a long time to reach the Gate of Light. After saying a few words to Chang Xian, he stepped into the bright light. The first level only had 10 hours, so Chang Xian intended to wait here. Zhou Xuanji went in. What rank can he get? His talent is indeed amazing, but he's too young. It's already amazing that he could enter the top 10,000. I'm really looking forward to his growth. He will be the next representative of the Evil Sky Divine Range. With Venerable Sovereign supporting him, he won't be too weak. TSK, late-stage Dao-treading saint. How long has it been since he came to the Kunlun Origin Court? The creatures discussed among themselves. They all felt great anticipation and admiration towards Zhou Xuanji, and there were not many who felt envious or hateful. After all, Zhou Xuanji had no enemies in the Evil Sky Divine Range. The other side. Zhou Xuanji walked in a bright light, and he could sense a mysterious power penetrating his body. He did not feel any pain at all and instead felt very comfortable. When he walked out of the bright light, he caught a glimpse of light figures walking out from both sides. They were the embodiments of the other contestants' great Daos. Thunder clouds rolled in front of him, and the wilderness was boundless. In the vast world, they looked extremely small. Zhou Xuanji took out the almighty divine snake sword of controlling Daos and cast the sword fusion technique and 9-soul fusion technique. His strength skyrocketed, shocking all the light figures. They turned to look at him but didn't act immediately. Instead, they waited for him to make the first move. Zhou Xuanji didn't make a move immediately. Instead, he closed his eyes and calmed his mind. He activated world internalization, preparing to use this battle to comprehend something. The sword shield art erupted as a bright light burst out from his body, making him look like a sun. Boom! With a stomp of his right foot, he charged in one direction and slashed with the sword in his right hand. The sword chi immediately split the ground. A light figure in front of him smashed his sword chi with a single hand. It was extremely domineering. Zhou Xuanji remained calm and collected. He turned around and slashed again. He launched a storm-like attack. His sword speed was superb. Relying on his powerful sword Dao, he quickly destroyed the light figure. He continued to charge at the other light figures. The fierce battle officially began. He cast all kinds of sword techniques. They were dazzling and spectacular. He deliberately provoked the light figures, turning the initial one-on-one fight into a group fight. In a short while, he was fighting hundreds of light figures alone, bombarding the ground. While fighting, he was comprehending world internalization. He wanted to absorb the enemy's Dao energy in battle. Soon, he entered a state of selflessness. What he didn't know was that Beast Sovereign and a group of high-level figures of the evil Sky Divine range were observing him. These people were staying in a brightly lit palace. Beast Sovereign was sitting on the main seat while the others were standing, looking up at the ball of light above their heads. Zhou Xuanji's figure was three-dimensional in it. Is he having an epiphany? TSK, the other geniuses are busy earning points, but he wants to use this opportunity to break through. The thinking of an 18-star genius is indeed different. What is he cultivating? His strength is already comparable to a Tao ancestor. But it's still not enough. Who told him to come so late? The high-level figures started discussing among themselves. They all had different expressions. Some were joking, some were looking forward to it, and some were curious. With Beast Sovereign above, they naturally didn't dare to show any strange expressions. This kid really doesn't take this battle seriously. Beast Sovereign coldly snorted in his heart. He couldn't help but smile. In fact, he didn't spend much time on Zhou Xuanji. But even so, Zhou Xuanji could patiently cultivate. His cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. Geniuses like Zhou Xuanji, who wasn't the reincarnation of a powerful cultivator, were easily arrogant and neglected their cultivation. Especially those geniuses who soared to the sky in one fell swoop. They were the easiest to get lost. At this moment, the purple-robed man who had been gathering information for Beast Sovereign suddenly appeared beside him. The purple-robed man's lips slightly moved as he transmitted his voice to Beast Sovereign. The other high-level figures pretended not to see him and continued to discuss Zhou Xuanji as if they didn't know the purple-robed man had appeared. Are you sure? Beast Sovereign asked softly. The purple-robed man nodded heavily. Seeing this, Beast Sovereign couldn't help but furrow his brow and fall into deep thought. After a while, he said, mobilize the 3,000 evil Sky Divine guards and capture him. Yes. The purple-robed man disappeared into thin air. The high-level figure's eyelids twitched wildly. The 3,000 evil Sky Divine guards were the heavy troops of the evil Sky Divine range. Generally, any creature targeted by the 3,000 evil Sky Divine guards wouldn't be able to escape. Who provoked Beast Sovereign to mobilize the 3,000 evil Sky Divine guards? Beast Sovereign didn't explain. He just looked at the ball of light above. Zhou Xuanji was fighting with his eyes closed. His speed was faster than before. He was like a bolt of lightning sweeping across the battlefield. Thousands of light figures besieged him, but they couldn't keep up with his speed. Under the Tao realm, Zhou Xuanji's speed had reached an unprecedented extreme. He hadn't fought to his heart's content for a long time. Even when facing Ingzhuge, he didn't feel this way because Ingzhuge was hiding his strength. Chapter 724. This feeling, Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself. His body was already in battle mode, but his eyes were still closed. Even if he didn't open his eyes, he could still see the entire world clearly. He was comprehending the moment of world internalization, but he had entered a different state. In the absolutely calm Tao realm, moving at full speed would allow one's physical body to break through the limit. At first glance, he seemed to be constantly flashing in battle, forming hundreds of afterimages. If the barbaric ultimate god was here, he would have thought that Yi Futian was using the Great Li Doppelganger. One by one, the figures of light were destroyed by him. He had no idea how many points he had earned, nor did he consider his ranking. Right now, he only wanted to quickly find an opportunity to make a breakthrough in world internalization. Boom! A muscular figure of light stepped on the ruins and charged toward Zhou Xuanji. He punched out, causing space to shatter. Zhou Xuanji was forced to open his eyes, and in his pupils, a golden fist grew larger and larger. The fist collided with the sword light around him and sent him flying. He rolled along the surface of the ground. He quickly twisted his body and landed on his feet. After sliding for several thousand meters, he kicked his legs and quickly rushed forward. His opponent's strength had obviously surpassed that of a Tao-treading saint. He was even extraordinary among the Tao ancestors. However, Zhou Xuanji had consumed many heavenly materials and earthly treasures to temper his body in the evil sky divine range. He was not afraid. The two of them crossed each other, and the other figures of light were reduced to supporting roles. Zhou Xuanji quickly got used to his opponent's strength and speed. These figures of light also had their own divine abilities, but they could not compare to him. Gradually, he began to unleash the exterminating divine light. Every time he opened his eyes, two beams of purple light would shoot out from his eyes. After being enveloped by the exterminating divine light, these light figures would also be frozen in place, motionless, and then killed by his sword. Such a battle seemed to be a test of his comprehensive strength, but in reality, his world internalization was also changing. There was a huge difference between Saint energy and Tao energy. There was a qualitative difference, but in terms of origin, it was still just energy. How to change the absorption of holy power to the absorption of Tao power seemed complicated, but it was actually very simple. That was to increase the conversion speed of world internalization. He was so strong that even his Tao power couldn't break free. Time passed quickly in his epiphany. 2 hours. 4 hours. The figures of light that Zhou Xuanji encountered became more and more powerful, to the extent that they would interrupt his state of enlightenment. Fortunately, this battlefield was big enough. If he couldn't win, he could still escape. During the battle, his exterminating divine eyes were also becoming stronger. In the past, when he was cultivating, he rarely paid attention to the exterminating divine eyes, and he rarely used them in battle. This also caused his exterminating divine eyes to not improve by leaps and bounds, but now it had begun. Inside the bright palace, Beast Sovereign asked, "Who do you think will be stronger in the future, Zhou Xuanji or that person from the Emperor Divine Range?" As soon as he said this, all the people in power turned to look at him. They didn't answer him directly and instead sank into deep thought. Not only that one, but also the supreme geniuses of other super divine ranges and sovereign divine ranges. Can Zhou Xuanji compare to them? Beast Sovereign looked calm, as if he was asking an insignificant question. No one answered. Everyone fell into silence. Although 18-star aptitude was very strong, there were strong and weak ones among the 18-star aptitude. This was especially so for the prodigies of the super divine ranges and sovereign divine ranges. Each of them had a great background, and there were even reincarnations of range masters. As long as he is given time, I believe that he will become the strongest heaven's chosen one. An old man said with a smile, stroking his beard. The others came back to their senses and began to flatter Zhou Xuanji. Flattering Zhou Xuanji was giving Beast Sovereign face. They still understood the ways of the world. Now, all the creatures in the entire Kunlun origin court believed that Zhou Xuanji was Beast Sovereign's disciple. This was even more true in the evil sky divine range. Beast Sovereign couldn't help but smile as he listened to their words. "Then this sovereign will give you a hand," Beast Sovereign said in his heart. He then gently flicked his right hand in his sleeve. Zhou Xuanji, who was fighting, suddenly felt something drilling into his body. In an instant, his whole body entered a strange state. This feeling was indescribable. It was as if his body was the world and the great Tao was his blood. The sword shield art erupted. The sword radiance around him was dazzling, as if there were countless silver sword phantoms. Zhou Xuanji instantly absorbed the Tao energy of the light figures. So that's how it is. Zhou Xuanji was very excited. He felt that he had finally stepped through the door. The speed at which he absorbed the enemy's energy skyrocketed. He could even directly take away the Tao energy. In the blink of an eye, he absorbed the Tao energy of dozens of light figures around him. Then, he slashed with his sword, annihilating all of them. The battle continued. Zhou Xuanji, who was full of fighting spirit, rushed to other places. He switched from sparring to hunting. In the blink of an eye, 10 hours had finally arrived. Zhou Xuanji was swinging his sword when the light figures in front of him suddenly disappeared. The light figures scattered in the distance also disappeared. A powerful force moved Zhou Xuanji into the bright light area. He closed his eyes as a message drilled into his mind. It was the ranking of this ranking battle of geniuses. He could see the names of all geniuses. Ji Huanglin was ranked 59th, Zhou Xuanji was ranked 7,894th. This ranking naturally meant that he had no chance of competing in the second round. Zhou Xuanji stepped forward. He wasn't disappointed. On the contrary, he was very excited. He wanted to go back and cultivate in seclusion to continue comprehending the breakthrough just now. After walking out of the light gate, Chang Xian locked onto his aura and appeared beside him out of thin air. "Master, how's the ranking?" Chang Xian asked respectfully. She couldn't help but look forward to it when she saw Zhou Xuanji smiling. Zhou Xuanji replied, "More than 7,000, average." Chang Xian wasn't disappointed. On the contrary, she was pleasantly surprised. "Master is really amazing. It's your first time participating in the ranking battle of geniuses, and you already have such a result. Most importantly, you are still young," Chang Xian said in admiration. Zhou Xuanji didn't know if she was faking it or not. In any case, Zhou Xuanji enjoyed it very much. They immediately left this place and quickly returned to pure sword heaven. Zhou Xuanji found a quiet and uninhabited valley and went into seclusion. In this valley, there was a small lake with clear water. Many koi fish were swimming in it. He meditated by the lake, calming his mind. He recalled the feeling of absorbing Tao energy. "Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji," a faintly discernible voice drifted from the front. Zhou Xuanji couldn't help but open his eyes. There was no one in front of him. But the voice was still ringing. It was obviously not an auditory hallucination. He couldn't help but stand up and look at the bottom of the lake. He saw his reflection on the lake smiling at him. It was an extremely strange smile. Zhou Xuanji asked expressionlessly, "Who are you?" "Dao Hu Qiuzuan. This is the evil sky divine range." His reflection in the lake continued smiling and said, "I am you. Haven't we met before? Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't go any further. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable for you." Zhou Xuanji couldn't help but think of the person he saw in the Vocation Palace in the Origin City. That person looked exactly like him, and had even threatened him. Chapter 725. "Oh. Where can I go?" Zhou Xuanji asked expressionlessly. He didn't feel anything in the face of the man in the lake's threat. The other party didn't dare to do it himself, which meant that he had some scruples. He could only use such a small trick to intimidate him. How could he be scared? The path toward the strongest sword Tao is not suitable for you. You must give up, the man in the lake said with a sinister smile. His expression was full of mockery. Zhou Xuanji couldn't help but shake his head and laugh when he heard this. He didn't even bother to answer. He hated it the most when the enemy didn't show up and kept talking to him. "Is it fun?" Zhou Xuanji turned around, sat back down on the boulder, and began cultivating. The man in the lake snorted coldly, "Stubborn, I know your end best. Why do you always insist on doing things your own way?" Zhou Xuanji didn't answer. He had already entered a completely meditative state. His mind was calm. There was only world internalization in his world. He ignored everything around him. The man in the lake cursed for a while before he disappeared. After a few months, Zhou Xuanji ended his seclusion. He had completely improved world internalization. From now on, he could absorb the enemy's Tao energy in battle. He would grow stronger the more he fought. Zhou Xuanji returned to the mountaintop where he lived in a good mood. Xian Xianghua couldn't help but tease him, "I thought you were too embarrassed to come out because your ranking was too low." Zhou Xuanji shrugged and said, "This is low? Can you do it?" "Humph." The two bickered for a while before Zhou Xuanji went to visit Zhou Shaoxian. This girl acted as if nothing had happened. She was still pestering Chang Xian, wanting to learn new skills. Ever since she went crazy, her aptitude began to grow. She could learn any divine ability at first glance, which surprised Jiang Shui. However, this girl's temper was getting worse. She was prone to look proud and conceited when she spoke. When Zhou Xuanji found her, she was pulling Chang Xian's arm and acting coquettishly. "Sister Yan, teach me that move." "I will never use it indiscriminately," Zhou Xiaoxian said pitifully. Zhou Xiaoxian said pitifully. Just as she was about to continue, a hand reached over, pinched her ear, and pulled her over. "Who?" Zhou Xiaoxian was furious. Just when she was about to flare up, she saw that it was Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji snorted, "Build up your cultivation first. Don't think about these things all day long." Zhou Xiaoxian wanted to refute, but after thinking about it carefully, she realized that her cultivation was indeed a little low. No matter how strong a divine ability was, it would not be able to unleash its true power in her hands. Zhou Xiaoxian curled her lips and said, "All right." Cultivation was simply too boring, especially when it came to accumulating one's cultivation base. Sitting there would drive one crazy. After that, Zhou Xuanji did not go out again. He planned to break through to the peak of the Tao-treading saint realm in the pure sword heaven. Spring passed and autumn came. The origin court did not keep track of time. In the blink of an eye, another 100 years had passed. Zhou Xuanji finally reached the complete Tao-treading saint realm at the age of 800. Analyzed that the sword owner has reached 800 years old. Gotcha started. Ding. Congratulations, the sword owner has obtained Celestial Shaking, Strange Itch Sword, Supreme Lord, Proud Mortal Ghost Sword. The sword spirit's voice resounded in Zhou Xuanji's mind. He immediately opened his eyes and brought up the Proud Mortal Ghost Sword's information. Sword name, Proud Mortal Ghost Sword rank, Noble Lord, description, there are countless mortals in the universe. This ghost sword is not contaminated by karma and can cut through the chi of the mortal world. You need to be at least a perfected Tao-treading saint to use this sword. Mortal chi. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. He remembered Ingzhuge saying that all creatures had mortal chi. It was just a matter of how much. After surpassing the Tao ancestor realm, the higher the cultivation, the lesser the mortal chi. Mortal chi belonged to a high-level existence that was invisible to the naked eye. Mortal chi was also related to luck. If one could cut off the mortal chi of others, the opponent would be haunted by bad luck. Only by slowly cultivating and washing away the mortal chi would one not encounter bad luck. If one gave up before, they would face an extremely horrifying end. Not bad, Zhou Xuanji said with a satisfied smile. Zhou Xuanji said with a satisfied smile. He took out the Proud Mortal Ghost Sword and observed it carefully. This sword was a black sword covered with many red lines as if it was stained with blood. It looked horrifying. The ultimate sovereign divine shadow sword and the Proud Mortal Ghost Sword would be his weapons in the next battle. As for the other legendary swords, he used the sword fusion technique to improve his cultivation. Next, he took out the two Supreme Lord legendary swords and began to familiarize himself with their power. In the blink of an eye, another 10 years passed. On this day, Beast Sovereign sent a message to him, asking him to get ready. He would leave for Daohu Chiozuan in 5 days. Zhou Xuanji had been waiting for this day for a long time. He immediately found Ingzhuge and Barbaric Ultimate God and put them into the Tianxia map. For this mission, Ingzhuge was his secret weapon. How powerful was Ingzhuge? He had stepped into the 9 vast heavens great realm and had a 17-star aptitude. He was definitely extremely powerful. 5 days later, Beast Sovereign moved Zhou Xuanji into the Sovereign Palace. In addition to him, there were dozens of people in different clothes in the palace. All of them were exuding a powerful aura. When he appeared, everyone looked at him. Sovereign, are you really going to bring him along? This is your precious baby. Aren't you afraid of breaking him? A skinny purple-haired man sneered. His eyes were like a poisonous snake as he sized up Zhou Xuanji. Beast Sovereign remained expressionless. He didn't reply. Zhou Xuanji bowed to the seniors and then stood quietly, waiting for orders. The others were looking at him with different expressions in their eyes. After a while, 7 more people appeared, causing a wave of ridicule. Beast Sovereign got up and said, "Okay, get ready to go. There is only one goal for this mission, and that is to capture Jianghu. He was seriously injured in the previous battle. This is our best chance." "Yes." Everyone replied in unison. Immediately afterward, Beast Sovereign waved his right hand, sweeping everyone away. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and found himself in the space-time channel. The powerful cultivators around him were discussing among themselves. TSK, Jianghu also has such a day. He is too arrogant. We must torture him after we catch him. He is, after all, a famous expert. This is not good, right? Powerful my ass. He is a villain who betrayed his master for glory. How did the head of the 5 ultimate gods treat him back then? With Sovereign leading the way, Jianghu can't escape even if he grows wings. Zhou Xuanji listened quietly. He also heard some legends about Jianghu. Back then, Jianghu wasn't the strongest among the 5 ultimate gods. Thanks to the support of the exterminating Divine Eyes Master, this guy turned against his own family in order to collect the 5 ultimate Divine Eyes. It was outrageous. It was said that the reason why he dared to make a move back then was because he joined forces with a super divine range. After that, he was fully nurtured by that super divine range. In the end, he betrayed that super divine range and founded Jianghu Chiozuan. Zhou Xuanji just listened to a story. He didn't completely believe it. Because he had also heard other versions of Jianghu. At that time, you will be the bait. If you use the exterminating divine eyes in front of Jianghu, he will lose his mind. Beast Sovereign's voice reached Zhou Xuanji's ears. It was thought-provoking. Chapter 726. Zhou Xuanji's expression didn't change, but he was a little jealous in his heart. So I'm here as bait. He thought that he could fight. He couldn't help but feel a little regretful. Beast Sovereign didn't send any more voice transmissions. He just focused on leading them forward. Very soon, the team quieted down. The powerful cultivators kept their mouths shut and were vigilant of their surroundings. It seemed that they had already left the Kunlun origin court. Nobody spoke along the way. About an hour later, Zhou Xuanji could clearly feel that the speed of the space-time current around him had slowed down. It seemed that they were about to reach their destination. He saw someone take out their artifact, ready to fight. Immediately, the others did the same. Next, he took out the ultimate sovereign divine shadow sword and the proud mortal ghost sword. These 2 swords attracted a lot of attention. Especially the proud mortal ghost sword. Mortal treasure, someone muttered. Someone muttered. Even Beast Sovereign looked back at him with a strange expression. In the eyes of Beast Sovereign, Zhou Xuanji came from a barren land. Even if his predecessor belonged to the Longbow Divine Range, he was still very poor and lacked resources. That was why he spent a lot of resources on him. And now, Zhou Xuanji took out a rare mortal treasure. How could he not be surprised? It seems that this kid has a lot of secrets. Oh right, with such aptitude, his luck must be strong, Beast Sovereign thought to himself. Beast Sovereign thought to himself and quickly withdrew his gaze. Such a Zhou Xuanji was worth cultivating. I can't rely on him for everything. After the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, they rushed out of the space-time channel. In front of them was a dark and empty universe. Countless thick chains crisscrossed each other. And in the center of the chains was a dilapidated tower. Above the tower, many people wearing purple fox masks were scattered on various floors. Some were cultivating, some were sitting on tree stumps, and some were lost in thought, swinging their legs. When they saw the evil Sky Divine Range and the others coming, they were all very calm. No one even got up. Kill, leave no one alive, Beast Sovereign said in a cold voice. Said Beast Sovereign in a cold voice. The surrounding experts quickly took action. Their speed was very fast. Their figures disappeared, followed by a deafening explosion in front of them. A bright light shone on Zhou Xuanji's face. His eyes were fixed in front of him. Beast Sovereign didn't personally take action. He said, "Look carefully, this is the result of going against the general trend." Daohu Chiozuan thought he was strong enough to shake the Kunlun origin court, but in the end, he didn't even manage to enter the Kunlun origin court. Some died, some were crippled. Now, they are like bugs in the dark, waiting to be killed. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. What did this mean? A warning? He had no intention of overthrowing the Kunlun origin court for the time being. But the godly sword had a court-toppling level setting. Could it be? He couldn't help but think further, always feeling that there would be an unexpected choice in the future. Soon, he shifted his attention to the front. The powerful cultivators on both sides fought incredibly ferociously, dazzling Zhou Xuanji. He was very curious. Who was Daohu? Why hadn't he appeared yet? If Daohu appeared, Beast Sovereign would definitely take action. Back then, Daohu Chiozuan had put the Kunlun origin court on alert, which meant that Daohu's strength wasn't any weaker than Beast Sovereign's. The most important thing was that compared to Beast Sovereign, Daohu was a junior. He was even the same generation as Ingzhuge. Even though Ingzhuge had reincarnated as a peer, Daohu was able to grow to a height that could threaten the Kunlun origin court. It could be seen that aptitude and opportunity were really important. Humph. Beast Sovereign, you only dared to stab me after the fact. If it was before, I could slap you to death with a single slap. An indifferent voice came from the tower. No matter how the battle went, the tower hadn't suffered any damage. Obviously, it was a very high-grade artifact. Zhou Xuanji took a closer look and saw a black shadow rising from the top of the tower. It was like a phantom, shrouding the entire universe. Daohu. He was wearing a black robe. He looked to be in his early 40s. His eyes were sharp and his expression was cold. His eyes were fixed on Beast Sovereign. His eyes were filled with extreme killing intent. Beast Sovereign, expressionless, said, "The winner takes all." What else is there to say? If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being too stupid. Daohu laughed in anger. Just as he was about to speak, Beast Sovereign suddenly pointed at Zhou Xuanji and said, "Look at him." Zhou Xuanji got the instruction and immediately activated the exterminating divine eyes, shooting 2 beams of purple light at Daohu. How could his divine ability hurt Daohu? The exterminating divine light pierced through Daohu but didn't kill him. Daohu's eyes widened. His face turned hideous as he gnashed his teeth and said, "Exterminating divine eyes. Why are they here? Speak. Who the hell are you? What is your relationship with Hongmeng?" His furious roar shook the entire universe. The tower below shook violently as if it would collapse at any time. Hongmeng. Zhou Xuanji's expression changed slightly. The owner of the exterminating divine eyes is called Hongmeng. The supreme legendary sword system came from the serendipity of Hongmeng. He thought that Hongmeng was a place. Could it be that Hongmeng is actually a person? In an instant, he had countless speculations. Why did the exterminating divine eyes choose him? Why did the serendipity of Hongmeng choose him? Is everything a serendipity or is there someone pushing it? Suddenly, Daohu attacked Zhou Xuanji. His huge phantom turned into a black arrow with extreme speed. Just as Zhou Xuanji raised his eyes, Daohu had already arrived in front of him. Bang! Beast Sovereign slammed his palm on Daohu, sending him flying back while vomiting blood. Just as Daohu flew away, Beast Sovereign took out a halo. A golden light shone on Daohu's body, sucking him into the halo. Before Zhou Xuanji could even blink, Daohu was subdued by Beast Sovereign. At that moment, he felt a fatal sense of crisis. It was as if he would turn into ashes the next moment. Daohu, how strong is he? Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow and thought in doubt. He looked at Beast Sovereign and asked, "Hongmeng is the previous exterminating god?" Right now, he was eager to know all the news about Hongmeng. Beast Sovereign nodded and said, "Yes, his origin is mysterious. Back then, he appeared in the Kunlun origin court as earth-shattering as you. He even caused a bigger sensation than you. Later, for some reason, he inherited the exterminating divine eyes. His strength soared and swept everything in the Kunlun origin court's great eliminations. The other 4 of the 5 ultimate gods were defeated by him and were subdued by him. This is also a popular story in the Kunlun origin court. Back then, the 5 ultimate gods were so amazing that even the sovereign divine ranges wanted to recruit them. Unfortunately, it's because they are too outstanding. The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. The 5 ultimate gods were so outstanding, but they refused to surrender to the sovereign divine range or super divine range. Naturally, they didn't have a good ending. Zhou Xuanji asked, "Then, do you know the origin of Hongmeng?" "Just a little bit." Beast Sovereign looked at him in surprise and asked, "Why do you want to know him so much?" "Why do I need to know the dead? Unless there is an unspeakable secret. I am very interested in the name Hongmeng because when I inherited the exterminating divine eyes, I heard a voice talking about Hongmeng. Hongmeng doesn't seem to be a person's name but a place," Zhou Xuanji said slowly, pretending to hesitate. Beast Sovereign's expression changed drastically when he heard this. He glared at Zhou Xuanji and said, "Don't tell anyone about this in the future." Chapter 727. Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and asked telepathically, "Please, tell me what you know." Since he couldn't say it out loud, he would send a voice transmission instead. Beast Sovereign was so angry that he laughed. This kid really knew how to climb up along the pole. However, this was good as well. They could build up their relationship. Although he treated Zhou Xuanji very well, they lacked the opportunity to communicate. If you want to hold someone firmly in your hands, other than coercion, you can only use your heart. I can only tell you that Hongmeng's origins are related to the Supremes. Do not ask about it. All living beings who know the truth are dead, and all living beings related to them will be annihilated in a single night. Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow when he heard Beast Sovereign's sincere voice transmission. Is it related to the Supremes? Could this be the meaning of court reversal? Only by subverting the Kunlun origin court could one search for the opportunity of the primordial world? The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. All right, follow me to find what you want. Next, he flew toward the tower with Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji came back to his senses and suddenly remembered his other mission. Soul Source Orb. All Lives Brush. As Daohu Chiozuan was suppressed, the members of Daohu Chiozuan were also killed one after another. Their souls dispersed, leaving nothing behind. After entering the tower, it was still Beast Sovereign who led him to search for treasures. He had to admit that it was really cool to have Beast Sovereign leading the way. All the traps along the way were forcefully destroyed by him. Zhou Xuanji did not even need to lift a finger. After going around for about the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, they finally found 2 treasures on a beam. That's right. Beams. It was so casual. What was amazing was that the 2 supreme treasures were not protected by any restrictions, but they did not leak any aura. They walked around the place several times before they found it. Zhou Xuanji held the Soul Source Orb in his right hand and the All Lives brush in his left. The Soul Source Orb was as big as an eyeball. It was pitch black on the outside, but somewhat crystal clear on the inside, as if it was hiding a galaxy. The All Beings brush was a thick brush. The brush bristles were red, and the brush shaft was black. With the 2 treasures in hand, Zhou Xuanji did not sense any energy at all. It felt like he was holding 2 ordinary items, nothing special about them. Now, you'll have to return by yourself, because we still have to continue capturing Daohu Chiozuan. There's definitely someone supporting him from behind, or he wouldn't have been able to hide for so long. This Exalted will make use of this opportunity to get rid of them as well. Beast Sovereign dropped these words and disappeared into thin air, stunning Zhou Xuanji. Was he just going to abandon him like that? He took a deep breath but did not leave immediately. Instead, he stayed in place to observe the Soul Source bead and All Lives brush. He intended to refine the Soul Source Orb. After all, he still had to use it to help Zhou Shaoxian. As for the Pen of All Lives, for the sake of the Soul Guardian profession, he had to hand it over to the Soul Guardian. He dripped his blood essence onto the soul source orb. In an instant, the soul source orb burst out with black light, and then rose from his palm. So simple? Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. He hadn't even used any special secret technique, and the soul source orb had already reacted. At this moment, the soul source orb suddenly drilled into the space between his eyebrows, and he immediately felt a sharp pain, as if his soul was being torn apart. This feeling made him unable to help but hold his head and scream. He frantically hammered the ground with his right fist. He wanted to pull the soul source orb out of his eyebrows with his other hand, but the soul source orb had already drilled into his brain. He felt his eyes burning as if something was about to gush out. Soon, the palace fell into silence. In the universe, Ren Niming flew with the void boundary god. He curiously asked, "Master, where are we going?" Ever since he entered the Kunlun origin court, he had been following the void boundary god. Until now, he hadn't had the opportunity to look around the Kunlun origin court. There weren't many creatures he could come into contact with. He didn't complain. On the contrary, he was very excited. He felt that the void boundary god wanted to focus on training him. "We are looking for 2 supreme treasures. If we find them, I will be promoted. At that time, I will make you a void boundary god," replied the void boundary god. He had learned from the grapevine that the soul source orb and all lives brush had been lost. Therefore, he was very excited. He immediately took Ren Niming to search for them. The reason why he looked for Ren Niming and not the void boundary 13 emperors was because Ren Niming didn't belong to the Kunlun origin court. He didn't know what the 2 supreme treasures represented, and he wouldn't be a spy for others. The void boundary 13 emperors came from different divine ranges. Although they were under his control, no matter how disappointing they were, the void boundary god didn't dare to kill them or cripple them. No matter how small a divine range was, if they wanted to scheme against him, it would still be possible. After living for so long, the greatest taboo for a void boundary god was to offend a divine range, no matter how big or small it was. Void boundary god, Ren Niming's heartbeat quickened. He had just joined the Kunlun origin court for 100 years, and he was about to be promoted? He had seen a void boundary emperor before and had always desired the power of a void boundary god. The opportunity had finally come. As for what kind of treasure it was, he was too lazy to think about it. His strength was not enough to get his hands on those super powerful treasures. The master and servant quickly disappeared into the depths of the universe. A few days later, they came to an empty universe. There were broken chains everywhere, and the universe was in a state of collapse. They saw the tower at first glance. Such a treasure is definitely dangerous. Be careful. The void boundary god said in a deep voice. He could see that the origin of the tower wasn't simple. The reason why he could track them here was that he had a unique divine ability that could lock on the aura of something. A long time ago, he had seen the All Lives pen and had always remembered its aura. The 2 approached the tower cautiously. They drilled into the tower. Because the restrictions were all destroyed, they soon came to an empty hall. They saw a white-robed man with his back to them, exuding a strange aura. The void boundary god felt that this person was a little familiar, but his aura was very strange. He asked softly, "Who are you?" Ren Niming was very nervous. The other party's aura made his hair stand on end. He even felt that the other party might be stronger than the void boundary god. The strength of the void boundary god was already hard to imagine. This person, the white-robed man, didn't turn around. The atmosphere became more and more solemn. After a while, the void boundary god took out his spear and walked towards the other party. At this time, a figure suddenly jumped out of the darkness and pressed 2 fingers of his right hand on the void boundary god's forehead. The void boundary god's pupils shrank, and he quickly retreated in fear. Ing. Zhuge, the void boundary god trembled, his face full of disbelief. Wasn't Ing Zhuge captured by the evil sky divine range? How did he appear here? Ing Zhuge said expressionlessly, "Don't get close to him, or you will die miserably." The void boundary god's face changed drastically, and he quickly bowed. Seeing him being so humble, Ren Niming's heart trembled, and he bowed as well. Since you are here, don't leave for the time being, lest the news leak. Zhuge said casually. He glanced at Ren Niming and exclaimed in surprise. Ren Niming bowed even lower in fear. Zhuge chuckled and said, "You are transformed by fate? Interesting. How about being my slave?" Chapter 728. In the face of Zhuge's recruitment, Ren Niming's heartbeat accelerated. He didn't know whether he should refuse or agree. Even the void boundary gods were fearful of Zhuge, which meant that Zhuge was very strong. However, betrayal usually did not end well, so he was very hesitant. Void boundary god's expression changed, and he said cautiously, "He is a subordinate that I just subdued." Zhuge overbearingly interrupted him and said, "Since you just subdued him, you didn't put in many resources. Give him to me, and I will owe you a favor." A favor. The void boundary god smiled bitterly. Even if Zhuge owed him a favor, should he ask for it? Even if they dared to, where could they find Zhuge? This was a trap. The strong like to treat the weak with such hypocrisy. At this point, the void boundary god could only agree. He looked at Ren Niming and said in a deep voice, "Hurry up and call me master." Ren Niming came back to his senses and hurriedly knelt down, saying in fear and trepidation, "Greetings, master." He looked terrified, but his heart was calm. Sure enough, no matter where it was, the strong were respected. He swore that he would climb up and surpass the powerhouses in front of him step by step. He would ascend to the throne of the strongest. In the heavenly law universe, he was the master of fate. In the Kunlun origin court, he also wanted to become the god of fate who ruled over everything. Zhuge nodded and said, "You guys wait at the side, don't make a sound." With that, he sat down and started meditating. The gazes of the void boundary god and Ren Niming fell on the white-robed man. In the end, who could make Zhuge personally guard it? After a long time, the white-robed man suddenly moved. He stood up, his back still facing them. Bang! 2 beams of light shot out from his front, directly blasting through the palace walls and shaking the entire tower. This scene shocked the void boundary god and Ren Niming. They knew how hard the materials used to build this tower were. Even if they used all their strength, they would not be able to cause such damage. At this moment, the white-robed man suddenly turned around. Ren Niming's eyes widened in disbelief. How could it be him? Wasn't he dead? The white-clothed man was Zhou Xuanji. At this moment, his eyes were glowing purple, and his expression was cold and emotionless. His entire person gave off a domineering aura that looked down on the world. Success. Zhuge murmured. Following his gaze, Zhou Xuanji's glabella gradually split open, revealing a bead. It was the soul source orb. Zhou Xuanji subdued the soul source orb and fused it with his body. Even if the soul source orb was taken away, the soul source orb and Zhou Xuanji were still one. Their luck was connected, and it was difficult to separate them from the mortal world. Zhou Xuanji was also a little surprised to see Ren Niming. He didn't immediately greet him. Instead, he sensed the soul source orb. He could feel a majestic power coming from the soul source orb and pouring into the meridians of his body. This feeling was unprecedentedly powerful, very similar to the mystic moon state. The crazy feeling of power being greater than one's realm. He had been reborn. His strength had undergone a qualitative leap. However, he was very curious as to why the soul source bead would fuse with him. Could it be that making the soul source bead recognize him as its master had to be like this? No matter what, he had indeed obtained a great opportunity. Compared to before, his Tao energy was more than 100 times stronger. The most important thing was that the soul source orb and the exterminating Shen Yan had formed some kind of connection. If the two were used together, the destructive power would be unimaginable. Very good, very few people can integrate the soul source orb into their body. Zhuge exclaimed in admiration. At first glance, Zhou Xuanji seemed to have 3 eyes. His face was like that of a god, solemn and sacred. Zhou Xuanji asked back, I just want it to recognize me as its master. Why is it like this? He was worried that there would be repercussions. After all, the exterminating divine eyes didn't let him figure out why it could choose him. It shows that you and the soul source orb can reach a perfect degree of compatibility. This perfect compatibility has nothing to do with aptitude but with the soul itself. It shows that your soul is extremely pure. As long as there is a trace of impurity in the soul of others, the soul source orb will reject it, Ingzhuge replied. Ingzhuge replied, looking at Zhou Xuanji with curiosity in his eyes. Not only is his aptitude heaven-defying, but his soul is also so pure. What heights will this kid reach in the future? Zhou Xuanji nodded. With a thought, the soul source orb between his eyebrows shrank. His skin healed and returned to its original state. He looked at Ren Niming and asked, Why are you here? As soon as he said this, Ingzhuge and the Void Boundary God both looked at Ren Niming. These two know each other. The Void Boundary God was shocked to see Zhou Xuanji again. At the same time, he was very nervous. Zhou Xuanji in the Longbow Divine Range was enough for him to apologize. And now, Zhou Xuanji in the Evil Sky Divine Range made him look up to him. He didn't even dare to talk to him. I came to the Kunlun Origin Court by luck. Fortunately, I was chosen by the Void Boundary God, Ren Niming replied. His tone was very careful. He didn't know Zhou Xuanji's current identity. His heart was filled with shock. Wasn't this kid expelled by destiny? Why is he here? Even the existence that the Void Boundary God feared was guarding him like a guard. You know each other? I just took him as a slave. Do you want to let him go? Ingzhuge asked, expressionless. Although he was a little curious about Ren Niming, he hadn't reached the point of being moved. Slave. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. He had a weird expression on his face. He said with a meaningful smile, It's okay. Following you is no different from following me. He helped me before. Treat him well. Yes. Ingzhuge nodded, looking at Ren Niming. Ren Niming's heart was in turmoil. What has Zhou Xuanji experienced? How strong is he now? Zhou Xuanji looked at the Void Boundary God and said, Thank you for taking him in. I will give you 1 million merit points. How about it? The grievances between him and the Void Boundary God had already been settled. The two could establish a good relationship. In the future, the people of Emperor Sword Court would also have to leave the Kunlun Origin Court. If he could establish a relationship with the Void Boundary God, he would have less trouble in the future. It's just a small matter. How can I ask for your merit points? It's my honor to know you. Void Boundary God was also very smart. He immediately understood what Zhou Xuanji meant. He bowed and cupped his fists. Zhou Xuanji was an 18-star genius. Beast Sovereign spared no effort to cultivate him. It had already become a legend in the Kunlun Origin Court. Let's talk in the future, Zhou Xuanji nodded. Zhou Xuanji nodded. The Void Boundary God was flattered. Ingzhuge looked at Zhou Xuanji in surprise. He suddenly felt that he had underestimated Zhou Xuanji. This kid seems to be very ambitious. He even wants to win over a humble existence like the Void Boundary God. I wonder what he is plotting. Ren Niming stood on the side, quietly watching all this. He had mixed feelings in his heart. He didn't know whether he should be pleasantly surprised or disappointed. Right now, he could only be a servant in front of Zhou Xuanji. He didn't even have the courage to straighten his back and look at Zhou Xuanji. Okay, let's go, Zhou Xuanji said, looking at Ingzhuge. He had gained a lot from this trip. After going back, he had to study the Soul Source Orb. Ingzhuge nodded. Just as he was about to make a move, the tower suddenly shook violently. A terrifying killing intent penetrated the tower, rushing toward them from all directions. Chapter 729. There's an enemy outside. He's at the 5 vast heavens realm. I'll deal with him first. Ingzhuge dropped this sentence and disappeared from where he stood. 5 vast heavens. The void boundary god's face turned pale, and his legs trembled in fear. Although Ren Niming didn't understand what the 5 vast heavens realm represented, when he noticed the void boundary god's expression, he understood that the 5 vast heavens realm was ridiculously strong. Zhou Xuanji looked around with a sharp gaze. What happened? Ren Niming asked carefully. Zhou Xuanji's gaze made him feel uneasy, as if there was danger lurking around them. After coming to the Kunlun origin court, he felt like an ant, and any one of them could easily trample him to death. This made his uneasiness more and more intense, and also made him more and more timid. Zhou Xuanji calmly said, "There are enemies." As soon as he finished speaking, a black shadow swept out from the depths of the darkness like a bolt of lightning. Zhou Xuanji activated the sword shield incantation and used the sword light to block the attack. The violent momentum set off a strong wind, forcing Ren Niming and the void boundary god to retreat. This aura, his growth speed, void boundary god was shocked in his heart. Zhou Xuanji was just a complete Dao-treading saint, but his aura was stronger than his. An 18-star aptitude was really terrifying. Zhou Xuanji looked over and saw a man wearing a purple fox mask. His body was shrouded in a strange black qi, and his eyes were cold. The ultimate supreme divine shadow sword appeared in his hand, and he slashed out. Hua, the man turned into smoke and dissipated, causing the ultimate divine shadow sword to miss. Zhou Xuanji's eyes shined with a violet light, and he immediately saw that his opponent was hiding on his left, half squatting. This was one of the new abilities of the exterminating divine eyes. After fusing with the soul source bead, his exterminating divine eye underwent a transformation. The other party had used some kind of spatial sacred art to hide in another strange space. If it was in the past, he might have fallen for it, but now, this kind of sacred art was just a small trick in his eyes. His eyes shot out the exterminating divine light and froze his opponent. Immediately after, he stabbed with his sword and activated the world internalization to absorb his opponent's power of Dao. This person's Dao energy was quickly sucked dry by him, and then he was annihilated by his sword, and his soul was scattered. The whole process was very fast. In the eyes of Void Boundary God and Ren Niming, Zhou Xuanji looked very calm. He only needed to casually swing his sword, and the enemy couldn't move. Although this scene was not spectacular, it was shocking. "They are Daohu Qiuzuan's men?" Void Boundary God asked nervously. He recognized the purple fox mask as it was the symbol of Daohu Qiuzuan. When Daohu Qiuzuan attacked the Kunlun origin court, he had seen it from afar. The memories of the experts in Daohu Qiuzuan were still fresh in his mind. He shuddered at the thought of Daohu Qiuzuan being nearby. This is one of Daohu Qiuzuan's lair. Daohu has already been suppressed by Sovereign. Zhou Xuanji said calmly. His words made the Void Boundary God's hair stand on end. He actually came to Daohu Qiuzuan's lair. If he had come earlier than Zhou Xuanji, wouldn't he have? The more he thought about it, the more afraid he became. Ren Niming was very curious about Daohu Qiuzuan, but he did not dare to interrupt and ask. After a while, Ingzhuge came back. His expression was calm as he said, "The enemy has been eliminated. Let's go." He waved his right hand and brought Zhou Xuanji and the others away. After coming to the space-time tunnel, Zhou Xuanji asked, "Are there many people from Daohu Qiuzuan nearby?" Previously, he thought that the evil Sky Divine Range had already killed all of Daohu Qiuzuan's people. He never expected that there would still be fish that slipped through the net. It was enough to show how powerful Daohu Qiuzuan was. Beast Sovereign and the others were very powerful. Those who could slip away from under their noses must be very powerful. Of course, it was also possible that they were scattered in other universes and just happened to rush over. Not many. They're all scattered soldiers, nothing worth mentioning. Zhou Xuanji nodded in agreement, hearing Ingzhuge's disdainful reply. With Ingzhuge's escort, the rest of the journey was much easier. The two began chatting. Void Boundary God and Ren Niming remained silent, listening to their conversation. After a while, Zhou Xuanji asked Ren Niming, "How is the Heavenly Law universe?" After leaving the heavenly law universe for so many years, he didn't know if the heavenly law was still intact. After you left, destiny was like the sun in the sky. It controlled various great thousand worlds. We were also chased by destiny. In the process of escaping, we received the help of the great Tao Guardian. After he learned that destiny had consciousness, he personally suppressed destiny and helped the heavenly law recover, Ren Niming answered truthfully. Ren Niming answered truthfully. When he mentioned the great Tao protector, his eyes flashed with passion. The great Tao Guardian was deeply engraved in his mind. It once amazed him. He wanted to become the great Tao Guardian before, but now his goal had changed. Zhou Xuanji nodded. He also knew about the great Tao Guardian. It was also a profession in the Kunlun origin court. However, the cycle was very long. Few people were willing to do it. Of course, the merit points awarded were also very large. It was suitable for those who liked to cultivate hard. After 9 days, Zhou Xuanji and the others returned to the Kunlun origin court. Void Boundary God continued to guard the void boundary. Zhou Xuanji putting Zhuge and Ren Niming into the Tianxia map and went to the Evil Sky Divine Range alone. In the past hundreds of years, he would still encounter creatures pointing at him or staring at him when he traveled in the Kunlun universe. He first came to the origin city near the Evil Sky Divine Range and found the Vocation Palace where the Soul Guardian was located. After the Soul Guardian appeared, Zhou Xuanji took out the All Lives brush. You found it? The Soul Guardian was moved and asked in surprise. How long has it been? Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, with it, I can become a Soul Guardian, right? Each creature could only choose 3 vocations at most. He had the vocation of Void Boundary War God, so he could choose 2 more. The Soul Guardian nodded and turned around with the All Lives brush. He came to the front of the palace wall and waved his left hand. A door of light appeared on the wall out of thin air. He then motioned Zhou Xuanji to follow. In the Vocation Palace, Zhou Xuanji didn't have to worry about being in danger because of the sovereign's rule. No fighting was allowed. Following the Soul Guardian, he came to a world filled with dense fog. Under his feet was a stone bridge that was 6 feet wide. He couldn't see the end or the bottom. After walking for about half an hour, a stone platform appeared in front of him with a teleportation array built on it. The 2 came to another crimson world through the teleportation array. Under their feet was still the stone bridge. Flames were floating in the air. They crossed the stone bridge from time to time. It was very dangerous. After walking to the end, there was still a teleportation array. After going around dozens of times, they finally came to the Soul Source Pool. The Soul Source Pool was very big, like a boundless ocean. They stood on the shore and looked up. The sea was filled with gray fog. Take out your ID card, said the Soul Guardian. At the same time, he threw the All Lives brush into the Soul Source Pool. Zhou Xuanji obediently took out his ID card and handed it to him. The Soul Guardian also took out his ID card and stuck the 2 cards together to connect the vocation. At the same time, a line of words appeared in front of Zhou Xuanji's eyes, just like when he checked the attribute list. Do you agree to become a Soul Guardian? Without hesitation, he chose to agree. Boom! A beam of light fell from the sky and covered him. Chapter 730. In the beam of light, Zhou Xuanji felt very warm. His cultivation began to rise. He couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. He didn't expect to receive such benefits as a Soul Guardian. At the same time, a memory flooded into his mind. It was about the duties of the Soul Guardian. Most of the time, he had to stay in the Soul Source Pool. He didn't need to use his original body. Every 100 years, he needed to throw a fruit from the Soul Source tree into the Soul Source Pool. The Soul Source fruit was the source of souls. One was enough to transform into countless souls. After a long while, the beam of light dissipated. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes. His cultivation had grown a lot. He was a big step closer to the Tao Ancestor realm, which saved him 100 years of hard work. For him, 100 years of hard work wasn't easy. He glanced at the shore and found that the Soul Guardian had disappeared. From now on, he was the Soul Guardian. He turned around and saw a pavilion on the shore. Behind the pavilion was a towering tree. It was looming in the dense fog, giving off a majestic aura. Zhou Xuanji walked into the pavilion. The space inside was not big. It was antique. There were incense candles in front of the window sill, a wooden bed, a table, and a chair. Other than that, there was nothing else. There wasn't even anything on the wooden bed. Zhou Xuanji felt that it had been taken away by the previous Soul Guardian because it was really empty. After checking, he walked to the Soul Source pool and called out to the old immortal in his heart. Soon, the remnant soul of the old immortal floated in front of him. Looking at the Soul Source pool, he sighed in amazement. You are really beyond my expectations. Next, you can only rely on yourself. Can you do it? The old immortal turned around and asked Zhou Xuanji with a smile. Zhou Xuanji replied, of course, and I have never been alone. No matter what kind of danger he was in, he could always think of Emperor Sword Court, which made him feel less desperate. Emperor Sword Court could no longer help him in terms of strength, but it could bring great comfort to his soul. That's good. If I can meet you in my next life, I hope I can look up to you then, the old immortal said with a smile as he stroked his long beard. Then, he turned into a stream of white light and entered the Soul Source pool. Zhou Xuanji stood by the pool, lost in thought. He was reminiscing about the past. Back then, the great Emperor Dao Court had chased after him, and he had nowhere to go. It was the old deity who had helped him settle down. Whenever he was confused, he would talk to the old immortal. The old immortal led him into the Dao realm and guided him to the Kunlun origin court. Along the way, the old immortal had long become his master. Now that he had repaid the debt of gratitude, there was no sadness in his heart, only a new understanding of life. His only regret was that he still did not know the old immortal's name. I hope there really is fate in the next life. Zhou Xuanji smiled before turning around and walking toward the Soul Source tree. His white robes fluttered in the wind, and his sleeves fluttered in the wind. He walked in a carefree manner, without the slightest bit of hesitation. From now on, the past would be completely gone with the wind, and the future would truly begin. Arriving in front of the Soul Source tree, he looked up. The Soul Source tree was very tall, its branches intertwined with each other, and its branches were covered with black fruits the size of a human head, shaped like pears, sparkling and translucent. Zhou Xuanji's glabella suddenly split open as the Soul Source orb emerged. His eyes glowed with a purple light. At this moment, he had an inexplicable urge to devour the Soul Source fruit. He could rely on devouring the Soul Source fruit to strengthen the Soul Source orb. The stronger the Soul Source orb, the faster his cultivation would grow. Since fusing with the Soul Source orb, he could feel Dao energy drilling into his glabella every minute and every second. Although it was the Soul Source orb that was absorbing it, he could also absorb a part of it by relying on world internalization. To prevent himself from doing anything excessive, he turned around and left. Walking to the edge of the pool, he took out the chaos demon god Pan Zhen. Pan Zhen was his strongest avatar, so it was naturally not a problem for him to stay here. He left this world according to the memory route he obtained when he became a Soul Guardian. After an hour, he returned to the Evil Sky Divine Range, Pure Sword Heaven, and released Ingzhuge and Ren Niming. Ingzhuge went to cultivate alone, while Zhou Xuanji brought Ren Niming to see Meng Yan, Qiu Hu, and the others. When old friends met, they naturally had a lot to talk about. Zhou Xuanji didn't chat with them but went back to find Zhou Xiaoxian. The father and daughter came to the valley, undisturbed. Zhou Xiaoxian, who was sitting on the ground, curiously asked, "Father, what's going on?" Zhou Xuanji rarely took the initiative to talk to her alone. She couldn't help but look forward to it. Could it be that there is a new Sword Dao divine ability? Zhou Xuanji opened the Soul Source orb, and a beam of purple light shot out, covering Zhou Xiaoxian. In an instant, Zhou Xiaoxian's body stiffened. Zhou Xuanji began using the power of the Soul Source orb to cleanse her soul. He could feel the violence and resentment in the depths of her soul. He was very surprised. What kind of existence is this kind of inheritance? Why can it transmit emotions and choose a host without anyone noticing? Under the illumination of the soul source orb, those negative emotions were quickly extinguished. About half an hour later, Zhou Xuanji closed the soul source orb, and the purple light disappeared. Next, Zhou Shaoxian woke up. She asked blankly, "How did I fall asleep?" She got up, stretched, and yawned. In front of her father, she naturally wouldn't be coy. "Let me teach you a divine ability," Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. He was going to teach ultimate chaos Dao to Zhou Shaoxian. Influenced by him, Zhou Shaoxian also liked that kind of mighty divine ability, especially the sword Dao divine ability like the primordial chaos sword Shadow. "Great! Great!" Zhou Shaoxian exclaimed excitedly. Then, Zhou Xuanji began teaching her. After 10 years, Zhou Xuanji was teaching Jiang Shui to cultivate halfway up the mountain. With his help, Jiang Shui's cultivation was also advancing by leaps and bounds. Apart from sword Dao, her talent wasn't mediocre. Coupled with Zhou Xuanji's resources, how could her cultivation not grow rapidly? Everything was developing in a good direction. On this day, Beast Sovereign suddenly sent him a voice transmission, asking him to go to the Sovereign Palace. Zhou Xuanji said a few simple words to Jiang Shui before quickly leaving. After half an hour, he came to the Sovereign Palace, bowed to Beast Sovereign and said, "Greetings, Sovereign." Beast Sovereign's face was a little pale. He looked at Zhou Xuanji and exclaimed, "You have actually integrated with the soul source orb. It seems that your soul aptitude is also very outstanding." Zhou Xuanji was surprised. Only Beast Sovereign knows about this? It seems that Beast Sovereign has just returned. It takes 10 years to eradicate the remnants of Daohu Chiozuan. You are now a soul guardian. This sovereign needs your help. After the matter is done, I will give you the opportunity of the Great Dao Tempering Pool for 100 years, said Beast Sovereign. As soon as he said this, Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. The opportunity of the Great Dao Tempering Pool wasn't something that could be bought with merit points. It required merit points. In addition, the opportunity could be accumulated and even passed on to others. The value of the opportunity of the Great Dao Tempering Pool for 100 years was probably more than 20 billion merit points. Sovereign, please speak, Zhou Xuanji nodded. The greater the benefits, the more dangerous the process. Beast Sovereign calmly said, "Bring me 100 soul source fruits. If possible, bring some water from the soul source pool." Chapter 731. Soul Source Fruit. Soul Source Pool. Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought. He was weighing the pros and cons of how to not attract the attention of the higher-ups. As for refusing, he didn't even consider it. The evil Sky Divine Range had treated him well, so he had to repay them. You don't have to take it all at once. You can take it every once in a while. In the past, the Soul Guardian even sold it. Even the owner of a super divine range can't enter the Soul Source Pool because there are supreme rules there. Only the approved Soul Guardian can enter and exit, or the Soul Guardian can bring another person in. Of course, if the person who follows is too strong, he will also be rejected or even killed on the spot. He could feel that there was no rejection in Zhou Xuanji's eyes. This made him very satisfied. Zhou Xuanji nodded. No wonder the Soul Guardian did not require cultivation. He was afraid that his cultivation would be too strong and cause trouble in the dark. This time, the expedition against Daohu Chiozuan can be considered a complete victory. Daohu has been handed over to the Origin Court by my main body. He is powerful and very difficult to kill, but he will have to endure endless loneliness and torture, which is worse than death. Beast Sovereign changed the topic. When he mentioned Daohu, a happy look appeared on his face. Zhou Xuanji was quite curious about their past, but he did not ask too much. After all, this was private. After that, they chatted about matters related to cultivation. Beast Sovereign told him that it was not difficult to break through to the Dao Ancestor realm. The Tao ancestor realm paid particular attention to subduing the Great Tao, letting the Great Tao bloom and breed a brand new Great Tao, which was divided into 36 flowers. With every increase in grade, his Tao power would at least double. 36 flowers of the Tao ancestor. Only now did Zhou Xuanji realize how powerful the 9 vast heavens were. For a long time, he had never really felt the true power of 9 vast heavens. Chang Shiyan and Ingzhuge would not use their full strength against him. How terrifying would an existence that surpassed the 9 vast heavens be? Zhou Xuanji sighed in his heart. He was still too weak. If it weren't for his outstanding aptitude, he would probably still be a small fry in the Kunlun origin court. After chatting for a while, Zhou Xuanji left. Beast Sovereign smiled, closed his eyes, and continued to cultivate. After returning to pure sword heaven, Zhou Xuanji gave a few simple instructions before taking Jianghu to the soul source pool to cultivate. Although the spiritual qi in the soul source pond was not rich, it was still helpful in cleansing one's soul. He could only bring one person with him at a time, so he naturally brought Jianghu first. Xian Xianghua had no objections to this. From her point of view, Jianghu's cultivation should indeed be given a boost. Arriving at the soul source pool, Jianghu was very curious about everything around her. Zhou Xuanji first accompanied her around and gave her a brief introduction before taking her to cultivate. Without the 5 ultimate divine eyes, Jianghu could not learn the greatly divine suppressor technique. Even if she forced herself to learn it, it would be difficult for her to have a deep understanding of it. As such, Zhou Xuanji chose to preach the Tao to her and help her develop her own great Tao. There were also strong and weak great Taos. The great Taos created by living beings were initially very weak, but their potential surpassed that of external great Taos. Compatibility was too important. With Zhou Xuanji's great Tao's voice, Jianghu quickly entered a state of absolute calm. The lonely soul source pool became lively because of Zhou Xuanji's great Tao voice. The water in the pool rippled and the soul source tree trembled slightly. There was a gentle breeze creeping past. It was invisible and traceless. In the void, a figure was sitting on a meteorite, looking at the distant purple sea at the border of the Kunlun origin court. His face was exactly the same as Zhou Xuanji's. He had a cold expression, a strand of white hair on his forehead, and his eyes were lifeless. No one knew what he was thinking. He was wearing an exquisite black robe embroidered with all kinds of lines, which converged into a dragon and phoenix picture. It was very lifelike. Zhou Xuanji, why don't you listen to my advice? I told you that the road ahead is a dead end, but you are still so stubborn. He shook his head and sighed. His face was full of a mocking smile. At this moment, a void boundary emperor flew over. He stared at the man in black and said in a deep voice, "Who are you? Show me your ID card." He had been paying attention to this man for a long time. He had been sitting here sneakily. At first glance, he could tell that he was plotting something. "Do you know my name?" The man in black asked with a faint smile. The void boundary emperor became impatient upon hearing this. "If I knew your name, would I need you to show me your ID card?" The void boundary emperor immediately took action, trying to capture the man in black. The man in black suddenly opened his eyes wide. His eyes turned pitch black, making it impossible to distinguish his pupils. It was so dark that it made one's heart palpitate. His eyes were like 2 abysses. Strands of black qi emerged from his eyes and quickly entangled the void boundary emperor before drilling into his 7 orifices. Ugh! The void boundary emperor struggled in pain, unable to make a sound. His body shriveled at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Remember my name. I am Zhou Fa. My eyes are one of the 5 ultimate divine eyes, the dark desire divine eyes," the man in black sneered. Soon, the void boundary emperor was sucked into his eyes. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. His eyes also became clear. With an evil smile, he turned around and flew toward the depths of the universe. Pure Sword Heaven, Daoya Old Man and Xian Daoya were playing chess. Xian Daoya's expression changed. He suddenly raised his right hand and pinched his fingers together to divine. Pfff, he spat out a mouthful of blood, which splashed onto Daoya Old Man's face. The entire chessboard was also covered with his blood and saliva. Daoya Old Man was furious. He pointed at his nose and scolded, "What are you doing? Can't you just play chess properly?" Xian Daoya stabilized his body so that he didn't fall. He gritted his teeth and said, "I'm not doing it blindly. Something happened to Zhou Xuanji. If you don't believe me, you can do it. Remember, don't calculate his fate directly. Start from the people around him." Daoya Old Man heard this and immediately became nervous. He did not want anything to happen to Zhou Xuanji, so he started divining with his fingers. Pfft, Daoya Old Man felt like he was struck by lightning. He spat out a mouthful of blood, which splashed onto Xian Daoya's body. This time, both of their faces were covered in blood. Xian Daoya became angry as well and cursed, "Are you a pig? I told you not to divine Zhou Xuanji directly." Daoya Old Man felt wronged. He gritted his teeth and said, "It's all because of you. It's the same for everyone." The two of them immediately started cursing at each other, and even the chessboard fell to the ground. Chang Shiyan appeared beside them out of thin air. When she saw their bloody faces, she was taken aback and quickly pulled them away with her Dao energy. "Why are you quarreling?" Chang Shiyan asked with a frown. The stability of pure sword heaven was her responsibility. She couldn't let people mess around and disturb the peace here. Seeing her, Xian Daoya immediately walked up and said, "Lady Eldest, where is Zhou Xuanji? I want to see him." Chang Shiyan said, "Master has become a soul guardian. I guess he is now at the soul source pond." "What's the matter?" "I can contact him." Seeing Xian Daoya so anxious, she was very curious about what was going on. "I divined that the great tribulation in his life is coming. I must let him come back to avoid any mishaps," Xian Daoya said in a hurry. Xian Daoya said anxiously, his eyes filled with fear. Chang Shiyan's brow furrowed even tighter as she asked, "Did you rely on your divination?" Her cultivation was far higher than Xian Daoya's. She also knew divination techniques. Why couldn't she divine it? Chapter 732. I'm the one who gave him his life. I'm very sensitive to his fate. If anything goes wrong, I'll be able to sense it. I can detect anything wrong, Xian Daoya sighed, looking nervous. Their lives had finally settled down. They could pursue their great Tao with peace of mind. At this juncture, Zhou Xuanji couldn't be harmed. Upon hearing this, Chang Shiyan immediately said, "I will contact Master immediately." Having said this, she disappeared on the spot. Xian Daoya breathed a sigh of relief. He then looked at Daoya Old Man and snorted, "You have to persuade him later." "I can't persuade him." He was Daoya Old Man's main soul, but Zhou Xuanji's attitude towards him was far inferior to his attitude towards Daoya Old Man. "Do I need you to remind me?" Daoya Old Man said unhappily. He had always disliked Xian Daoya, but he couldn't bear to let Xian Daoya die. After all, the two were one. After a while, Zhou Xuanji appeared in front of them and asked, "What did you foresee?" He was very helpless towards these two old guys. "You haven't even reached the Saint Realm. How can you foresee my future?" For the sake of the elders, he still came, lest he regretted it. "We foresee that the great tribulation in your life is coming. You must be careful," Daoya Old Man said. Xian Daoya nodded in agreement. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "I have encountered so many tribulations. Isn't it a great tribulation in my life?" He had experienced all kinds of storms. So he could talk and laugh in the face of any tribulation. "It's different this time. It's unprecedented. I feel suffocated as if I have offended some supreme rule," Xian Daoya said. Xian Daoya said, causing Zhou Xuanji to look at him. It turned out that this old guy had foreseen it. Zhou Xuanji asked with a faint smile, "Can you tell me in detail? You can't just know that a tribulation is coming, but you didn't foresee the specific tribulation, right?" What about the heavenly tribulation for me to break through to the Tao ancestor realm? Xian Daoya choked. He thought about it carefully. What Zhou Xuanji said made sense. Am I too nervous? Daoya old man was also convinced by Zhou Xuanji. He glared at Xian Daoya before looking at Zhou Xuanji, reminding him, in any case, it's better to be careful. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, you should also cultivate well. When your cultivation increases, you won't be in such a sorry state. When he saw Xian Daoya and Daoya old man covered in blood, he immediately guessed what had happened. He couldn't help but find it funny. These two old fellows were really stupid. That's right, he insisted on dragging me to play chess. Daoya old man said unhappily. Hearing this, Xian Daoya became angry. Aren't you the one who pesters me every day? The two of them started bickering again. Zhou Xuanji actually knew who was holding him back. It must be Daoya old man. This old man was usually lazy and liked to play these games. Xian Daoya, on the other hand, had hidden ambitions. He shook his head and laughed. He couldn't be bothered to comfort her and disappeared on the spot. Back at the Soul Source pool, Zhou Xuanji came to Jiang Shui's side and sat down cross-legged. They sat on the shore, facing the vast sea of the Soul Source pond. What happened? Jiang Shui asked softly without opening her eyes. Zhou Xuanji gave a simple explanation, and Jiang Shui could not help but open her eyes and ask worriedly, then you must be careful. Could it be Daohu Qiuzuan's people? Or the Emperor's divine bloodline? Since it concerned Zhou Xuanji, she couldn't help but feel anxious. It was better to believe that it was true than not. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, don't worry, as long as I'm in the Soul Source pool or the Evil Sky Divine range, no one can hurt me. Jiang Shui thought about it and felt that it made sense. She could only suppress the uneasiness in her heart. The two of them quickly immersed themselves in cultivation. Time continued to pass. Every year, Zhou Xuanji would take a Soul Source fruit and a small ladle of Soul Source pool water and secretly hand them over to Beast Sovereign. In the blink of an eye, 70 years had passed. Zhou Xuanji was getting closer and closer to the Tao Ancestor realm. He felt that it was stable to break through to the Tao Ancestor realm in 1,000 years. At that time, he could get the wish-fulfilling sword and have whatever he wanted. After thinking about it carefully, he was looking forward to it. On this day, the couple left Panjin in the Soul Source pool and returned to pure sword heaven. Jiang Shui went to visit Zhou Shaoxian while Zhou Xuanji went to Xian Xianghua. He wanted to see the cultivation situation of Emperor Sword Court. The 24-rank deep black lotus was absorbing more and more spiritual qi, filling the realms inside with spiritual qi. The cultivation speed of all living beings was also getting faster and faster. The demon realm already had someone who had become a saint. Emperor Sword Court had more than 10 people who had reached the connecting heaven realm. The development of the northern wilderness region was second. The worst was the Milky Way. However, the cultivation speed of Earthlings was also very fast. They were catching up. After checking it out, Zhou Xuanji retracted his divine will and sighed, it's still a little slow. With their speed of development, it would take a long time for them to become a divine range alone. Of course, he had no intention of establishing a divine range for the time being. Compared to you, of course it's slow, but we can't be so demanding. Xian Xianghua said, rolling her eyes. She found it funny. It's not that they are too slow, but this kid is too fast. Zhou Xuanji smiled. Just when he was about to speak, Beast Sovereign's voice came, asking him to go to the Sovereign Palace. Beast Sovereign is looking for me. Continue your cultivation. After dropping this sentence, he disappeared from the house. Xian Xianghua shook her head and continued to cultivate. Seeing that Zhou Xuanji was getting stronger and stronger, she was unwilling to be left out. She was getting closer and closer to the Tao-treading saint realm. Her aptitude was also growing. The reason was naturally the exterminating divine eyes. Her exterminating divine eyes were a pair with Zhou Xuanji's. Both were progressing together. However, Zhou Xuanji had obtained the soul source orb. Her exterminating divine eyes were still a little worse. Sovereign Palace. Zhou Xuanji saw Beast Sovereign, bowed, and asked, "Sovereign, what's the matter? Could it be that he wants the soul source fruit again?" Recently, Beast Sovereign had been asking for more and more soul source fruits and soul source pool water. He was like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. He was a little worried about this. He was afraid that Beast Sovereign would have too much fun and bring disaster to the evil Sky Divine range. "Don't take the soul source fruit for the time being. This time, I asked you to come because I have something to tell you. You don't have an origin brother, right?" Beast Sovereign said with a serious look on his face. Zhou Xuanji immediately thought of Zhou Fa. He didn't know Zhou Fa's name and origin, but that person looked exactly like him. Zhou Xuanji told him about the matter. Beast Sovereign couldn't help but furrow his brow after listening to him. He said, "This person has been hunting and killing creatures at the edge of the Kunlun Origin Court. This has already aroused public anger. If it weren't for this sovereign guaranteeing that you didn't leave and that you didn't register at the border, I'm afraid you would be in trouble." Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow and asked, "How strong is he? If that person isn't strong, how can he be so rampant? His strength fluctuates. I can't be sure. But one thing is for sure. It's very difficult to catch him. He is proficient in a kind of space-time divine ability. He can quickly escape under the enemy's nose," Beast Sovereign said, shaking his head. He then changed the topic and said, "This sovereign has already sent the evil Sky Divine Guards to investigate. If that person has nothing to do with you, then kill him to avoid unnecessary trouble." Wonderful Book House. Chapter 733. Then kill him. He wanted to kill me anyway. Zhou Xuanji said calmly. He already had a grudge against that person who looked exactly like him. The other party was deliberately mystifying things. It was really annoying. Yes. Beast Sovereign nodded. With a wave of his right hand, a shadow flashed in the corner of the palace. It was so fast that Zhou Xuanji's eyes couldn't catch it at all. The legendary 3,000 evil Sky Divine Guards. Zhou Xuanji thought about it. The 3,000 evil Sky Divine Guards were the intelligence force of the evil Sky Divine range. They were responsible for capturing, assassinating, protecting, and various other missions. The existences that could enter the evil Sky 3,000 Divine Guards were all existences that surpassed the 9 vast heavens. The 3,000 evil Sky Divine Guards were the mainstay of the evil Sky Divine range. Without the 3,000 evil Sky Divine Guards, the strength of the evil Sky Divine range would plummet, which showed their importance. "How is your soul source orb? You should be absorbing soul power in the soul source pond, right?" Beast Sovereign asked with concern. Zhou Xuanji's cultivation was what he was most concerned about. After obtaining the soul source orb, this kid's cultivation began to advance by leaps and bounds. From the looks of it, he would reach the Tao ancestor level in less than 100 years. Zhou Xuanji replied, "I've mastered it thoroughly and absorbed a lot of soul energy, which is why I can have such progress." The soul source orb was very strong and could absorb any soul. Even a 9 vast heavens existence would be sucked away by the soul source pearl if they dared to reveal their soul in front of him. Yes, the soul source orb is a supreme treasure. Even in the evil Sky Divine range, there are very few treasures that can compare with it. You have yet to unleash its true power. Cultivate well. When you reach the Tao ancestor realm, the resources that were previously given to you will be truly useful. His words made Zhou Xuanji feel a little ashamed. Every year, Chang Xian would get a batch of cultivation resources from Beast Sovereign, and most of them had been accumulated. Once he broke through to the Tao ancestor realm, his cultivation would explode with the help of those resources. Beast Sovereign continued with a smile, "Before you break through to the Tao ancestor realm, don't go out much. Leave the soul source pool to your clone. If there is any situation, inform the main body at any time. With the main body here, no one can hurt you." After that, he closed his eyes and said nothing else. Zhou Xuanji bowed and left. After he left, Beast Sovereign opened his eyes again. Zhou Xuanji, what's going on? Their auras are exactly the same, they're the same person. He muttered to himself, looking confused. After returning to pure sword heaven, Zhou Xuanji chose to go into seclusion. At the same time, he strictly ordered the others not to go out. Of course, other people were not qualified to go out. He was just worried that Chang Xian would take Zhou Shaoxian out to play. This was not the first time this girl had done this. Next, he planned to attain the position of Dao Ancestor in one go. Time passed by quickly and fleetingly. Years passed, and Zhou Xuanji reached 900 years old. Analyze that the sword owner has reached 900 years old. Gotcha started. Ding. Congratulations to the sword master for drawing, Vast Sky, Lesser Supreme Sword, Mysterious Dao, Imperial Qing Sword. The Vast Heaven Divine Sword. The corner of Zhou Xuanji's mouth rose. Sure enough, he could get a surprise in an integer number of years. Profound Way, Honored Lord, Vast Sky. Could this Vast Sky sword contend against the 9 vast heavens? Zhou Xuanji was looking forward to it. The information of the Lesser Supreme Sword appeared before his eyes. Sword name, Lesser Supreme Sword grade, Vast Sky description, transformed from the soul of the youngest Supreme Being in history. It possesses the might of a Supreme Being and the power of a youngest Supreme Being. To use this sword, one needs to have at least this sword. The lowest cultivation level needs to be at the Dao Ancestor 30 Flowers realm. The soul of the youngest Supreme Being in history. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. Is it really a sovereign? He suddenly became interested in the history of the Kunlun origin court. The Lesser Supreme Sword needed to be at the Dao Ancestor 30 Flowers realm. It was far from enough for him to use. He didn't even have the qualifications to take it out and check it. After cultivating for so long, it's time to go out and relax. He got up and found Chang Xian, asking, is there a place in the Evil Sky Divine range where I can check the history of the Kunlun origin court? Chang Xian was planting spirit flowers. She turned around and respectfully said, yes, I can take you there. Zhou Xuanji nodded, and the two quickly left the pure sword heaven. The Evil Sky Divine range had many giant cities. The higher one went, the higher the level of the giant city. But it was also relatively deserted because the threshold was increasing. With Zhou Xuanji's identity, he could directly go to the highest level giant city. No one would dare to stop him. When they arrived at the History Tower, Zhou Xuanji was just about to take out his ID card when the guard at the door cupped his fists and said, Sovereign has ordered that if you come, there is no need to charge merit points. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. Is this favoritism? Chang Xian covered her mouth and smiled. The History Tower belongs to Sovereign. He has absolute power. Zhou Xuanji came to a realization and immediately walked in. Chang Xian began to introduce him to the information on each floor. There weren't many creatures in the History Tower. It seemed very quiet. As far as the eye could see, the space was wide. The cabinets were hundreds of feet high and were filled with all kinds of books. It was a dazzling sight. Creatures didn't need to take the books here. They just needed to scan with their divine will. Zhou Xuanji wanted to understand the history of the sovereigns. So he came to the 88th floor and scanned with his divine will, absorbing the information of all the books on the entire floor. A massive amount of memories poured into his mind. Countless pictures flashed before his eyes like a movie that was played at a much faster speed. There were a total of 3 known sovereigns. The current sovereign was an existence that surpassed 18 star aptitude. He was extremely powerful. He had once single-handedly destroyed a sovereign divine range and unstoppably ascended to the position of sovereign. The previous sovereign was known as the most powerful sovereign in history. He had opened up countless universes and created the Void Boundary Palace. He was also the one who created the first heavenly law. The previous sovereign was very mysterious. It was said that he had created the divine range system. No one knew why the previous 2 sovereigns abdicated and disappeared. But each of them had dominated the Kunlun origin court for billions of years. Zhou Xuanji didn't find any information about the youngest sovereign. The opportunity of primordial chaos absorbed all kinds of souls in the process of searching for him. It could even absorb the souls of the sovereigns. Didn't it mean that the opportunity of primordial chaos originated from the Kunlun origin court? But that's not right. The Kunlun origin court was the starting point of everything. The universe was created by them. How could there be a universe that was isolated from the Kunlun origin court? Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought. Chang Xian didn't disturb him. She also wandered around the vicinity. Although she was born and raised in the Evil Sky Divine Range, she rarely came to the History Tower. She had only studied with the team. The girls in charge of the Evil Sky Divine Range must know the distribution of the Evil Sky Divine Range so as not to neglect their master. After a while, they continued to walk up. Zhou Xuanji planned to learn more about the Kunlun origin court. Anyway, he was very close to breaking through to the Dao ancestor realm. He wasn't in a hurry. There was still more than half of the 1,000-year mission. 9 days later, the two left the History Tower. Even Zhou Xuanji felt a little tired. Absorbing too much information made him very sleepy. He wanted to take a nap to recuperate. Just as he walked out of the History Tower, a figure bumped into him. He immediately exerted force to avoid being knocked down. Chang Xian followed suit and sent the other party flying. Zhou Xuanji fixed his eyes and saw that it was the guy who looked exactly like him. Chapter 734. What do you want? Chang Xian shouted in a deep voice. She was not shocked by Zhou Fei's appearance. Zhou Xuanji had already told her about this to prevent Zhou Fei from sneaking into pure sword heaven and pretending to be him. Zhou Fei steadied himself and looked up with an evil smile. Zhou Xuanji, you still need the protection of a woman? The soldiers waiting in front of the History Tower were stunned. Why did these two people look exactly the same? They immediately reacted and surrounded Zhou Fei. Even Zhou Fei said that he was Zhou Xuanji, so he must be a fake. Moreover, they had seen Zhou Xuanji enter the tower. Even though he was surrounded, Zhou Fei did not panic. He smiled disdainfully and said, "Don't think that you'll be safe just because you got the 3,000 Evil Sky Divine Guards to capture me. You and I will have a battle sooner or later. If you still don't wake up, the people around you will meet with misfortune." Zhou Xuanji was expressionless. He felt that there was something wrong with Zhou Fei's brain. Every time she looked for him, she would say these harsh words without any real action. Was there any meaning to it? He didn't need to say anything. Two figures appeared on Zhou Fei's left and right. They were both clad in green armor and reached out to press down on his shoulders. Evil Sky Divine Guard. Remember my name, Zhou Fei. I'm here to punish you. Zhou Fei suddenly laughed loudly. Immediately after, he disappeared into thin air, causing the expressions of the two green-armored men to change. They also disappeared to pursue Zhou Fei. Zhou Fei? What a lousy name. Zhou Xuanji ridiculed in disdain. Then, he took Chang Xian back. In the Evil Sky Divine Range, he didn't fear Zhou Fei at all. Beast Sovereign had invested a lot in him. How could he tolerate others plotting against him? After returning to pure sword heaven, Zhou Xuanji continued his seclusion. After learning about the Supreme Being's epic story, he was overwhelmed with emotions. He was once again filled with the will to cultivate bitterly. This time, he wanted to directly break through to the Dao ancestor realm. 60 years later, Zhou Xuanji began to break through as rolling thunderclouds gathered in pure sword heaven. Everyone turned to look at the mountain peak where Zhou Xuanji was. Ingzhuge sat on the tree and murmured, "So fast." Although this body of his was young, the gestation process was incomparably long, so after reincarnation, his cultivation could advance by leaps and bounds. But Zhou Xuanji relied on his mortal body to cultivate to this level. It was indeed impressive. The others were very excited. The stronger Zhou Xuanji was, the better pure sword heaven's treatment would be. There would come a day when they would venture out alone and find their own occupation. When the time came, they would say they came from the pure sword heaven, which would definitely give them face. Xian Xianghua, Jiang Shui, and Zhou Shaoxian left the mountain and flew into the sky, looking at Zhou Xuanji from afar. He sat on the top of the mountain, his eyes glowing with a purple light. The soul source orb squeezed out from between his eyebrows, and the thunderclap divine sword hovered above his head, absorbing the tribulation thunder. Zhou Xuanji was very confident about passing the tribulation, so he was still feeling out his power. He was not afraid of failing the tribulation. The violent tribulation lightning struck down and was absorbed by the thunderclap sword. The way of the sword condensed and appeared around him. It was as if countless swords of light were circling around him, forming a tornado. It was an extremely spectacular sight. In his perception, the sword Tao was condensing, breaking apart, and reforming. He was finally about to reach the Tao ancestor realm. In the depths of his soul, a silver flower slowly blossomed. Tao flower. After forming 36 Tao flowers, one would be able to break through to the 9 vast heavens. His Tao energy began to soar. The soul source orb between his eyebrows throbbed madly as if it was alive, ready to jump out at any time. A strange energy gushed out of the soul source orb and poured into the depths of Zhou Xuanji's soul. In an instant, 5 more Tao flower seeds appeared one after another, pleasantly surprising him. If this succeeds, he would directly become a 6th-grade Tao ancestor. As expected of an ultimate treasure. It really knows how to surprise me. His aura soared along with it. The 5 Tao flower seeds began to germinate. The spiritual qi and Tao energy of pure sword heaven violently poured into his body, forming a gale that shook the entire mountain. Chang Xian, who appeared beside Jiang Shui, cried out in surprise. Her eyes lit up. 6th-grade flowers, this, Jiang Shui asked doubtfully, what's wrong with a 6th-grade flower? In her opinion, no matter what kind of movement Zhou Xuanji made, it was normal. The Tao ancestor realm is divided into 36 flowers. Master has just broken through and has already formed a 6th-grade flower. It's really incredible. Apart from the reincarnations of those powerful cultivators, this is the first time I have seen such a genius, Chang Xian sighed. Chang Xian sighed, her words full of worship. At this moment, she could truly feel how terrifying Zhou Xuanji's aptitude was. At this moment, her beautiful eyes widened again as she cried out in surprise, another 2 flowers. 8th-grade Tao ancestor. And he's still in the breakthrough stage. Jiang Shui, Xian Xianghua, and Zhou Shaoxian were also left speechless. Zhou Xuanji's aura made them feel vast and boundless. Because of this, they couldn't clearly feel how strong Zhou Xuanji was. But they knew Chang Xian's cultivation realm. Even she lost her composure. It seemed that Zhou Xuanji was really breaking through at an incredible speed. In the distance, even Ing Zhuge was moved. 8th-grade flowers, it's not over yet. Is it because of the soul source orb? Ing Zhuge muttered to himself with a complicated look on his face. Looking at Zhou Xuanji, he couldn't keep calm, let alone enter a stable state of cultivation. Zhou Xuanji didn't know the shock he had brought to others. He was focused on breaking through. Soon, the 9th Tao flower was born in the depths of his soul. At the same time, his cultivation had officially transformed. Tao Ancestor Realm. Sword Master has reached the Tao Ancestor Realm. Gotcha started. Ding. Congratulations, Sword Master has obtained Vast Sky, Multi-Element / Sovereign Lord, Proud Mortal Divine Sword. Because Sword Master has reached the Tao Ancestor Realm within 1,000 years, he has obtained Unknown, Wish-Fulfilling Sword. The Sword Spirit's voice rang one after another, making Zhou Xuanji excited. This is definitely a big harvest. Could it be that the Proud Mortal Divine Sword and the Proud Mortal Ghost Sword are a pair? 2 mortal treasures. This attribute could make their value soar. He didn't check the information of the divine swords but focused on breaking through. Sovereign Palace, Beast Sovereign opened his eyes and exclaimed, "Good boy. This is the 8th grade Tao Ancestor Realm. It seems that this sovereign has underestimated you. He stopped cultivating and paid attention to Zhou Xuanji's breakthrough. After a while, 9 grade flowers, the pupil has surpassed the master. Beast Sovereign sighed with a complicated look on his face. Beast Sovereign sighed with a complicated expression. Even he wasn't this powerful back then. At this moment, a figure appeared out of thin air, kneeling in the palace. Evil Sky Divine Guard. Sovereign, we found that Zhou Fa has made contact with Daohu Qiuzuan. He is integrating Daohu Qiuzuan. His goal is to capture Zhou Xuanji, he reported in a deep voice. He said in a deep voice, his tone somewhat solemn. Beast Sovereign couldn't help but squint his eyes when he heard this. What is the origin of this Zhou Fa? So many of you can't catch him? He was a little angry. The sovereign palace trembled. We can't find him at all. It's as if he appeared out of thin air. His actions and whereabouts are really hard for us to figure out, the evil Sky Divine Guard said, gritting his teeth. His expression was extremely ugly, said the evil Sky Divine Guard, gnashing his teeth. His expression was extremely ugly. It was the first time he had encountered such an existence. He felt both hatred and fear. The unknown is the source of fear. Chapter 735. If you can't find anything, then continue to investigate. Beast Sovereign coldly snorted, glaring at the evil Sky Divine Guards below. The evil Sky Divine Guard could only bite the bullet and agree. Then, with a wave of Beast Sovereign's hand, they quickly left. Beast Sovereign turned his gaze back to Zhou Xuanji. No matter who it is, if they want to harm you, only death awaits them. He snorted coldly, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a disdainful smile. Who could kill the person he wanted to protect? In pure sword heaven, Zhou Xuanji was still in the process of breaking through. He had already condensed the 10th Dao flower seed. Dao realm rank 10 flower. Even he was pleasantly surprised. The soul source orb was too powerful. At this rate, he wouldn't stay in the Dao ancestor realm for too long. Thinking of this, he became even more excited. His soul suddenly transformed, and his Dao power increased explosively. An indescribable sense of comfort filled his heart, making him want to draw his sword and vent it out. About 2 hours passed. The tribulation lightning dispersed. There were 12 Dao flowers deep within Zhou Xuanji's soul. His Dao energy was still growing. He sprinted toward the 12 flowers of the Dao ancestor realm. With the realm, his Dao energy cultivation naturally had to keep up. The wondrous feeling of breaking through had already ended, and all that was left was the crazy rise of his Dao energy. He brought up the information of the 2 swords. Sword name, multi-element/grade, vast sky, description, a divine sword that can cut open the multiverse. It contains the boundless power of the space rules. One needs to be at least at the 6th flower Dao ancestor realm to use this sword. Sword name, proud mortal divine sword rank, noble lord description, a divine sword that can sever the mortal chi. If paired with the ghost sword, it can become a mortal treasure. Using this sword requires one to be at least at the grade 1 flower Dao ancestor realm. He had already surpassed all the required realms. This was the first time he had felt this way. He could use the higher grade godly swords that he had obtained after breaking through. Another half an hour passed. His cultivation had completely consolidated at the 12th grade flower Dao ancestor realm. He slowly stood up, his white robe fluttering in the wind. The thunderclap sword above his head shone with lightning. The thunderclap sword had already reached the profound path rank. Zhou Xuanji would use it whenever he went through a tribulation. Other people would also use it to transcend their tribulations. This was also a way to help it become stronger. Jiang Shui, Zhou Shaoxian, Xian Xianghua, and Chang Xian flew over to congratulate him on his breakthrough. He directly reached the 12th rank of the Dao ancestor realm. How miraculous and powerful! Chang Xian exclaimed. Compared to usual, she had obviously lost her composure. The main thing was that Zhou Xuanji gave her too much of a shock. Zhou Shaoxian said excitedly, "Father, you're amazing. Do you still have the bead on your forehead? The soul source orb between Zhou Xuanji's eyebrows was still open, making him look like a god. The soul source orb was sparkling and translucent, as if a galaxy was hidden within it. It was extremely attractive. This is the treasure of the Kunlun Origin Court. Don't even think about it. Zhou Xuanji said with a smile, which disappointed Zhou Shaoxian. Xian Xianghua came over and asked curiously, "Your eyes have changed again?" Zhou Xuanji's purple pupils seemed to be hiding a flower. If one looked closely, the two flowers were spinning on their own. Zhou Shaoxian also came over and said in surprise, "It's true, so magical." "Father, are you a mutant?" Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes and patted her head lightly, too lazy to reply. After that, they chatted for a while, and Zhou Xuanji hid in a building to consolidate his cultivation. After a month, Zhou Xuanji took out the multi-element slash, proud mortal sword, lesser supreme sword, and wish-fulfilling sword. Each of the 5 swords was radiating a different radiance, looking noble and resplendent. The most eye-catching one was the wish-fulfilling sword. It was radiating a colorful radiance, giving people a dreamy feeling. The wish-fulfilling sword hadn't revealed its level yet. Zhou Xuanji couldn't help but guess, will its level surpass the court overturning level? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. Holding the multi-element slash, he could feel a terrifying power. He felt that he could destroy the entire pure sword heaven with just a casual swing. He then picked up the lesser supreme sword and felt that it was very calm, without any energy fluctuations. Huh! Zhou Xuanji immediately probed it with his divine will. Boom! The world exploded. A bright light shone in his consciousness. He vaguely saw a figure, blurry but indescribably domineering. Whoa! Zhou Xuanji's consciousness returned to the real world. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. Even though he was already a 12th grade Dao ancestor, he was still horrified by this aura. Little Sovereign. Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow. Little Sovereign is so powerful. Looking at his figure, he is obviously not a child. He had underestimated the existence that could become a sovereign. Becoming a sovereign would definitely be the most powerful existence in the Kunlun Origin Court. Next, he turned his attention to the Proud Mortal Sword and Proud Mortal Ghost Sword. He found that if the two swords were completely stuck together, they could be fused. The fused Proud Mortal Ghost Sword was extremely powerful. It caused the space in the house to fluctuate. He was so scared that he quickly separated the two swords. The mortal treasure is so powerful. Zhou Xuanji was shocked. He suddenly felt that the mortal chi was everywhere. If so, wouldn't he be able to cut down any existence by cutting down the mortal world? The universe was so big that it was full of strange things. After a while, Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought. He was considering whether to use the wish-fulfilling sword or not. His previous choice was the golden treasure basket. But Zhou Fei's appearance made him cautious. The wish-fulfilling sword can be used to kill enemies. It's better to wait. I'll use it after Zhou Fei is dead. I'm not in a hurry anyway. After thinking about it, Zhou Xuanji put away all the swords. He walked out of the attic and took out the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage. He had waited for this day for a long time. After the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage recognized him as its master, the 3 fire phoenixes and 2 fire Qilins immediately came to life. Phoenix cries resounded throughout pure sword heaven. Zhou Shaoxian heard the commotion and came over. Her eyes lit up when she saw the carriage. What a handsome mount. What is this? Zhou Shaoxian asked excitedly with an expression of, I want it. Zhou Xuanji smiled proudly and said, the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage is the highest grade mount artifact in the Evil Sky Divine range. When your father has a higher grade mount artifact, I will give it to you. The more he looked at the carriage, the more he liked it. Tisk, if my mother asked you for it, you would definitely give it to her. Zhou Shaoxian curled her lips and said in disdain, I don't care. But her eyes betrayed her. Zhou Xuanji's heart softened. He shook his head and said, after some time, I will bring you to buy mounts and enchanted treasures within the price of 100 million merit points. How about that? Hearing this, Zhou Shaoxian was overjoyed. She hugged his arm and began to flatter him. The other side. Outside the Kunlun Origin Court, inside a purple universe plane. Zhou Fa was levitating in the air with his arms open. Countless purple chi surged from all directions and poured into his body. Looking around, there were purple divine moons everywhere. A grey-robed old man appeared beside him and respectfully said, "My lord, Zhou Xuanji has broken through. Since we can't catch him, should we kill him?" Zhou Fa opened his eyes, glanced at him, and coldly snorted, "When did I say I wanted to kill him?" Chapter 736. The grey-robed old man was frightened by Zhou Fa's gaze and quickly lowered his head. He couldn't help but mutter in his heart, "If you don't want to kill him, why do you want to capture him so desperately? It's like there's a grudge between us." He suddenly thought of a piece of information. Zhou Xuanji looked exactly like Zhou Fa. Could they be brothers? Zhou Fa continued to absorb the energy of countless divine moons as he said, "Capturing Zhou Xuanji is one of the reasons. The other is to find a way to ruin the evil sky divine range. It's best if they can make other divine ranges hate them." At the mention of the evil sky divine range, his eyes flickered with a cold light, revealing an unforgettable killing intent. "Master, do you have any grudges with the evil sky divine range?" The grey-robed old man asked curiously. It turned out that Zhou Fa was not targeting Zhou Xuanji but the evil sky divine range. It was too difficult to deal with a super divine range. Even if Zhou Fa possessed remarkable abilities, in his eyes, he was still no match for Beast Sovereign. They weren't even on the same level. "Don't ask what you shouldn't." "Scram!" Zhou Fa said impatiently. The grey-robed old man could only leave. Then, he closed his eyes and focused on absorbing the power of the mystic moon. After breaking through to the Dao ancestor realm, Zhou Xuanji began to rest for a while. He drove the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage with Zhou Shaoxian and Jiang Shui to tour the various cities of the evil sky divine range. He looked majestic, making countless creatures remember that the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage was Zhou Xuanji's exclusive mount. The Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage was definitely worthy of Zhou Xuanji's identity. In the entire evil sky divine range, only those in power who had lived for countless years had such a reputation. At the same time, the news of Zhou Xuanji breaking through to the 12 Flowers Dao ancestor realm was also spread. It shook the evil sky divine range and spread to the Kunlun Origin Court. Zhou Xuanji used his actions to prove what an 18-star genius was. For the next few years, he did not cultivate much. Instead, he accompanied his wife and daughter to play. On the other hand, Xian Xianghua was busy cultivating. 6 years passed quickly. Zhou Xuanji and the other two returned to pure sword heaven and resumed their cultivation. Chang Xian suddenly found him and said respectfully, "Di Zun has a message for you." As he swung his sword, he asked, "What news?" After so many years, he still maintained the habit of practicing the white crane sword technique. Although the white crane sword technique was simple, it was precisely because of its simplicity that it could train his temperament. Zhou Fa created the Black Sword Court and threatened to destroy the evil sky divine range. Chang Xian said with a strange expression. Black Sword Court. She already knew about the existence of Emperor Sword Court, so she felt that Zhou Fa wanted to imitate Zhou Xuanji to the end? Zhou Xuanji was speechless. This guy was really crazy. However, how did he know about the existence of Emperor Sword Court? Could it be that this fellow has been paying attention to me since a long time ago? The more Zhou Xuanji thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Not only that, the Black Sword Court has also colluded with other super divine ranges that are hostile to the evil sky divine range. They are digging up the evil deeds of the evil sky divine range. Very soon, the Kunlun Origin Court will be shaken. You better not go out. Chang Xian continued. At this point, her heart palpitated a little. Just what was Zhou Fa's background to be able to scheme against the evil sky divine range? Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes and asked, evil things? Apart from the great eliminations, are the super divine ranges also fighting in the Kunlun Origin Court? The Kunlun Origin Court had strict rules. Who dared to fight? Chang Xian shook her head and said, it's like this on the surface, but supremacy doesn't show her face. There must be some dark places in the Kunlun Origin Court. It's not like there hasn't been any internal strife in the past. She had read a lot of history and understood that it was inevitable. Every time the Kunlun Origin Court was in chaos, it was the time for the supremacy to take over. She didn't know whether it was now or not. But one thing she understood was that Zhou Xuanji was in big trouble. Yeah, I'm also preparing to cultivate, Zhou Xuanji nodded. Zhou Fa was making more and more trouble. He had no choice but to pay attention to this guy. Zhou Fa, what does he want to do? To kill me, he even wants to destroy the evil Sky Divine range. No matter how you look at it, killing him is much easier than destroying the evil Sky Divine range. Chang Xian finally exhorted, Master, in this evil Sky Divine range, you can't trust anyone except Di Zun. After all, you were personally bought by Di Zun. He has no reason to harm you, but others may obstruct you. Zhou Xuanji nodded. How could he not understand this? After Chang Xian left, Zhou Xuanji didn't think too much about it and began cultivating. However, it was on this year that Xian Xianghua died. She was very distressed about this. She didn't want to have a child so early. It would affect her cultivation. Huang Lianxin claimed that she could help her take care of the child, but even so, she was still a little unhappy. In the room, Zhou Xuanji sat beside her on the bed, while Jiang Shui and Zhou Shaoxian sat on chairs beside them. Aunt Xian, did you give birth to a younger brother or a younger sister? She was very excited. In the future, she would finally have a family member that she could bully. Jiang Shui covered her mouth and laughed. Do you want a younger brother or a younger sister? Zhou Xuanji's family had always been very harmonious, and there were almost no quarrels. At most, Zhou Shaoxian would throw a tantrum. Xian Xianghua was very gentle and generous towards Jiang Shui and Zhou Shaoxian. She never rejected them. Jiang Shui was also very sensible. The two of them even gave each other pointers on cultivation. Younger brother or younger sister is fine, but you have to be my attendant. Zhou Shaoxian laughed, and Xian Xianghua couldn't help but laugh. Xian Xianghua did not have many feelings for children. She had treated Zhou Shaoxian well before because of Zhou Xuanji. Later, she felt that Zhou Shaoxian was very similar to her, so they became closer and closer. She was a little annoyed by the fact that her child was about to be born. It was an indescribable feeling, as if there was one more trouble. Only when one had no worries could one be invincible. She had more worries, which meant that she was getting further away from her original self. Zhou Xuanji could tell that she was unhappy and comforted her, go ahead and give birth. So many people are helping you raise your child, what are you afraid of? Don't you want to leave me an heir? Then I will find another woman. You dare. Jiang Shui, Xian Xianghua, and Zhou Shaoxian said at the same time, which stunned Zhou Xuanji. What happened? So serious? Zhou Shaoxian snorted, Father, don't flirt with other women. Zhou Xuanji felt that it was funny. It seemed that the three of them were in cahoots to prevent him from finding other women. After that, he led the topic to the child's name. All sorts of names appeared. Zhou Zhishui, Zhou Tianjiao, Zhou Huang, Zhou Lingting, and so on. After chatting for a long time, they still could not come to a decision. This matter could only be put aside for now. Zhou Xuanji left to continue his cultivation. Jiang Shui and the others could take care of the child. However, something unexpected happened. Xian Xianghua was pregnant for 10 years, but she did not give birth. Her belly was only slightly bulging, which was very strange. Zhou Xuanji could sense the child's vitality. Although it was smaller than an ordinary child, it was full of vitality. This child was using Xian Xianghua's saint energy to become stronger. This affected Xian Xianghua's cultivation, so she became more and more annoyed. She even wanted to get rid of this child. Chapter 737. This kid is even more exaggerated than Neza. He will probably be a restless master in the future. Zhou Xuanji, sitting by the table, teased Xian Xianghua, who was cultivating cross-legged on the bed. Xian Xianghua had heard the story of Neza from him. She naturally understood what he meant. She rolled her eyes and said in an annoyed tone, "You only know how to make sarcastic remarks." She changed the topic and sighed, "This little guy is too annoying. Recently, no matter how I cultivate, the saint energy that I extract will be sucked away by him. If this goes on, this old lady will be sucked dry." The more she spoke, the angrier she became. Suddenly, she wanted to beat her stomach. Zhou Xuanji comforted her, "Don't worry, I am here. If I really harm you, I will find a way. At least, I care more about you." Why does this answer sound like I'm protecting the big one? The two chatted for a while before Zhou Xuanji left. Outside the house, he instructed Chang Xian, who was waiting on the side, "Go and invite a soul doctor. Screen carefully. Don't pick an enemy." Chang Xian nodded and disappeared into thin air. Zhou Xuanji looked back at Xian Xianghua with a frown. He didn't know why, but he suddenly felt uneasy. He thought of the great calamity in his life that Daoya old man and Xian Daoya talked about. Could it be this? The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. He had an inexplicable feeling of being manipulated by fate. He shook his head, walked to the tree next to him, and began meditating. After an hour, Chang Xian came back with a female soul doctor. They bowed to Zhou Xuanji before walking into the house. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and quickly closed them. After a while, the soul doctor came out. She walked up to Zhou Xuanji, bowed, and said, "Young Master Zhou, your wife is fine. Her condition is because the child's aptitude is too strong. He has at least surpassed 10 stars. She can't bear it. She will be fine after using some elixirs to strengthen her body." Zhou Xuanji nodded and got up to send off the soul doctor. Inside the house, Xian Xianghua complained, "Can't I blame him? Should I be happy that he has good aptitude?" Chang Xian covered her mouth and smiled, "Don't worry, I will tell Sovereign about this. He will definitely send a large number of elixirs." In the eyes of Sovereign, Master is now in high demand. His son is so talented, he will naturally cultivate him. What if he is as powerful as Master? When Xian Xianghua heard this, she suddenly felt a little expectant. If this brat could really be as powerful as Zhou Xuanji, it was okay for her to suffer a little. Thinking of this, she became even more expectant, and her gloomy mood was swept away. In the following period of time, Xian Xianghua no longer cultivated. She was served by Chang Xian every day. Zhou Xuanji also couldn't cultivate, so he chatted with her to relieve her boredom. Every month, Beast Sovereign would send a huge amount of resources, all of which were extremely precious herbs. From the looks of it, it was clear that he wasn't here to take care of Xian Xianghua's body, but to nurture the child in her womb. On this day, Xian Xianghua patted her face and asked worriedly, "Is my face a little fatter?" With her cultivation, she could control her body shape, but these medicinal herbs were too high grade, and the energy was too much for her to control. She became like a mortal woman, worrying about whether or not she would become fat. Zhou Xuanji found it funny and said, "If you really can't do it, abort the child." Xian Xianghua glared at him and scolded, "What kind of father are you?" Zhou Xuanji was just joking. If he wanted to do that, he would have done it long ago. Seeing that Xian Xianghua was becoming more and more maternal, he couldn't help but sigh. Every woman has maternal instincts. Such a change was also a good thing. At least she had something to rely on in her heart. In the past, although Xian Xianghua loved to smile, her eyes were always full of loneliness, even if she never said anything discouraging. The two began to talk about the child's future. Zhou Xuanji wanted the child to practice swordsmanship, but Xian Xianghua felt that it was up to the child's preference. Anyway, she didn't want to teach the child. It was too tiring. She had accepted disciples before and understood that all kinds of things needed to be done. If it was just imparting cultivation methods, how could they cultivate elites? After the two chatted for a while, Zhou Xuanji suddenly raised his brow. He dropped a sentence and disappeared. Take a rest first. He quickly left the Evil Sky Divine Range and headed for the Soul Source Pool. When he arrived at the Soul Source Pool, he stood on the shore and looked ahead. He saw waves on the surface of the lake as if it was boiling. Wisps of hot air rose, making him furrow his brow. When he became a soul guardian, he obtained the inherited memories, which recorded all kinds of situations that might be encountered in the Soul Source Pool. When the pool water boiled, it meant that something had sneaked into the Soul Source Pool. Since ancient times, powerful cultivators often sneaked into the Soul Source Pool, either for opportunities or to find the souls of their loved ones. There were all kinds of reasons. Zhou Xuanji's duty was to wait for the other party to come up and catch him. In the Soul Source Pool, he was invincible. Any of his attacks would be infinitely magnified by the sovereign's rules. On the contrary, the enemy would be suppressed by the sovereign's rules. About 2 hours later, a figure rose up, dripping wet. It was Zhou Fa. It's you again. You have nothing to do all day but pester me. Zhou Xuanji asked expressionlessly. Zhou Fa stood up, walked up to him, shook his head, and said, You think too much. Do you really think that you are the center of everything and everyone has to surround you? Boom! A black lightning bolt suddenly fell in front of Zhou Fa, preventing him from getting close to Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Fa raised his brow and said with a mocking smile, You can only rely on the rules here? Zhou Xuanji raised the corner of his mouth and said, I have a way to kill you at any time. Believe it or not, no matter how far away you are from me, I just want to know what's the relationship between us. Zhou Fa was dismissive. But the next second, he suddenly thought of something. His expression changed drastically. Impossible, you can get that supreme treasure with your current cultivation. Zhou Fa cried out in horror, retreating subconsciously. Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow. What is this kid talking about? Zhou Fa was just about to leave when countless black lightning bolts crazily struck down, leaving him nowhere to escape. Where's your divine ability? Zhou Xuanji asked. Seeing this guy so flustered, he suddenly felt that this guy was just a so-so. You want to destroy the Evil Sky Divine Range with this little ability? The sovereign's rules here can restrict all spatial divine abilities. Otherwise, this place would have been broken long ago, Zhou Fa replied, gritting his teeth. Zhou Fa replied through gritted teeth. He looked around as if he was looking for a way to escape. Zhou Xuanji suddenly felt that this kid was not hostile to him. Otherwise, why would he be so honest? Or could it be that this kid was playing tricks? Tell me, what happened between us? If you don't tell me, I will kill you today. You have already threatened me, Zhou Xuanji said coldly, taking out the proud mortal ghost sword and proud mortal divine sword. Zhou Fa's face turned even gloomier when he saw the two mortal swords. Zhou Fa's face turned even gloomier when he saw the two mortal swords. He suddenly let out a weird laugh and said, I see, your son is about to be born, right? As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Fa turned into a black shadow and passed by him. He quickly turned into black smoke and disappeared. Chapter 738. Hearing Zhou Fa's words, Zhou Xuanji's expression changed drastically. He immediately flew out of the Soul Source Pool and headed toward the Evil Sky Divine Range at full speed. When he returned to pure sword heaven and found that Xian Xianghua was fine, he could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. He arrived at Xian Xianghua's house. What's wrong? Looking at your troubled expression, could it be that the Black Sword Court wants to use me to threaten you? Xian Xianghua held the teacup and asked. In any case, she was the lord of the Devil Realm. She had done this kind of thing before, so it was easy for her to think of it. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, It's not that serious. He walked over to the table and sat down, reaching out to touch her stomach. This little guy was getting more and more lively. He could clearly feel his son kicking Xian Xianghua's stomach. If he's born, he'll definitely be a world-shaking master. Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. A look of anticipation appeared on his face. Xian Xianghua rubbed her belly and revealed a kind and expectant smile. She snorted and said, if he inherits your aptitude and my personality, he will turn the Kunlun origin court upside down. Zhou Xuanji did not doubt this. Back in the northern wilderness region, Xian Xianghua was so arrogant that she was completely dragon proudflower. Now that he had come to the Kunlun origin court, he was just not strong enough. Otherwise, with her personality, she would definitely establish the Tanhua sect. What? You want to raise your son to be like you? You even killed your father, aren't you afraid that he'll kill your mother? Zhou Xuanji said with a mocking smile, which made Xian Xianghua glare at him. Touching my sore spot. Zhou Xuanji breathed a sigh of relief that Zhou Fa didn't attack pure sword heaven. To prevent any accidents, he returned to his room and took out the wish-fulfilling sword. I want Zhou Fa to disappear. At the same time, he channeled his Tao energy into the wish-fulfilling sword. However, the wish-fulfilling sword did not have any reaction. He couldn't help but ask the sword spirit if it was a success. If you succeed, the wish-fulfilling sword will emit a strong light, indicating that your wish has failed. The reason should be that Zhou Fa is not Zhou Fa. You have to confirm his name and combine it with the face in your memory before you can make a wish to erase him. Every living being has a name. Even if the name is the same, the face will not be the same. Only then will you not kill him by mistake. The sword spirit replied, which made Zhou Xuanji frown. What was Zhou Fa's real name? This fellow was too cunning. Could it be that he had guessed that this might happen, so he deliberately used a fake name? He couldn't help but think of other strategies. The wish-fulfilling sword could not directly strengthen the legendary sword, nor could it involve the supreme legendary sword system. His eyes flickered as he said, I want my exterminating divine eyes to reach the pinnacle. At the same time, I want it to be completely under my control. No other existence can shake its relationship with me. As his voice fell, the wish-fulfilling divine sword burst out with a bright light. Zhou Xuanji felt an extreme itch in his eyes, and a majestic energy flowed from his eyes to every part of his body. Rumble, the pavilion he lived in shook violently, and soon, the entire mountain was shaking. A vast and boundless pressure enveloped the entire pure sword heaven. Chang Xian and Ingzhuge flew over from different directions with shocked expressions on their faces. This aura. How could he possess such power? Ingzhuge's eyes widened as his voice trembled. Even he felt his heart palpitate in the face of this power. Chang Xian was equally shocked. How long has it been since Zhou Xuanji broke through? Is he going to erupt again? The others flew over one after another and hovered in the air, looking at the mountain peak in front of them and sighing. This kid is going to break through again. He's too strong. I wouldn't even dare to eat those spirit herbs for fear that my body would explode. But look at him. Sigh, the gap is too big. Nonsense, he has 18-star aptitude. How can you compare? Even when he broke through to the Tao ancestor realm, there was no such scene. Everyone looked at him with admiration. Now, everyone who followed Zhou Xuanji worshipped him from the bottom of their hearts. They had witnessed Zhou Xuanji's growth with their own eyes. They had even taken Zhou Xuanji as their goal. But seeing the gap between them widening at an extremely fast speed, they were in despair. And when the gap became insurmountable, this despair could only be transformed into worship. At this time, Beast Sovereign suddenly appeared in the sky above the mountain peak. A look of surprise appeared on his face. Upon seeing him, Chang Xian immediately saluted and shouted, "Greetings, Beast Sovereign." The others were shocked when they heard this. This is the legendary Beast Sovereign. They followed suit and saluted, not daring to neglect. Beast Sovereign ignored them. His eyes were locked on Zhou Xuanji in the house. Hiss. The exterminating divine eyes are awakening towards perfection. This kid, Beast Sovereign's eyes widened. His breathing became rapid. A long time ago, there was no concept of the 5 ultimate divine eyes. But the exterminating divine eyes had always existed. He had seen the peak of the exterminating divine eyes. Every time he recalled it, he couldn't help but tremble. He had been looking forward to Zhou Xuanji's exterminating divine eyes. He didn't expect it to evolve to perfection so soon. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. This prodigy was improving at an unimaginable speed. At the same time, Zhou Xuanji was still feeling the power of the exterminating divine eyes. He had never felt such a powerful force. It was as if a pair of eyes could destroy the universe. Such power, his mind was surging. If Zhou Fa appeared in front of him again, he would definitely kill him. The power in his eyes was still expanding, and it felt as if it was a boundless and endless ocean. He couldn't see anything. Everything in his eyes was filled with light. What made him even more excited was that his cultivation was also growing. It's so cool. As expected of the wish-fulfilling sword. It can really grant wishes. Time flew by in Zhou Xuanji's excited mood. A full month had passed. His exterminating divine eyes had finally evolved. He didn't immediately walk out of the attic. He was controlling his exterminating divine eyes. At this moment, his eyes were filled with a strong light. It was as if there were 2 bright suns hidden in them. After a while, the strong light in his eyes slowly faded. The exterminating divine eyes had evolved to the extreme. His control over them had also reached the extreme. His eyes had returned to normal. But the powerful force made it difficult for him to remain calm. At this moment, he had a feeling of invincibility. He slowly walked out of the attic and saw the sun again. At a glance, he saw Beast Sovereign in the air. Beast Sovereign landed in front of him and pressed his hand on Zhou Xuanji's forehead. The next second, he became excited. He suddenly grabbed Zhou Xuanji's shoulders and asked, "How did you do it?" The perfect exterminating divine eyes. With these eyes, you can already sweep the 9 vast heavens. He had always had infinite expectations for Zhou Xuanji. He also trusted Zhou Xuanji very much. But even so, this kid always surprised him. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "It was a sudden awakening. I don't know. This was a genius. Any breakthrough was so sudden and unreasonable." Beast Sovereign excitedly said, "Let's go. This sovereign will take you to learn divine abilities to enhance your strength." Chapter 739. Beast Sovereign waved his hand and directly teleported Zhou Xuanji to a bright palace with countless light balls floating in the air. These light balls were wrapped in blue books. They were the divine abilities, cultivation techniques, and spells of the evil sky divine range. The palace was vast. Looking around, there was no end to it. The dazzling array of divine ability books gave Zhou Xuanji the urge to take them away. Beast Sovereign waved his right hand as 3 divine ability books flew to Zhou Xuanji. "Learn these first." Zhou Xuanji took the 3 divine ability books and scanned them with his divine sense. After a while, he memorized the cultivation methods of the 3 divine abilities. Suppressing the universe. Nether Soul Divine Light. 10,000 Worlds Piercer. All 3 divine abilities required special eyes. In the Kunlun origin court, in addition to the 5 ultimate eyes, there were many powerful eye bloodlines. Not just the eyes, but the 5 senses, the body, the soul, and so on, all had various bloodlines. They were as numerous as the stars in the universe. Suppressing the universe was to freeze a universe with one's eyes, making time and space stand still. Nether Soul Divine Light was to absorb souls. Wherever one's gaze landed, the soul would scatter. 10,000 Worlds Piercer could penetrate the universe and track everything. These 3 divine abilities were very profound. In the evil sky divine range, it would cost at least 1 billion merit points to learn them. In addition, countless related resources would be consumed during the learning process. These resources will be sent to pure sword heaven. You have completely awakened the exterminating divine eyes. You are no longer a young eagle. When you master these 3 divine abilities, this sovereign will let you go out and show your might, Beast Sovereign said with a smile. Beast Sovereign said with a smile, his eyes filled with anticipation. Zhou Xuanji nodded. He also wanted to test his current strength. Beast Sovereign said that he could sweep the 9 vast heavens. He was also quite confident. Because the perfect exterminating divine eyes was too strong. It was simply unreasonable. Next, Beast Sovereign sent Zhou Xuanji back to Pure Sword Heaven. After returning to Pure Sword Heaven, Zhou Xuanji immediately began to cultivate these 3 divine abilities. Seeing how diligent he was, Zhou Shaoxian was too embarrassed to disturb him. She could only chat with Xian Xianghua. Amazingly, Zhou Xuanji had learned the 3 divine abilities in less than a month. When he operated the exterminating divine eyes, he could easily get on the right track. After the successful cultivation, Zhou Xuanji was in a good mood. He accompanied Xian Xianghua again. If Zhou Fa appeared again, he could forget about escaping. Recently, my eyes have become stronger, and the speed of this improvement is very exaggerated. I don't feel uncomfortable anymore, just like when I was pregnant. Xian Xianghua said as she looked at Zhou Xuanji with a passionate gaze. She felt very sweet in her heart. These eyes could connect them. The stronger her man was, the stronger she would be. Isn't that a good thing? Zhou Xuanji smiled. Seeing that Xian Xianghua's condition had improved, Zhou Xuanji was also very happy. As you grow stronger, this kid should be coming out soon. Zhou Xuanji continued to smile as he looked at Xian Xianghua's stomach. It was only slightly bulging. If she wore loose clothing, no one would be able to tell that she was pregnant. He hoped that this kid could surprise him. After holding it in for so long, he should be a protagonist, right? Bah, I'm the main character. In the void filled with thick fog, old demon Soulmover was sleeping soundly on his huge mountain, snoring like thunder. Zhou Fa suddenly appeared on the top of the giant mountain. He looked down at old demon Soulmover and shouted, "Old demon Soulmover." This sudden explosion resounded through the entire void. Old demon Soulmover trembled in fear as he furiously looked up at Zhou Fa. Brat! How dare you disturb old demon's cultivation? Old demon Soulmover slapped Zhou Fa, but Zhou Fa disappeared into thin air, causing him to slap the air. In the next second, Zhou Fa appeared in the distance. He sneered and said, "Old demon Soulmover, do you want to live like this forever without any hope of revenge?" Old demon Soulmover's expression changed drastically when he heard this. His face was hideous as he asked in a cold voice, "Who are you? What do you want?" Zhou Fa smiled contemptuously and said, "You were originally a hero of the Kunlun Origin Court, but now you have fallen to this state. Your enemy, Daohu, has been suppressed by the Origin Court. As long as you cooperate with me, I will bring Daohu to you and let you kill him. Not only that, I want to destroy the evil Sky Divine Range. You want to do the same." Old demon Soulmover fell into silence. His expression was also changing. He seemed to be fighting with himself. After a while, old demon Soulmover asked, "Why do you want to destroy the evil Sky Divine Range?" His eyes were locked on Zhou Fa, trying to see through Zhou Fa's heart. Because they don't deserve Zhou Xuanji, the genius with the exterminating divine eyes, Zhou Fa snorted coldly. Old demon Soulmover's expression changed drastically when he heard this. Exterminating divine eyes. Countless vengeful souls on the giant mountain wailed like ghosts and howled like wolves. It was horrifying. Old demon Soulmover roared word by word, "Very well. I will destroy the evil Sky Divine Range." Zhou Fa revealed a weird smile. He didn't leave immediately but waited for old demon Soulmover to calm down. The Kunlun Origin Court will be in chaos soon. The current sovereign is not doing anything. Sages will descend. At that time, you and I will destroy the evil Sky Divine Range in the chaos. Don't worry, a sovereign divine range has promised to help me. Zhou Fa said with a mocking smile, which stunned old demon Soulmover. Sovereign divine range. Old demon Soulmover took a deep look at Zhou Fa. This kid is really capable. After a year, Zhou Xuanji waited outside the house. Only Xian Xianghua and Jiang Shui were in the attic. With her cultivation, she didn't need a midwife at all. She could give birth on her own. Jiang Shui accompanied her because she was afraid that something might happen to her. For example, she might accidentally choke the child to death. Wah! A loud and clear cry came from the attic, reverberating under the sea of clouds. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow and immediately appeared in the house. Jiang Shui was holding the child while Xian Xianghua sat by the table, swirling her wine glass and looking at the child in Jiang Shui's arms with narrowed eyes. Those who didn't know would think that Jiang Shui had given birth. Seeing Zhou Xuanji, Jiang Shui said with a smile, "Look at this child. He looks like you and Xiao Xian when she was born." Zhou Xuanji took over the child and looked at him carefully. This kid had fair skin. His face didn't look like a newborn child's. He looked very delicate. At first glance, he looked like a little beauty. Not bad. His eyes have indeed inherited the exterminating divine eyes. No wonder he was so troubled. Zhou Xuanji nodded with a smile. Both he and Xian Xianghua had the exterminating divine eyes. Naturally, their son had the exterminating divine eyes too. However, it was a miracle that such divine eyes could be perfectly inherited. Not bad, right? Xian Xianghua said with a smile, as though she was talking about a handicraft. Jiang Shui rolled her eyes at her and said, "Why aren't you excited at all?" Zhou Xuanji began teasing his son. This was his first son. Pure sword heaven would be very lively in the future. What are you excited about? It's so easy to have a child. If you and I work hard, we can have as many sons as we want. Xian Xianghua winked and smiled, which made Jiang Shui feel even more helpless. Chapter 740. In the end, Xian Xianghua gave her son the name Zhou Tanhua. Well, the name of his son. Zhou Xuanji really wanted to complain, but seeing how excited Xian Xianghua was, he could not refuse. Most importantly, Jiang Shui also felt that it was not bad. Although the flower was very feminine, the Dutchman's pipe was the flower of hell, and it was very imposing. Zhou Xuanji could only mourn for his son. Forget it. If he doesn't like it in the future, he can just change the name. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and laughed before walking out of the building with his son. Zhou Tanhua had a strong vitality and had absorbed a lot of nutrients from Xian Xianghua's stomach. He took Zhou Tanhua all over the pure sword heaven and let everyone see Zhou Tanhua. From then on, pure sword heaven welcomed another young master. Zhou Xiaoxian was the most excited. She liked this younger brother very much. So, Zhou Xuanji handed Zhou Tanhua to her and asked her to take care of him. Zhou Xuanji returned to Xian Xianghua's side and taught her the divine ability he had just learned. Xian Xianghua was very excited about this. She had never come into contact with such a divine power before. Becoming stronger was definitely the happiest thing for her. Zhou Xuanji did not neglect Jiang Shui either and was also helping her with her cultivation. Although Jiang Shui did not have the exterminating divine eyes, with Zhou Xuanji's help, her cultivation had been advancing by leaps and bounds. She had already begun to break through to the Tao-treading saint realm. The pure sword heaven regained its peace. Zhou Xiaoxian took Zhou Tanhua around to play. Although this boy had just been born, he was full of energy and could already fly independently. His strength was so terrifying that even ordinary primordial heaven powerhouses might not be able to withstand his strength. This kid is even more ridiculous than Neza. Fortunately, he was not as violent as Neza. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. Beast Sovereign suddenly called him to the Sovereign Palace. After arriving at the Sovereign Palace, apart from Beast Sovereign, Zhou Xuanji saw another person. This person wore a black robe with purple patterns and a dragon crown on his head. He was handsome and elegant, and his bearing was refined yet dignified. Zhou Xuanji recognized him. This person's name was Wei Yi. His cultivation had surpassed 9 vast heavens. He was one of the leaders of the evil sky divine range. Wei Yi nodded at him with a smile on his face. Zhou Xuanji also nodded in response to show courtesy. Today, I called you here to give you a mission. You will go with Wei Yi to a universe controlled by a sovereign divine range. Your goal is to destroy that universe. Beast Sovereign stared at Zhou Xuanji and instructed. His eyes were filled with expectation. It was time for this sword to be unsheathed. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. Sovereign divine range? The evil sky divine range was this arrogant? They even dared to provoke the top 10 divine ranges? Although he was puzzled, he was looking forward to it more. He wanted to test his own strength. Wei Yi, you can't stop him from taking action in this mission, understand? Beast Sovereign looked at Wei Yi and said meaningfully. Wei Yi smiled and nodded, understanding his meaning. Although they could not stop Zhou Xuanji from attacking, they had to ensure Zhou Xuanji's safety. Otherwise, Beast Sovereign wouldn't have asked him for help. Alright, you can set off now. As Beast Sovereign waved his hand, Wei Yi and Zhou Xuanji immediately disappeared. Then, they arrived at the space-time tunnel. They chatted as they moved forward. They talked about the past of the evil sky divine range and this sovereign divine range. This sovereign divine range was called the mortal divine range. The mortal divine range was an ancient divine range that created the mortal chi. Its ancestor was one of the ancestor gods who created the rules. He established the existence of the mortal chi. Countless years later, that wisp of mortal chi covered all living beings and became one of the high-level rules, connecting all living beings. Because of this great contribution, the sovereigns of the past generations would not make things difficult for the mortal divine range. Because of this, the mortal divine range became extremely arrogant, oppressing all living beings everywhere. This universe was snatched by them. They cultivated geniuses who didn't belong to the Kunlun origin court here. They wanted to establish a force outside the Kunlun origin court. Even the sovereign doesn't care about this? Zhou Xuanji asked curiously. He had a strange look on his face. So many things had happened in the Kunlun origin court recently, but the sovereign had never appeared. Wei Yi shook his head and said, I don't know. I have heard a rumor. He paused for a moment before mysteriously saying, the sovereign may have fallen or left. The Kunlun origin court is like a group of dragons without a leader. Therefore, the divine ranges are becoming more and more restless. The sovereign has fallen. Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow. His first reaction was disbelief. If he is no longer here, can the Kunlun origin court remain stable? He asked doubtfully. The current order of the Kunlun origin court was still very stable. At least, there were no internal disputes. Any conflicts were resolved outside the Kunlun origin court. Wei Yi said with a smile, the sovereign subordinates are still very loyal, especially the origin court war god. When he falls, the Kunlun origin court will really be in chaos. He has a very good relationship with sovereign. The reason why sovereign wants to move against the mortal divine range is because of him. The mortal divine range believes that the position of origin court war god should be changed. They are oppressing origin court war god. That's why sovereign risked his life to fight the mortal divine range. Zhou Xuanji suddenly understood. He had guessed the relationship between origin court war god and beast sovereign before. So it's true. Just as the two were chatting, a wild laughter came from the front. Zhou Xuanji, you finally stopped being a coward. Don't even think about escaping today. Zhou Fa. Zhou Xuanji and Wei Yi immediately stopped. They didn't panic. Instead, a playful look appeared on their faces. They saw Zhou Fa coming over with a grey-robed old man. His face was full of excitement as if he had found his prey. Come with me. Once we leave the Kunlun origin court, you are no match for me. Zhou Fa said with a contemptuous smile. He glanced at Wei Yi, not putting him in his eyes at all. Zhou Xuanji's eyes burst with a bright light as the fluctuating space-time channel instantly came to a stop. Zhou Fa's expression changed. He was horrified to find that he couldn't move. The gray-robed old man next to him was also shocked. What's going on? That's the exterminating divine eyes. The gray-robed old man's eyes widened as he looked at Zhou Xuanji in horror. Wei Yi rolled his eyes and glanced at Zhou Xuanji with an expectant look on his face. Everything had come to a standstill. Only Zhou Xuanji could still move. He walked up to Zhou Fa and took out the proud mortal divine sword. Placing the tip of the sword on Zhou Fa, he asked, "Can you still escape now?" Zhou Fa, drenched in cold sweat, said in a trembling voice, "Exterminating divine eyes, how can you be so fast?" He desperately wanted to use his divine ability but found that he couldn't break free. An unimaginably powerful force was imprisoning the space-time. In Zhou Xuanji's eyes, he was like a reptile that could be pinched to death at any time. "Before you die, tell me where you came from," Zhou Xuanji demanded with an indifferent look in his eyes. With the terrifying power of the exterminating divine eyes, he felt that he could kill Zhou Fa with just a thought. With the terrifying power of the exterminating divine eyes, he felt that he could kill Zhou Fa with a single thought. The perfect exterminating divine eyes was so powerful that it surprised Zhou Xuanji. The perfect exterminating divine eyes were so powerful that Zhou Xuanji was pleasantly surprised. Zhou Fa, gnashing his teeth, asked, "If I tell you, will you let me go?" Puff. Zhou Xuanji's sword pierced his throat. However, it didn't pierce through. The tip of the sword only sank 3 centimeters in. Chapter 741. Feeling the sting in his throat, Zhou Fa broke out in cold sweat. He gritted his teeth and said, "I can tell you, but you can't kill me." Upon hearing this, Zhou Xuanji shook his right hand and stabbed the proud mortal divine sword deeper, making Zhou Fa's face twist. Zhou Xuanji expressionlessly said, "There is a limit to my patience." He had to figure out Zhou Fa's origin and then uproot him. Otherwise, if he killed this Zhou Fa, what would happen to Zhou Zui and Zhou Xing tomorrow? "I am the inheritor of the previous sovereign. As long as you let me go, I can tell you what will happen in the future." Zhou Fa took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow and asked, "Are you kidding me?" Zhou Fa immediately became angry and said, "I have never deceived anyone in my life. Don't humiliate me." Seeing him so agitated, Zhou Xuanji couldn't help but be speechless. For some reason, Zhou Xuanji suddenly felt that Zhou Fa was a little familiar. "I seem to have seen this kid somewhere." It wasn't his appearance but his aura. After thinking about it, he pulled the proud mortal divine sword out of Zhou Fa's throat and asked, "Tell me, why are you targeting me?" Wei Yi didn't speak. He was frowning and thinking. His eyes, which were looking at Zhou Fa, flickered with a cold light. Zhou Fa glanced back and said, "Help me kill him. This matter is of great importance." The gray-robed old man immediately cried out, "Master, you." Just as he finished speaking, a crystal suddenly pierced his glabella. Immediately afterward, his body shriveled at a speed visible to the naked eye before finally turning into ashes. Not even a trace of his soul was left. Zhou Xuanji and Zhou Fa simultaneously looked at Wei Yi. Both of them were a little frightened. What kind of divine ability is this? "Speak," Wei Yi said expressionlessly. He no longer had his usual elegant temperament. At this moment, he was full of oppression, just like a beast sovereign. Zhou Xuanji was surprised. Why did this guy suddenly change his attitude? Could it be that he guessed something? Zhou Fa calmed himself down and slowly said, "The previous sovereign transcended everything and jumped out of the Kunlun origin court. He was not affected by time and space. I was chosen by him by chance. He hoped that I could become a sovereign, so he imparted his inheritance to me. I learned a supreme divine ability and can see the past and the future. The reason why I found trouble with you is because I saw the future of the evil sky divine range. I saw the past of beast sovereign. They aren't worthy of accepting you. You should belong to me. That's why I kept causing trouble for the evil sky divine range again and again. From the beginning to the end, I never really attacked you because I didn't want to kill you at all." Zhou Xuanji felt quite confused after hearing this. Wei Yi also had a strange look on his face. Then what is your relationship with me? Could it be that you only fancy my talent? Zhou Xuanji asked patiently. Zhou Fa nodded and said, you are the strongest genius of the Kunlun origin court. In the future, you could have become a real sword emperor. But you trusted the evil sky divine range too much, and in the end, you were consigned to eternal damnation. He looked at Wei Yi and continued, not only him, but also you. The evil sky divine range will be buried by Beast Sovereign. Beast Sovereign betrayed you, and you will all die in the Void Boundary Palace. No one will collect your corpses. Wei Yi didn't change his expression. He still looked at him indifferently. Zhou Xuanji sighed and said, not convincing. You are bragging as if it's true. I will send you to your death. Zhou Fa anxiously cried, what I said is true. In order to save Origin Court War God, Beast Sovereign signed a secret agreement with the Mortal Divine Range and the Emperor Divine Range. As long as he handed over 115-star geniuses, he could take Origin Court War God away. But after Beast Sovereign handed over 100 geniuses, the Mortal Divine Range went back on its word, claiming that it wasn't enough because another Divine Range wanted to step on the Evil Sky Divine Range. After hundreds of years of confrontation, you were sent to the Mortal Divine Range as bait. As a result, the Mortal Divine Range used the Origin Court War God as a shield, causing you to be seriously injured and almost die. Your son, Zhou Tanhua, became the next victim. In order to save you, he broke into the Mortal Divine Range and died tragically in front of you. You went berserk and eventually died in the Mortal Divine Range. Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow. Why does this guy's bragging sound more and more like it's true? Wei Yi's expression changed. He was very clear about the relationship between Beast Sovereign and Origin Court War God. If Origin Court War God was really held hostage by the Mortal Divine Range, Beast Sovereign might really compromise. Can you really predict the future? Will the future not change after you say it? Wei Yi asked, staring intently at Zhou Fa. At their level, they no longer cared about fate, but Zhou Fa was the disciple of the previous supreme martial artist, so he might really have the ability to see through the future. Zhou Fa replied, some things have nothing to do with fate, but with the heart. Even without this incident, the next time Origin Court War God was in danger, Beast Sovereign would still do the same. Wei Yi was silent. That can't be right. If you want me to leave the Evil Sky Divine Range, just tell me directly. Why do you have to threaten me again and again? I think you're just afraid of death, so you made up a story. Zhou Xuanji sneered as he placed the proud Mortal Divine Sword on Zhou Fa's neck. Zhou Fa sighed and said, since you don't believe me, then kill me. Don't tease me anymore. Seeing his expression, Zhou Xuanji's heart softened. With Zhou Fa's power, he had many opportunities to kill Zhou Xuanji, but he did not do so. Combined with the reasons he mentioned, they could actually be linked together. However, he did not believe that he would die in the future. Not only would he die, but his son, Zhou Tanhua, would also die. Actually, there's another reason. Zhou Fa spoke again. He looked up at Zhou Xuanji with a complicated look in his eyes. Speak. Zhou Xuanji said in a cold voice. The killing intent in his eyes had faded a lot. Zhou Fa gritted his teeth and angrily said, you are supposed to be the strongest existence in my heart. But now, you still have to rely on the prestige of the Evil Sky Divine Range. You are not the you in my heart. Zhou Xuanji was stunned. What is this? Wei Yi came over and said, in that case, are you willing to disband the Black Sword Court now? Zhou Xuanji turned his head and glanced at him. Is this guy really not affected by the exterminating divine eyes? Time and space have been frozen by the exterminating divine eyes, but he can still move. Just how high was his cultivation? Fear of Wei Yi grew in his heart. Is Wei Yi here to spy on me? No, I must overthrow the Kunlun Origin Court. Zhou Fa said in a deep voice. His face was full of determination. No one could refute him. Wei Yi walked up to him. Their eyes met as he coldly said, then, tell me, is the current sovereign still alive? Zhou Fei's expression slightly changed as he looked at him in surprise. But immediately, his expression turned into one of ridicule. So that's how it is. I was wondering why a person like you would deign to stay in the evil sky divine range. Why would you be his follower? You want to confirm whether the sovereign is still alive or not, Zhou Fei sneered. Zhou Fei sneered in a thought-provoking tone. Zhou Xuanji couldn't help but be curious. Does Wei Yi have another identity? I can tell you that the sovereign has long disappeared. No one knows whether he is dead or alive. If you want to compete for the sovereign's position, you'd better stay away from Beast Sovereign. He is overbearing. You will not have a good ending if you follow him, Zhou Fei said with a strange smile, making it difficult to tell whether he was telling the truth or not. Chapter 742. Wei Yi frowned and fell into deep thought. Obviously, he was moved by Zhou Fei's words. He had followed Beast Sovereign for too long and felt that what Zhou Fei said was likely to come true in the future. Zhou Xuanji deactivated the suppressing the universe divine ability, and the space-time tunnel continued to flow. He didn't interrupt and instead let Zhou Fei and Wei Yi continue to talk. He was observing Zhou Fei and felt that he was not lying. Since he would die in the future, how could he still be considered the strongest prodigy? With such a future, why would Zhou Fei mobilize so many people for him? It was too fake. Come with me. You and I will work together to overthrow this Kunlun origin court. As for the position of supremacy, you and I will fight for it in the future. No matter who loses, they will be the strongest under supremacy. How about it? Zhou Fei stared at Wei Yi and said word by word. His tone was serious, and his eyes were filled with fervor. Wei Yi was very strong, making him feel that he was not inferior to old demon Soulmover. Of course, if it weren't for the exterminating divine eyes, he wouldn't have been scared by Wei Yi. Wei Yi shook his head and said, "You're too weak. Although your magical ability is mysterious, it's useless against the exterminating divine eyes. How can you ascend to the position of supremacy with such strength?" He made no effort to hide his sarcasm. Zhou Fei narrowed his eyes and smiled. He didn't say anything. He looked at Zhou Xuanji and asked, "Can you let me go now?" Before Zhou Xuanji could answer, Wei Yi took the lead and said with a smile, "Destroying the Black Sword Court is also our goal. You want to leave? He can let you go, but I can't. You either die, or submit to us." Wei Yi appeared behind Zhou Fei out of thin air and placed his right hand on his shoulder, his tone full of killing intent. Zhou Fei did not panic. Instead, he revealed a strange smile. He suddenly disappeared. Wei Yi's right hand also fell, looking a little surprised. The evil sky divine range must be destroyed. Zhou Xuanji, you might not believe it now, but sooner or later, I will subdue you. Your talent shouldn't be buried in the pedantic Kunlun origin court. You should become my sword and create a new era. Zhou Fei's maniacal laughter sounded out, and Zhou Xuanji immediately used the 10,000 Worlds Piercer to track down Zhou Fei. Soon, he locked onto Zhou Fei. This fellow's speed was extremely fast, and he shuttled through space and time willfully. Zhou Fei suddenly sensed his gaze, and his hair stood on end. How is this possible? Zhou Fei widened his eyes and immediately sped up, disappearing into the other side of the universe. Zhou Xuanji frowned. He still let this guy escape, which made him a little unhappy. Wei Yi shook his head and said, "If what he said is true, then the Kunlun origin court will really change." Supremacy wasn't here, and the inheritor of the previous supremacy had come with a mission to subvert the Kunlun origin court. It was as if the world was falling apart. The most terrifying thing was that Zhou Fei could predict the future. Didn't that mean that he was invincible? Unless he was careless. Zhou Xuanji said, "Continue to the target universe." Zhou Fei had already escaped. Since he couldn't catch up to him, he couldn't be bothered to think about it anymore. As for the so-called prediction of the future, he did not care about it at all. Rather than worrying, it was better to focus on becoming stronger. 10,000 years later, when he used the wish-fulfilling sword again, He could change the future once more. Wei Yi continued to lead him forward, but he seemed depressed. Obviously, he was still thinking about Zhou Fei's words. After about 3 days, they arrived at their destination. Because Wei Yi coordinated with Zhou Xuanji's speed, it took him so much time. This universe's spiritual energy was rich, filled with all kinds of great Dao power surging. As soon as he entered this universe, he felt like he had returned to the pure sword heaven. Next, he was about to instruct Zhou Xuanji on how to act. There was a loud bang. 2 beams of violet light shot out from Zhou Xuanji's eyes as he charged ahead. Exterminating divine light. 2 beams of purple light pierced through the entire universe and swept across. All of the living beings on the various planets and continents were frozen in place by the purple light, and it was as if everything had come to a standstill in this instant. The Soul Source Orb emerged from Zhou Xuanji's glabella as the Soul Source Pool burst forth with terrifying power. The still universe collapsed in an instant. Everything shattered like a broken mirror. Boundless darkness engulfed him from all directions. The universe collapsed. With just a glance, Zhou Xuanji destroyed a universe that was far larger than the Milky Way. Wei Yi was stunned. He knew that Zhou Xuanji's exterminating divine eyes were very strong, but he didn't expect it to be this strong. The look in his eyes just now, it seems like Wei Yi was in a trance, and a domineering figure appeared in his mind. At this moment, several figures with powerful auras flew over from all directions. They were all existences that surpassed the Dao ancestor level. Who dares to destroy my universe? A furious roar resounded, shaking the dark void. Zhou Xuanji turned his head and saw dozens of figures rushing over like the bright sun. The light on their bodies gathered together like a torrent of sunlight sweeping over. Zhou Xuanji didn't panic in the slightest. He cast the exterminating divine eyes again. 2 beams of violet light collided head-on, shattering the torrent of sunlight. Rumble. The powerful exterminating divine light annihilated the figures one after another. Even the 9 vast heavens experts couldn't withstand a single blow from the exterminating divine eyes. How is this possible, exterminating divine eyes? The legendary 5 ultimate divine eyes. Haven't the 5 ultimate gods already fallen? Run! Who's targeting us? The experts who could still bear it cried out in alarm as they quickly fled. Wei Yi didn't stop them. Instead, he exclaimed in admiration, "These eyes alone are enough to rank you among the top experts. Your growth rate is too amazing. Even those reincarnated experts are far inferior to you. But these eyes consume too much of your body and soul. Use them carefully." Zhou Xuanji nodded with a smile, but he didn't think so in his heart. His exterminating divine eyes had evolved to the most perfect state. But what was perfect? How could it be perfect if the burden was too great? He could clearly feel the endless power of the exterminating divine eyes. Every time he squandered it, he didn't feel consumed at all. Instead, he felt very refreshed. And that powerful feeling didn't diminish at all. The mission is complete. We can go back, Wei Yi said with a smile. He seemed relaxed, but he still couldn't let go of Zhou Fei's prophecy. The 2 turned around and flew toward the Kunlun origin court. Zhou Xuanji was still savoring the power of the exterminating divine eyes. At the same time, he was thinking about how to integrate the exterminating divine eyes with his sword Dao. This powerful energy couldn't just be used to open the eyes. If he used it on his sword Dao, his strength would definitely skyrocket. Somehow, he seemed to have caught on to something. But when he thought about it carefully, he couldn't think of anything. They didn't speak along the way. The 2 had their own thoughts and didn't communicate. After half a day, Wei Yi suddenly stopped. Zhou Xuanji also stopped and looked at him in confusion. "Come out. How long do you want to follow us?" Wei Yi calmly said. This was a very ordinary universe. The surrounding field of vision was wide and he couldn't see any traces of other creatures. Zhou Xuanji immediately used the 10,000 Worlds Piercer divine ability and quickly locked onto the other party. It was an existence that looked like a devil. He was wearing a black robe and his skin was shriveled. His eyes looked as if they were about to fall out. He was greedily looking at Zhou Xuanji and Wei Yi, licking his lips and smiling sinisterly. Chapter 743. However, Wei Yi didn't scare the evil ghost out of its hiding state. Instead, it continued to float tens of thousands of miles away, making it difficult for the naked eye or spiritual sense to capture it. He calmly looked at Zhou Xuanji and Zhao Fu, not saying anything, and he secretly laughed. If Zhou Xuanji had not learned the 10,000 worlds piercer, he most likely would not have been able to detect the other party's existence. Wei Yi's gaze kept shifting as he scanned the universe. Without the exterminating divine eyes, he was completely unable to capture the other party's movements. The evil spirit began to approach them. Its skin was very dark, and its hair was sparse. As it approached them, it rubbed its hands together. His evil smile was enough to make a child cry. Zhou Xuanji immediately used the exterminating divine light to cover him. The evil ghost's eyes widened. It wanted to move but was unable to do so. Wei Yi also looked over, but he still couldn't see the evil ghost. However, he could see the exterminating divine light in one place, reflecting a human figure. Not good. It's the Holy Ghost. Wei Yi's face changed drastically as he cried out in alarm. He immediately waved his right hand and swept Zhou Xuanji away. The two of them entered the space-time tunnel and moved forward at full speed. Zhou Xuanji asked in confusion, "Why run? I can kill him." Wei Yi shook his head and said, "That's the Holy Ghost. You can't kill it. It can come back to life. As long as you kill it once, you will be haunted by bad luck. If you kill it a few more times, you might die on the spot." Zhou Xuanji frowned. Such a thing existed? It seemed that he should spend more time in the History Tower. There were too many unknowns in the boundless universe. He asked Wei Yi about the origin of the Holy Ghost. The Holy Ghost is said to be related to a certain sovereign. He died with great resentment. Even if he was resurrected by the sovereign, he still retained his resentment and turned into the Holy Ghost, cursing everything in the Kunlun origin court. After countless years, this resentment has reached an irresolvable level. Even if the current sovereign met him, he would have to retreat. Wei Yi introduced, his tone revealing lingering fear. It was Zhou Xuanji's first time seeing him so panicked. The sacred bone isn't very powerful. He only has the power of a Tao father. However, his resentment is too deep. Anyone who is targeted by him and touched by him in an invisible manner will definitely be a nightmare. At this point, Wei Yi trembled all over and his hair stood on end. He subconsciously looked back, fearing that the Holy Ghost was still chasing after him. Zhou Xuanji looked back and used the 10,000 worlds piercer. He suddenly frowned because he saw the Holy Ghost chasing after them. Although the Holy Ghost's speed was far from being able to keep up with them, it was still able to follow them without falling behind. He told Wei Yi about the situation. Hearing this, Wei Yi trembled with fear. It's over, it's over. We've been targeted." His face was pale. Although he had lived for countless years, he was nothing compared to the Holy Ghost's age. He began to accelerate, rushing toward the Kunlun origin court at full speed. Along the way, Wei Yi kept telling Zhou Xuanji about the terror of the Holy Ghost. Below the Kunlun origin court, the most terrifying being was the Holy Ghost. Undying and indestructible, whoever touched it would die. Since ancient times, no matter how powerful an existence was, if they encountered the Holy Ghost, they would all die. That was unless one reached the supremacy realm. However, even supremacies did not wish to encounter the Holy Ghost, as it would harm their cultivation. Since he's so strong, what's the point of us escaping into the Kunlun origin court? Zhou Xuanji asked. They were already very close to the Kunlun origin court, but the Holy Ghost didn't stop. It looked like it was going to chase them to the end. Wei Yi pondered and said, "It should be, I don't know. We can only fly toward the Kunlun origin court now." Apart from the Kunlun origin court, no matter where they hid, the Holy Ghost would catch up to them. Zhou Xuanji couldn't understand his fear of the Holy Ghost. After all, he couldn't see the Holy Ghost, but he knew that such a terrifying existence was chasing them. How could he not panic? Zhou Xuanji, on the other hand, had a bold idea. He fell into deep thought but didn't say it out loud. After an hour, they returned to the Kunlun Origin Court and quickly returned to the Evil Sky Divine Range. Zhou Xuanji looked back and saw that the Holy Ghost had stopped outside the Kunlun Origin Court, pacing back and forth. It seemed that the Kunlun Origin Court had some kind of power that made the Holy Ghost not dare to enter easily. He told Wei Yi about this, and the latter immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't have the demeanor of a powerful expert after encountering the Holy Ghost. This made Zhou Xuanji laugh in his heart. At the same time, he felt strange. Could the appearance of the Holy Ghost have something to do with Zhou Fa or the Mortal Divine Range? Wei Yi said a few words to him before leaving in a hurry. Zhou Xuanji didn't go to Beast Sovereign but directly returned to Pure Sword Heaven. Pure Sword Heaven was the same as always. It wasn't calm or noisy. He first went to see Zhou Tanhua. Although this kid had just been born, he was already used to flying on his own. He was wearing a dudu all day, naked, chasing Zhou Shaoxian all over the mountains. Zhou Xuanji, who was watching from the air, wanted to laugh. Does this girl think of her brother as a toy? After making sure that the siblings were fine, Zhou Xuanji came to Jiang Shue's room. Sensing his aura, Jiang Shue, who was cultivating on the bed, opened her eyes and said, "You are back." Zhou Xuanji nodded and sat beside her, telling her what had happened during this period of time. Jiang Shue furrowed her brow and asked worriedly, "Is this Zhou Fa related to destiny?" She had a shadow over destiny. She was afraid that destiny was still pestering Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, "It shouldn't be. He is probably telling the truth. This means that the Kunlun Origin Court is about to be in turmoil. Without the sovereign, the divine range would definitely be in chaos. Who knows when the Kunlun Origin Court would turn into a battlefield? If a war really breaks out, what are you going to do? Will you support the Evil Sky Divine Range or will you rise in the chaos?" Jiang Shue asked curiously. She was worried about those unknown existences. She wasn't worried about the divine range in the Kunlun Origin Court. She believed that no matter how bad the environment was, Zhou Xuanji could rise. This had always been the case. Zhou Xuanji replied, "I will support the Evil Sky Divine Range. I have to repay their kindness. But I won't go too far. You and Emperor Sword Court are the most important." Jiang Shue nodded. Zhou Xuanji then began to help her cultivate. On the other side, inside the Sovereign Palace, Wei Yi told Beast Sovereign everything he had seen and heard during this period of time. First, it was the Sovereign's successor. Then, it was the Holy Ghost. Even Beast Sovereign was greatly shocked. He fell into silence. After a long time, Beast Sovereign finally said, "This matter must not be spread, understand?" Wei Yi took a deep breath and nodded in agreement. He hesitated for a moment before asking, "Should the Black Sword Court continue to investigate? We can use Zhou Fa's ability. It's best to catch him as soon as possible and let him predict the future for us." Beast Sovereign furrowed his brow. He was very conflicted about the future Zhou Fa mentioned. From Wei Yi's words, it was obvious that he believed Zhou Fa. "Let's catch him first. It's been so long. You don't even know where the Black Sword Court is. And you still want to catch him for this sovereign?" Beast Sovereign said in dissatisfaction. Wei Yi lowered his head in shame. He didn't know how to respond. Seeing him like this, Beast Sovereign became even more annoyed. "Get lost. Go and invite the Origin Court War God. At the same time, tell him to bring the Blood Eye Stone," Beast Sovereign said, waving his hand. Beast Sovereign waved his hand and said impatiently. Chapter 744. After Wei Yi left, Beast Sovereign fell into deep thought in the palace. Although he didn't seem to care, he was actually touched by Zhou Fa's words. In his heart, Origin Court War God, Zhou Xuanji, and the Evil Sky Divine Range were all very important. All along, he felt that he could maintain the relationship between the three parties. But today, he suddenly realized that he might have been too arrogant. He had to choose the most important existence. Who could make him disregard everything when faced with a choice? Sigh. He let out a heavy sigh. In pure sword heaven, Zhou Xuanji sat on the summit of a mountain. His eyes were glowing with a purple light, looking very devilish. He was currently using the 10,000 Worlds Piercer to spy on the Holy Ghost. That guy didn't give up and wandered around the Kunlun Origin Court. What is it that attracted him? Zhou Xuanji thought in confusion. There must be a reason for the Holy Ghost to be so stubborn. Could it be his eyes? Other than that, he couldn't think of any other reason. As for Wei Yi, that guy was almost scared to death. It was impossible for him to hide something that the Holy Ghost could spy on. Soon, he withdrew his gaze and continued to cultivate. In any case, the Holy Ghost couldn't break in, so he could just let it wait outside. Meanwhile, the news of the Mortal Divine Ranges universe being destroyed by the Evil Sky Divine Ranges Zhou Xuanji quickly spread. This made everyone in the Kunlun Origin Court know that Zhou Xuanji had a pair of exterminating divine eyes. Zhou Xuanji is already this powerful? An 18-star aptitude. He can already sweep through the 9 vast heavens now. No wonder Beast Sovereign is so biased towards him. If I had such a genius under me, I wouldn't spare no effort to cultivate him. Are the Evil Sky Divine Range and Mortal Divine Range going to fight to the death? The Mortal Divine Range is one of the Sovereign Divine Ranges. Is Zhou Xuanji crazy? All the origin cities were discussing this. In their eyes, Zhou Xuanji was a little arrogant. He even dared to offend the Mortal Divine Range. Although a Super Divine Range was amazing, there was still a huge gap between it and a Sovereign Divine Range. It was unknown whether this matter was leaked by the Evil Sky Divine Range or the Mortal Divine Range. Soon, the Kunlun Origin Court was in an uproar. In less than 5 days, Chang Xian found Zhou Xuanji and reported, Lord Wei Yi sent a letter to tell you not to go out for the time being. The Mortal Divine Range will plot against you. As always, her eyes were filled with admiration. She had personally witnessed Zhou Xuanji's growth. Now, she felt that she was not a match for Zhou Xuanji. Especially when facing that pair of exterminating divine eyes. Zhou Xuanji nodded and asked, has anything big happened in the Kunlun Origin Court recently? He had used the 10,000 Worlds Piercer to observe before and discovered that more and more creatures had returned to the Kunlun Origin Court recently. It was as if something big had happened outside and they had all fled back to take refuge. In addition to the conflict between you and the Mortal Divine Range, I heard that the various Super Divine Ranges have already started fighting outside the Kunlun Origin Court, and many universes have been destroyed. Chang Xian replied with a worried look on her face. Chaos was about to descend, and this was not a good thing. She had lived for a long time, but she had rarely seen a Super Divine Range fall out with each other. Under normal circumstances, they would hate each other and plot against each other. Currently, within the Kunlun Origin Court, the war of words between the Evil Sky Divine Range and the Mortal Divine Range had spread to every origin city. Even the Emperor's divine bloodline wanted to participate. Really? Is there any movement from Origin Court? Zhou Xuanji asked. The Origin Court was the place with the greatest concentration of power in the Kunlun Origin Court. It suppressed all the divine ranges. Even the Origin City and the Vocation Palace were under the direct control of the Origin Court. This alone prevented the situation of a divine range from monopolizing the Kunlun Origin Court. Chang Xian pondered and said, there is. The Origin Court war god has been running between various super divine ranges and sovereign divine ranges. However, many void boundary emperors and void boundary war gods have resigned from their positions. Even some other positions that require them to go out have been vacated in large numbers. Zhou Xuanji couldn't help but narrow his eyes after hearing this. It seems that something has really happened under the Kunlun Origin Court. What the hell is going on? He then asked Chang Xian to step back as he opened his exterminating divine eyes and used the 10,000 worlds piercer to observe the situation below. The Holy Ghost was still there. And this guy was very active. It shuttled back and forth between the creatures, extracting something that looked like green smoke from the bodies of those creatures. Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow. Because he noticed that the Holy Ghost was getting stronger. Will this guy break in the future? Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow because he saw that the Holy Ghost was getting closer and closer to the Kunlun origin court. A few days ago, this guy didn't dare to get so close. But he had no choice but to watch. Over the next few days, shocking things happened in the Kunlun origin court. Many creatures died in the Kunlun origin court. They died in all kinds of strange ways. Some people suffered chi deviation while cultivating. Some people suddenly fell down while shopping in the origin city and fell to their deaths on the spot. Some people choked to death while drinking, and so on. This was the Kunlun origin court. Falling to death while walking? Choking to death while drinking? In the past, all living beings would treat it as a joke. But as more and more such incidents occurred, panic began to spread. The divine ranges began to gather together and discuss this matter. Zhou Xuanji didn't care. He believed that Wei Yi had already told Beast Sovereign about this. Beast Sovereign didn't call him, which meant that he had other arrangements. In the dark universe filled with meteorites, Zhou Fa was sitting cross-legged on a meteorite, cultivating. Suddenly, a burly figure flew out from the darkness behind him. It was Old Demon Soul Mover. In front of Old Demon Soul Mover, Zhou Fa was like a grain of sand, very small. Old Demon Soul Mover looked down at his back and asked, "When are we going to act? Do you want me to wait until you are invincible in the heavens before I act?" Zhou Fa opened his eyes and looked back at him, shrugging his shoulders and sighing. "What do you want to say?" Old Demon Soul Mover coldly snorted. He was a little impatient. He had been persuaded by Zhou Fa, but in the end, the Kunlun origin court he had expected didn't happen. Zhou Fa was just hiding here and waiting for an opportunity. He felt like he was being played. Zhou Fa calmly said, "It's not like you haven't broken into the Kunlun origin court. How can it be so easy? I already have a plan. You just need to wait." Old Demon Soul Mover frowned and asked, "What plan?" "If you want to cooperate with me, you have to tell me, right?" His voice was hoarse and his tone was full of displeasure. He didn't want to be Zhou Fa's lackey. They should have an equal cooperative relationship. His status was even higher than Zhou Fa's. And in the execution and knowledge of the plan, he could show his status. "You know about the Holy Ghost, right? I deliberately led the evil Sky Divine Range to attack the universe where the mortal Divine Range imprisoned the Holy Ghost. Now, the Holy Ghost can't escape. It won't be long before the Kunlun origin court will be in chaos," Zhou Fa said with an evil smile. "Holy Ghost." Old Demon Soul Mover's complexion changed. He looked at Zhou Fa with fear. This kid is crazy. He even dares to bring out the Holy Ghost. Old Demon Soul Mover took a deep breath and tried to calm his mood. Zhou Fa continued with a smile, "The Holy Ghost can make the sovereign divine ranges fight each other. At that time, the super divine ranges will only be cannon fodder. The origin court definitely won't be able to deal with them. We will take advantage of the chaos and occupy the Void Boundary Palace. Then, we will find a way to destroy the origin court." Chapter 745. Void Boundary Palace? Why does he want to occupy the Void Boundary Palace? Old Demon Soul Mover asked with a frown. Although the Void Boundary Palace had a high status in the Kunlun origin court, it was not worthwhile to occupy it first. Since the Kunlun origin court was going to be in chaos, they could just fight their way in. Zhou Fa rolled his eyes. "Don't you know how terrifying a sovereign divine range is? No wonder you couldn't fight your way in. If you had, you and I might not have had the chance to meet again." Old Demon Soul Mover was furious. This kid's mouth was too poisonous. If he had known this would happen, he would not have cooperated with Zhou Fa and would have torn him apart. However, the plan had already been made, and he had offended many divine ranges for the sake of the plan. He could only walk this path to the end. Do you dare to find the Holy Ghost? Let the Holy Ghost reside in your soul mountain, and you can bring it into the Kunlun origin court. How about it? Zhou Fa said with a smile. As soon as he spoke, old demon Soulmover's huge fist smashed towards him, and he quickly dodged. Old demon Soulmover roared, "You want me to die?" After saying that, he threw a flurry of punches at Zhou Fa. Unfortunately, Zhou Fa was like a fly, nimbly dodging them. In the Kunlun origin court, as the debate between the evil sky divine range, the mortal divine range, and the emperor divine range grew, more and more divine ranges took sides. Originally, the mortal divine range was far stronger than the evil sky divine range, but many divine ranges and super divine ranges sided with the evil sky divine range. The debate eventually turned into two camps. The divine ranges began to expose each other's filth, causing everyone's blood to boil. It was because they were also participating in this war of insults. As for the panic caused by the Holy Ghost, it was also being discussed. All the divine ranges believed that it was done by the opposing divine ranges. In pure sword heaven, Zhou Xuanji learned about the turmoil in the outside world through Chang Shiyan and the myriad worlds piercer. He was amused. Even the Kunlun origin court would engage in a war of words. If all living beings knew that the Supreme Being was no longer around, wouldn't there be an uproar? Zhou Xuanji already knew that the great chaotic era was coming. In response, he could only work hard to cultivate so that he could survive the great chaotic era. He still remembered Zhou Fa's prediction. Even if he didn't believe it, he had to remember it. Just like this, time passed amidst the turbulence of the Kunlun origin court. Unknowingly, Zhou Tanhua was already 6 years old. Although this kid didn't cultivate, his strength was constantly growing. Since he was 4 years old, he did not like to follow Zhou Shaoxian around. Instead, he liked to pester Zhou Xuanji. However, Zhou Xuanji needed to cultivate, and Xian Xianghua stopped him, making him cry often. On this day, Zhou Tanhua quietly came to Zhou Xuanji again. He hid behind a big tree and watched his father from afar. The 6-year-old Zhou Xuanji wore a small but exquisite purple shirt. Although he was young, he was quite handsome and looked very much like Zhou Xuanji when he was young. Every time Lady Zhaoxian saw him, she would fall into a trance. Hee hee. Zhou Tanhua covered his mouth and snickered. He rolled his eyes, thinking about how to scare his father. He did not know that Zhou Xuanji had already sensed his arrival. Seeing this brat, Zhou Xuanji wanted to laugh. Too naughty. Every time she came to see him, she wanted to scare him and never got tired of it. Zhou Tan came to Zhou Xuanji's back in a flash and was about to slap him. At this moment, he suddenly felt his vision blur, and then he was grabbed by a pair of large hands. He opened his eyes wide and saw that he was being carried by his father. He cried out in surprise, "Wow! What kind of divine ability is this? Can you teach me?" Although he was only 6 years old, he already knew a lot. He could learn many divine abilities as long as they were taught to him once. Of course, it was just some minor divine abilities. This kid was extremely talented. Zhou Xuanji had high hopes for him. But before that, Zhou Xuanji hoped that he could have a childhood where he didn't need to cultivate. Zhou Xuanji was worried that he would get tired of cultivating or even resist it. "I will teach you when you grow up." Zhou Xuanji caressed his hair and said with a soft smile. He didn't accompany Zhou Shaoxian during her childhood, so he always doted on Zhou Tanhua. Under the guidance of so many people, Zhou Tanhua didn't develop a naughty character. This made Zhou Xuanji very pleased. Thinking about it carefully, it might be because he had a sister like Zhou Shaoxian. If he made a mistake, Zhou Shaoxian would definitely teach him a lesson. "Grow up, when can you grow up?" Zhou Tanhua curled his lips and said, "They all say that my aptitude is very good and that I was born to cultivate. Why do you always want me to grow up before I can cultivate?" Zhou Xuanji pinched his cheeks and said with a soft smile, "Because father believes in you. You will definitely be the strongest person in the future." But life is not just about cultivation. Even he would spend some time with his family and settle down after every hard cultivation. Zhou Tanhua couldn't understand it and could only cover it up with a grimace. Zhou Xuanji couldn't help but lift his leg and hang him upside down, shaking him until he screamed. Chang Xian suddenly appeared. She bowed and said, "Master, Beast Sovereign invites you to take the little master with you." Zhou Xuanji put Zhou Tanhua down and slightly furrowed his brow. He didn't say anything and disappeared with Zhou Tanhua in his arms. During the flight, Zhou Tanhua was very excited. He asked in a childish voice, "Father, are we going to see that Beast Sovereign? What does he look like?" Zhou Xuanji warned, "You will know soon. Don't speak unless he asks you to, understand?" Zhou Tanhua nodded. This was the first time he had left pure sword heaven. His eyes were filled with anticipation for the new world. Soon, they arrived at the Sovereign Palace. Apart from Beast Sovereign, Origin Court War God and Wei Yi were also there. They all nodded at Zhou Xuanji after seeing him. Zhou Xuanji noticed that Origin Court War God's left arm seemed to be gilded. It was obvious that he had changed his arm. Beast Sovereign's gaze fell on Zhou Tanhua. Zhou Tanhua wasn't shy when facing three strangers. Instead, he observed them. "Is this your son?" "Very good. Although he hasn't started cultivating yet, his aptitude is very strong. He has perfectly inherited your bloodline," Origin Court War God said with a smile. Origin Court War God said with a smile, looking at Zhou Tanhua with eyes full of appreciation. Before Zhou Xuanji could speak, Zhou Tanhua took the lead and asked, "Who are you?" Amused by him, Origin Court War God smiled even wider and said, "You can call me War God." "War God? Wow, are you stronger or my father?" Zhou Tanhua asked excitedly. Just as he was about to continue speaking, Zhou Xuanji covered his mouth. Zhou Xuanji helplessly said, "The child is young and insensible. Why did you call me here?" The look in Origin Court War God's eyes made him guess something. Beast Sovereign said, "When your son grows up, he will worship Origin Court War God as his teacher. When he becomes an adult, Origin Court War God will personally teach him cultivation. Don't worry. From now on, Origin Court War God will live in the evil Sky Divine range. He is stronger than this sovereign. The title of War God isn't given to him by others." Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. The evil Sky Divine range subdued Origin Court War God. Is this openly challenging the Origin Court?